Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Wow, Bruce, honey, the he that the kid just mentioned couldn't be you, right? Catwoman Selina Kyle put the little boy back on the ground, then looked at her beloved fiancé. At this moment, both the playboy Bruce Wayne and the urban legend Batman, who hated evil, lost the ability to refute and could not speak. And at this time, you can see your popularity. Bruce looked for help without hesitation at Chengfeng beside him and Clark, who was holding Lois. Clark Kent, as Superman, and Batman are worthy of the title of the world's best partners and immediately stepped forward. Selina, don't rush to judge this matter. Children are always confused sometimes. How confused must this child be to mistake his own father? And this child's last name is Wayne. This can't be a coincidence, right? Clark lowered his head guiltily. Although he has evolved slightly recently and learned some gossip, he is still the absolutely noble Superman in essence. Lying is really not a strong point. But this is too unreliable. Selina got you by just one sentence? Seeing Clark being defeated so easily, Bruce Wayne's face turned even paler. In the end, all hopes can only be placed on Chengfeng. Although compared to Clark Kent, Chengfeng might be a sly and troublemaking guy. But as a high-level FBI agent, he is definitely good at speaking differently to different people. After receiving Bruce Wayne's gaze, Chengfeng immediately responded to him with a look that said, "No problem, just wait and see." So, facing Selina Kyle's doubts and Bruce Wayne's expectations, Chengfeng opened his mouth and said, "This little guy named Damian Wayne is right. Bruce is indeed his father." Chengfeng shrugged and continued. Bruce had a first love back then. After crossing the last line of defense between men and women, he was born. Chengfeng, I asked you to cover for me. I didn't ask you to shoot me directly. Just believe me. The more you hide this matter, the more frightening the backlash will be. It's much better to just confess it. Chengfeng stretched out his hand and easily held down Bruce, who was about to lose his temper. And you want to tell your son in front of him that he is not your child. After hearing what Chengfeng said, Bruce Wayne fell silent. For Talia, that was her first love that had long been sealed deep in her memory. How unforgettable was that love? Not really. Bruce Wayne did not love Talia enough to give up everything in Gotham and stay in the League of Assassins to inherit everything from Ra's al Ghul. And Talia also didn't love Bruce Wayne enough to run away with him and say goodbye to the League of Assassins forever. As for Bruce's attitude towards his son Damian, he was not very accepting of it at first. But slowly, the part of Bruce that had died because of his parents' death gradually came back to life after he had a son, although he's a naughty child who can never make him worry-free. But Bruce Wayne would never do such a thing as denying the father-son relationship in person. Bruce, is what Chengfeng said true? Selina narrowed her eyes and looked at Bruce Wayne suspiciously. To be honest, I don't really care whether you had a first love or not, nor do I care whether you and your first love have a child. For you, I gave up being a Catwoman and robbing the rich to help the poor, just so that you could be honest with me from now on. Selina Kyle sighed and reached out to ruffle Damian's soft black hair. Damian, who usually lives in a world of fighting and killing, did not refuse the head touch from Selina, a stranger. On the contrary, it is very useful. Selina, are you serious? Bruce replied with some surprise. You really don't care that I have a son? If you ask me whether I really care or not, I do care a little bit. Selina curled her lips, but if I think about it, since this kid did this, it means that you are not familiar with him. You may not even have known him for much longer than I do, right? Seeing the step Selina handed over, Bruce Wayne hurriedly took advantage of it and nodded repeatedly. When Chengfeng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. What is going on? He still doesn't understand America's love-brained thinking. It turns out that my fiancé accidentally got pregnant when he was young and frivolous, but it's not a big deal. My goodness, I really don't know whether I should praise Selena Kyle for her broad-mindedness or praise Americans for being so broad-minded. At this moment, Li Chengfeng caught a look directed at him. He turned around and saw Damien staring at him. That look, besides curiosity, it's exactly the look one gives to their prey. To be precise, except when he looked at Bruce Wayne and Selena Kyle, he always looked at everyone with a murderous look on his face. Hey kid, don't look at my pudding like that. At some point, Harley Quinn had already approached Damien and snatched him from Selena's hands. Reaching out and pinching Damien's baby fat that had not yet completely disappeared, Harley Quinn sighed. I don't know what Bruce was thinking just now. He actually wanted to hide it? Just looking at this face and this identical temperament, it would be strange if we can't tell that you two are biological father and son. Harley's voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of the acquaintances around him. Wow, does this look like a past relationship has been exposed? Tony Stark came closer. I know this kind of thing, I always know it, but it never got to the stage of having a child. You know shit. Bruce glared at Tony fiercely. This was an accident with my first love. I'm not a humanoid self-propelled artillery, like you who's all over the world with your love. Listen everyone, this man is saying that he is not a playboy. Tony was not afraid at all, but continued to tease Bruce. Li Chengfeng also took advantage of the chaotic scene and came to Damien. He squatted down and looked at Batman's only biological son. Unexpectedly, Damien, whose face was being rubbed by Harley Quinn, spoke at this moment. I know you, Li Chengfeng. Although his tone was serious, Li Chengfeng couldn't be serious because of the way his little face was being toyed with by Harley Quinn. Who told you that? Grandpa and Mother. Damien did not hide anything, perhaps because he felt it was unnecessary, because the Assassin's League has received at least 20 assassination attempts against you at sky-high prices. But they all ended in failure. More than 20? Are all of them commissioned to you to assassinate me? Li Chengfeng pointed at his face in disbelief. After all this fuss, I actually am so popular? The total bounty has exceeded $5 billion US. Damien counted carefully on his fingers and raised his head and said, Yes, that's the number. Why didn't you just say so earlier? I'll come to your door in person, tied up and tied up. I won't ask for much money. How about giving me half if you surrender? As soon as Li Chengfeng heard the reward amount, his two eyes, which represented the word money grubber, completely turned into symbols of money. Pudding, I seem to have some impression of what this kid said. Harley Quinn seemed to suddenly remember something. After we left Raccoon City, we kept running into some guys dressed strangely. Are there any more guys like that? Although the Assassin's League is good, they don't have much to do when facing the FBI. Harley Quinn shrugged. Usually they can't even get past the ordinary agents, especially after the FBI's equipment has been collectively upgraded with URU metal and Yaka metal. The League of Assassins isn't just full of efficient killing machines. Damian Wayne wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to get his face out of Harley Quinn's clutches. To me, there's still a lot of noobs. You are only an elementary school graduate. Who are you trying to show off to? Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and flicked the self-made ghost's forehead. Bruce Wayne didn't inherit much of his temperament. Was it because he was taught by his grandfather and mother from the League of Assassins since he was a child? I'm just stating a fact. Li Chengfeng looked at the only biological heir of the Wayne family and frowned slightly. Damien doesn't look like a normal child at all. To be precise, apart from a hint of expectation in her eyes when she looked at Bruce Wayne, she was completely like a person who was forcibly matured. What was ripened was not his body, but his mind. The cruelty of the Assassin's League made Damien come into contact with the dark side of the world in advance. Although this may mean that the Assassin's League will welcome a leader with Batman's ability and Talia's bloodline. But for Damien, he lost his childhood forever. Therefore, before the FBI Academy was reopened, Li Chengfeng mentioned that the students to be accepted must be at least high school students. Those who show ability but are too young will be monitored and protected as much as possible. After all, what Li Chengfeng wants to train are outstanding agents with super abilities, not one cold-blooded and ruthless killing machine after another. Moreover, people with obvious emotional deficiencies are the type most likely to rebel against Blacken. So, what is your purpose for coming here? Li Chengfeng tilted his head, his eyes finally showing a hint of seriousness. I don't believe that you just want to come and see your father. Never mind. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I've already given up. Damien shrugged. I'm actually here to kill Nick Fury. Someone has offered a $1 billion bounty on him. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Assassinate Nick Fury? Is his grandson so unlucky now? But if you think about it carefully, given his character and the way he does things, no matter which one, he chose the one with the highest probability of death. Highlights someone who is both insidious and hateful. And the person who hates him the most recently is probably Amanda Waller. I didn't expect that this black woman still didn't want to live in peace after being imprisoned. That's not right. Although Nick Fury was once one of the best agents, he has been in a high position for a long time, and his body has become extremely weak due to his age. Harley Quinn looked up at Nick Fury in the distance. Oh yeah, there's that woman named Black Widow standing next to him. You actually got scared when facing Agent Romanoff. Even though we are not members of the same organization, we have heard of Black Widow's reputation. Damien did not feel the slightest bit of shame in giving up the mission, as if this kind of thing was commonplace to him. I'm not stupid. There is no benefit in provoking a ruthless person who was born in the Red House, but ended up destroying the Red House. Compared to Black Widow, who is not very prominent in the superhero camp, she is indeed a legend among legends in the agent and killer circles. After all, she is a ruthless person who destroyed her entire family, and her entire family is also ruthless. Even if Talia came, she would have to call this kind of person Black Widow. Under such circumstances, it is completely understandable to give up on assassinating Nick Fury. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Li Chengfeng waved his hand to interrupt Damien and took him to Selina Kyle and Bruce Wayne, who were talking to each other. If Alfred hadn't called him Master Chengfeng, he wouldn't have bothered to care about this family's affairs. Here, your good son. Li Chengfeng pushed Damien forward. Tell me the truth. After learning about the details just now, are you interested in letting your son enter the FBI Academy? Although there are a lot of annoying kids in the FBI Academy, at least there's Professor X in charge, so Damien can't cause any big waves no matter what. FBI Academy? Bruce was stunned for a moment. In fact, after he talked to Selina just now, he planned to train Damien to be the first member of the Bat family he envisioned. But the suggestion made by Li Chengfeng made Bruce somewhat hesitant. It was certainly a good idea to keep it under his own nose, but as someone who had once trained in the League of Assassins, Bruce definitely understood that growing up in such a place, Damien had gone astray from the beginning. However, Bruce actually has no hope for his own educational level. The reason why he wanted to train Damien to become his envisioned assistant Robin was simply to maximize the use of Damien's various Assassin's League skills. But just because he couldn't straighten this kid out doesn't mean that Professor X, who specializes in the education of minors, can't do it either. At the beginning, there were a lot of naughty kids in the FBI Academy. Now what? Isn't it different to let Professor X give a clear explanation of education? Professor X, you can call me by Yadin. I am your elder, and I will not pick on you. But when it comes to education, you better call me Dean respectfully. Damien. Bruce had obviously made his choice as well, and put his hands on Damien's shoulders. Go to school. Damien's expression immediately changed after hearing these words from Bruce. Even if they were children from the Assassin's League. I don't want to go to school, although sending Damien to the FBI Academy is very important to Bruce Wayne. But after all, this happened before the wedding, and it wouldn't be too late to talk to Professor X about this after it was over. After all, he was also one of the sponsors of the FBI Academy, so it would be no problem for him to squeeze his son in at short notice. Well, in short, it's more important for you three to live a good life than anything else. Li Chengfeng pretended to wipe his tears and patted his shoulder, but you don't have the idea of hugging girls left and right? What the hell are you talking about? Do I look like such a scumbag? Li Chengfeng, don't say that. If you just look at your face, you don't really look like a scumbag. Clark Kent, but your reputation is there. If we say you're not a scumbag, will others believe us? Tony Stark, are you really not going to blush when you say that? You've got more scandals than I do. The corners of Bruce Wayne's mouth twitched. He never expected that after finally making a few friends, each one of them would be more bullying than the other. But it doesn't matter if Clark Kent, the big stupid guy, bullies him a few times. After all, he is really a pure old man. How could Li Chengfeng and Tony Stark have the nerve to bully him? Humph! I won't argue with you two real scumbags. Bruce hugged Catwoman, sneered at Li Chengfeng and others, and then looked at Damian. Do you want to come with me now? No, I want to hang out here. Damian shook his head and refused. Okay, don't run around, and don't cause trouble. Bruce Wayne said a few words dryly, and then he and Catwoman plunged into the socializing of this grand wedding. He didn't have much else to say. The sudden appearance of Damian was not a family relationship for him, but a responsibility. After all, you can't expect a father and son who have never met each other and have only known each other's identities for a few days to have any feelings for each other. You're really a lot like your dad. Harley Quinn tilted her head and looked at Bruce Wayne, who said he was going out to socialize, but was actually a bit of an evasive person. When it comes to things like relationships, neither you nor your dad are very good at it. I just don't have any feelings for him. Okay, teenagers, why are you pretending to be adults? Harley Quinn reached out and rubbed the kid's head twice. Aunt Harley is an experienced person. You really don't have any feelings for Bruce right now, but that doesn't mean you don't desire him. Perhaps. Damian has always been a taciturn, cool guy, but Harley Quinn, as a veteran mental patient and the best psychologist in the FBI, keenly perceives the word desire in his eyes. That is the longing for the lack of family affection as a child from a single-parent family. It was completely subconscious and out of his control. Li Chengfeng looked at Damian, touched his chin, then reached out and called Peter Parker and Jessica Jones, who were watching the fun on the side. Agent Li Chengfeng, is there anything I can help you with? Peter Parker greeted Li Chengfeng enthusiastically, but was immediately elbowed by Jessica Jones. Do you still need to ask, Peter? The damn teacher called us here at this time. He must have thought that we were getting along well with Damian just now, so he wanted to temporarily dump this burden on us. I have to say that Jessica Jones is indeed a smart child. She immediately saw through Li Chengfeng's thoughts. Only a naive person like Peter Parker would fall for Li Chengfeng's trick. Jessica Jones, you are somewhat prejudiced against me. Li Chengfeng beat his chest and stamped his feet, his face full of hurt. As a student at the FBI Academy, is this your impression of the agent who used to be your teacher? I'm so sad. After saying that, he grabbed the little lunatic and disappeared into the crowd in a few flashes. Even Peter Parker, at the moment, smacked his lips twice, tasting something wrong, and then turned to look at Jessica Jones. Are we forcing ourselves to take the blame? You're finally not stupid this time. Jessica Jones pinched Peter Parker's chin and looked around. We are students of the FBI Academy. We can only accept it. After saying that, he came in front of Damian. What do you want to do? I don't know. There's nothing interesting around here. So how do you usually pass the time? Killing time? You mean entertainment? Damian frowned. He looked like a man with a lot of hatred and resentment. He didn't look like an elementary school student at all. Does interrogating in a dungeon count? Well, forget it. Jessica Jones shrugged. I just knew that people who can enter the FBI Academy must have some serious illness. Why don't I feel that? Peter Parker was a little silly at the moment. I just felt that after entering there, everyone was talented and spoke nicely. I really like being there. Jessica Jones has a new understanding of Peter Parker's naivety. A wooden man is indeed a wooden man in every aspect. So she ignored Peter Parker and took Damian's hand, just like a bad sister and her arrogant brother. Since you don't know what you want to do, I'll take you to listen to gossip. Dr. Doom and Mr. Fantastic over there have been digging up stories about each other, even going so far as to say that they spiked each other's takeout when they were in college. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn had just witnessed that Bruce Wayne almost died in the family Shura field, and they couldn't help but pay more attention to the guests present, afraid of missing out on some shocking news. If you want to watch the fun, you must have the attitude of watching the fun. But unfortunately, apart from the young man Damian, They're only Dr. Doom and MR. Fantastic. Everyone else was very restrained. After all, no one wanted to talk about their private matters in such an occasion. After all, if it gets out here, it would be equivalent to being socially dead in the upper class of the whole world. No one would think so. As a result, the buffet at this wedding was surprisingly harmonious. However, a group of people with super abilities have become the objects of pursuit by others. After all, in the eyes of those who truly understand the truth of the world, people with super abilities are not monsters, but should be won over. Therefore, those superheroes who have revealed their identities, led by Tony Stark, and those who showed up in the final battle with Hydra in Washington, were surrounded by people who came to see them. There were even a few people who had the courage to approach Adam and try to communicate with this god. What surprised Li Chengfeng was that Adam actually imitated the reactions of the people around him and had a simple conversation with them. During this period, extraordinary tolerance and patience were shown towards humans, a species of creature on Earth. At this moment, a youthful and beautiful voice came from behind. "Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. My name is Kayla Danvers, and I'm a reporter. Can I interview you?" Kayla Danvers? Li Chengfeng was visibly stunned. If I remember correctly, you're Clark Kent's cousin, right? Obviously, I'm your cousin, but that's not important anymore. How do you know about my relationship with Clark? After all, I have a pretty good relationship with Clark Kent. He invited me to stay at his hometown in Smallville a few days ago. Li Chengfeng said, extending his hand to shake hands with Kayla Danvers. I didn't expect to run into his cousin today. Wow, I really didn't expect this. Kayla Danvers obviously didn't expect that the person she had the courage to interview would actually turn out to be her cousin's good friend. Harley Quinn, who was following behind Li Chengfeng, walked up to her and hugged Kayla Danvers affectionately. "Hey, little Kayla, we haven't seen each other since your cousin graduated from college." "Yeah, a few years after he graduated, I was locked up in Arkham Asylum." "Senior Quinzel?" Kayla Danvers was a little confused. "You are not." "Yes, I was cured, so I was released from Arkham Asylum." Kayla Danvers' mouth twitched. Even though she was not the type who was well-informed, she knew that Arkham Asylum was a proper super ability prison, and it was basically impossible to let someone go after they had recovered. In other words, for the patients who are locked up here, there is no possibility of recovery, and it is only a matter of time before they go back on the wrong path. Li Chengfeng looked at the two women who suddenly hugged each other and started chatting, and once again felt how terrifying the little madman's connections in this world were. Although considering her close relationship with the big guy, it makes sense that she knows his cousin. And he also noticed the cameraman following Kayla Danvers. If nothing unexpected happens, this tall and handsome black guy should be Clark Kent's original personal cameraman, who later resigned from the Daily Planet and came to Catek Media. Definitely, the main purpose is to help and take care of Kayla Danvers, who has just entered the society. Jimmy Olsen? My full name is James Olsen. Only my mom and that guy who flies around like to call me Jimmy. Jimmy Olsen stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Chengfeng. Definitely, if you are Agent Li Chengfeng, you could just call me Jimmy. Li Chengfeng has a very good impression of Jimmy Olsen. It can only be said that he has great temperament and quality. No matter what skin color he is, he will be a likable person. Why did you suddenly think of interviewing me this time? Originally, Kate Grant brought us here to interview the King of Atlantis, but after the sudden battle in mid-air just now, Kayla and Kate Grant immediately decided to interview you instead. Keen at grasping hot topics, Kate Grant and Kayla are both born media professionals. Li Chengfeng shrugged. I have also heard of Kate Grant. I have to say that, apart from her personality, her cousin is very similar to Kate Grant. Although I don't want to admit it, but it's true. Jimmy Olsen smiled bitterly. As an employee, he really couldn't have much of a favorable impression of Kate Grant. Although they knew that this woman had never had any ill will towards them, harshness and meanness were ingrained in her character. So, what does Miss Kayla want to interview me about? Li Chengfeng saw that Kayla Danvers and Harley Quinn had stopped chatting, so he took the opportunity to ask, "You can't be here to care about my personal relationship with Agent Harley, right?" "Ahem, definitely not." Kayla Danvers shook her head, threw a look at Jimmy Olsen, and immediately got into work mode. As an FBI agent, what do you think of the alien issue? Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Weren't you interested in the battle just now? Why did you suddenly turn to the aliens? When Kayla Danvers saw Li Chengfeng's expression, she was also confused. What's wrong? The creature that had just fought with him in midair, it didn't look like an Earth creature, right? If so, it must be an alien. After all, she and her cousin are the best examples of powerful aliens. Well, I know that aliens exist, and I also know that there are quite a few aliens living in human form around the world, but does this have anything to do with what happened today? The creature that just fought with you and then shook hands with you, isn't it an alien? It's a pity that he is not only not an alien, but is actually closer to the Earth than the humans. Li Chengfeng shrugged and pointed at Adam, not far away. He is an old god of the Earth who existed 4 billion years ago, the son of Gia, the mother of the Earth. This news, on the contrary, made Kayla Danvers, a New Age Kryptonian who didn't believe in gods or ghosts, look incredulous. Not an alien? That guy named Adam looks like an alien no matter how you look at him, except that he has a human form, right? But that's how Li Chengfeng, a professional, explained it, and it seemed like she had no choice but to believe it. But you don't have to worry. As a Kryptonian, you will definitely be more concerned about the alien issues on Earth. Li Chengfeng nodded. The FBI is now preparing a new department to deal with extraterrestrial visitors. At that time, the FBI will take the lead and incorporate the alien issue into daily affairs. Li Chengfeng definitely had to give his brother's cousin some face. So he simply told her that the FBI was planning to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with extraterrestrial civilization incidents. Kayla Danvers, who had just looked lost, immediately regained her spirits. Li Chengfeng and Jimmy Olsen looked at each other and smiled. He is indeed a young man who has just entered society, and he is really easy to understand. But unfortunately, the reason why Li Chengfeng spoke out these things so readily was that he knew that this interview was destined not to be published. When everyone leaves, everything filmed will be reviewed in great detail. Anyone who wants to cause trouble will be hit by the iron fist of the world's governments. As a veteran who has worked in the media field for many years, Jimmy Olsen naturally understands this hidden rule. So I simply turned off the camera, put it aside, and took a break. Jimmy, why don't you continue? Kayla asked innocently. I still have a lot of questions. Kayla, what Agent Lee just mentioned is obviously confidential information of the FBI. Do you think a civilian media like us could release this information? And Agent Lee mentioned that you are a Kryptonian, so it is even more impossible for you to release it. Kayla opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect Li Chengfeng to do this. Ms. Kayla, since you asked me a few questions, I also have some questions for you. As a Kryptonian, are you interested in working for the S.H.I.E.L.D. I just mentioned? Agent Li Chengfeng, compared to being an employee of the World Federation, I still prefer to be a pure reporter. Kayla Danvers shook her head and directly rejected Li Chengfeng's proposal. Jimmy Olsen on the side also agreed with this. Although Kayla is Superman's cousin, also a Kryptonian, and has received some Kryptonian warrior training, Jimmy Olsen hopes that Kayla can live an ordinary but commendable life like an ordinary person. Because he and Clark Kent have been partners for so long, almost spanning most of their youth. So, he knew how difficult it was for that guy to choose between Clark Kent and Kal-El in the beginning. Jimmy Olsen doesn't want Kayla to fall into this vicious circle. In his opinion, having one Superman in the world is enough to protect the safety of the Earth. Yes, Agent Li Chengfeng, just like Kayla said, being a reporter is good. Jimmy Olsen stood in front of Kayla, like a brother protecting his sister from the wind and rain. Protecting world peace, let's leave it to professionals like you. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him. Although Jimmy Olsen is an ordinary person, cognitively speaking, he is definitely not one. After all, he has been a partner with Superman for more than 10 years and is still safe and sound. So he has some good luck. But Li Chengfeng disagrees with their idea. No matter whether they are mutants, Inhumans, Atlanteans, or Asgardians, as long as they are a group with supernatural powers, it is basically wishful thinking for them to keep themselves out of trouble and pretend to be ordinary people to live an ordinary life. Disguise is always just a disguise and will definitely be broken. It is just a matter of time. Li Chengfeng has always believed that accepting one's true self is the way out for people with super abilities. For example, after Mutant joined the FBI, he no longer wanted to integrate into the ordinary people. For example, the people of Atlantis no longer clung to their old ways, but actively embraced the entire world. As a Kryptonian, Kayla Danvers will sooner or later have to face her body that is almost like a god. So, at least it will save you a lot of trouble. Don't rush to refuse. I don't want you to become an FBI agent. I just want you to work part-time, or even just be a figurehead at S.H.I.E.L.D., and occasionally help deal with things related to extraterrestrial civilizations and aliens. Li Chengfeng shook his head and smiled. S.H.I.E.L.D. was proposed by Nick Fury and is a new department led by the entire World Federation. Just like the question you just asked me, how do you view the issue of aliens? My answer is that I have no say in this matter. I have only come into contact with 3 true aliens in my life. Martian Manhunter, you, and your cousin. Instead of asking others, it is better to personally join the work of dealing with alien affairs. What Li Chengfeng said was very sincere, without any exaggeration. This is very rare, but seeing that the other party still had a look of hesitation on his face, Li Chengfeng understood that the reason why Kayla Danvers did not agree might simply be that she did not trust the authorities enough. This is a common problem among American media professionals, who made the American government a repeat offender in this regard. It's normal to subconsciously doubt the American government. You can think about it again. Let's end the interview here for now. Li Chengfeng nodded politely, then took the little madman's hand and left, leaving Kayla Danvers alone with her head down in thought. Hey, Pudding, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Your poaching work is not yet complete. Harley Quinn said, preparing to turn around and chat with Kayla Danvers. At least listen to our treatment before you refuse. We are different from private media companies like Catco. We have normal holidays, and the boss will not ask you to bring him breakfast and coffee with demanding conditions when you go to work in the morning. Okay, how come you're more active than me at this time? Li Chengfeng was a little embarrassed. And what you just said, it's as if you have worked in a place like this before. I've never worked in a place like this. Haven't I watched the TV series? Harley Quinn's answer left Li Chengfeng unable to refute. Apart from other things, TV dramas have basically played out all types of bad leaders. Great-grandfather. So you are here. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn turned around upon hearing the voice and saw Hercules walking towards them. Hercules? How does this wedding look? Oh, although there were many fancy performances at the wedding, the most exciting one was the battle between my great-grandfather and the god Eater Adam. Hercules laughed proudly. To be honest, when this legendary being appeared, I was almost scared to death. I thought he was coming for our Mount Olympus. As he said this, he patted his chest with lingering fear. Adam should not be interested in you, Mount Olympus. Although he is called the God Eater, he is targeting those old gods of the earth who were born and raised by nature. Li Chengfeng patted Hercules on the shoulder. And most importantly, you are the descendants of Gia, the mother of the earth. You have the same origin as her. Even if you fight, you will at least give Gia some face. Then it's best not to do anything. Mount Olympus can't stand this ancestor's trouble. Hercules said here, and suddenly patted his forehead. Oh, by the way, I was so busy chatting that I almost forgot the real purpose. My sister wants you to go and see that when you were fighting just now, you alarmed an indigenous god named Komoda. Komo? The indigenous god? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. Oh, the god of sharks. Yes, that's what he called himself. Hercules nodded repeatedly. I mainly want you to decide how to deal with this guy. If you don't go, Hulk will tear off his shark fins and make shark fins. Hulk, I guess he can really do something like this. Don't be fooled by the fact that when Hulk was under Li Chengfeng's command, he looked like a big stupid guy who did nothing but act cute and stupid. But in the eyes of others, this green fat man is very cruel. Possessing the characteristics of both a child and a monster, the combination of innocence and cruelty is no joke. Let's go and take a look. Li Chengfeng nodded. I also want to know, how can we let Shark King Nanaway inherit his throne? Although Nanaway was imprisoned by the FBI, it was only a matter of time before he was released. After all, he grew up inside the Sky Eye Society most of the time, and this was the first time he was officially allowed to carry out a mission with the team. Li Chengfeng doesn't want to waste such a good seedling. Besides, after the World Federation established diplomatic relations with Atlantis, it would be reasonable to set up an underwater ranger team. Agent Li Chengfeng, compared to being an employee of the World Federation, I still prefer to be a pure reporter. Kayla Danvers shook her head and directly rejected Li Chengfeng's proposal. Jimmy Olsen on the side also agreed with this. Although Kayla is Superman's cousin, also a Kryptonian, and has received some Kryptonian warrior training, Jimmy Olsen hopes that Kayla can live an ordinary but commendable life like an ordinary person. Because he and Clark Kent have been partners for so long, almost spanning most of their youth. So, he knew how difficult it was for that guy to choose between Clark Kent and Kal-El in the beginning. Jimmy Olsen doesn't want Kayla to fall into this vicious circle. In his opinion, having one Superman in the world is enough to protect the safety of the Earth. Yes, Agent Li Chengfeng, just like Kayla said, being a reporter is good. Jimmy Olsen stood in front of Kayla, like a brother protecting his sister from the wind and rain. Protecting world peace, let's leave it to professionals like you. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him. Although Jimmy Olsen is an ordinary person, cognitively speaking, he is definitely not one. After all, he has been a partner with Superman for more than 10 years and is still safe and sound. So he has some good luck. But Li Chengfeng disagrees with their idea. No matter whether they're mutants, Inhumans, Atlanteans, or Asgardians, as long as they're a group with supernatural powers, it is basically wishful thinking for them to keep themselves out of trouble and pretend to be ordinary people to live an ordinary life. Disguise is always just a disguise and will definitely be broken. It is just a matter of time. Li Chengfeng has always believed that accepting one's true self is the way out for people with super abilities. For example, after Mutant joined the FBI, he no longer wanted to integrate into the ordinary people. For example, the people of Atlantis no longer clung to their old ways, but actively embraced the entire world. As a Kryptonian, Kayla Danvers will sooner or later have to face her body that is almost like a god. So, at least it will save you a lot of trouble. Don't rush to refuse. I don't want you to become an FBI agent. I just want you to work part-time, or even just be a figurehead at S.H.I.E.L.D., and occasionally help deal with things related to extraterrestrial civilizations and aliens. Li Chengfeng shook his head and smiled. S.H.I.E.L.D. was proposed by Nick Fury and is a new department led by the entire World Federation. Just like the question you just asked me, how do you view the issue of aliens? My answer is that I have no say in this matter. I have only come into contact with 3 true aliens in my life. Martian Manhunter, you, and your cousin. Instead of asking others, it is better to personally join the work of dealing with alien affairs. What Li Chengfeng said was very sincere, without any exaggeration. This is very rare, but seeing that the other party still had a look of hesitation on his face, Li Chengfeng understood that the reason why Kayla Danvers did not agree might simply be that she did not trust the authorities enough. This is a common problem among American media professionals, who made the American government a repeat offender in this regard. It's normal to subconsciously doubt the American government. You can think about it again. Let's end the interview here for now. Li Chengfeng nodded politely, then took the little madman's hand and left, leaving Kayla Danvers alone with her head down in thought. Hey, Pudding, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Your poaching work is not yet complete. Harley Quinn said, preparing to turn around and chat with Kayla Danvers. At least listen to our treatment before you refuse. We are different from private media companies like Catco. We have normal holidays, and the boss will not ask you to bring him breakfast and coffee with demanding conditions when you go to work in the morning. Okay, how come you're more active than me at this time? Li Chengfeng was a little embarrassed. And what you just said, it's as if you have worked in a place like this before. I've never worked in a place like this. Haven't I watched the TV series? Harley Quinn's answer left Li Chengfeng unable to refute. Apart from other things, TV dramas have basically played out all types of bad leaders. Great-grandfather. So you are here. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn turned around upon hearing the voice and saw Hercules walking towards them. Hercules? How does this wedding look? Oh, Although there were many fancy performances at the wedding, the most exciting one was the battle between my great-grandfather and the god Eater Adam. Hercules laughed proudly. To be honest, when this legendary being appeared, I was almost scared to death. I thought he was coming for our Mount Olympus. As he said this, he patted his chest with lingering fear. Adam should not be interested in you, Mount Olympus. Although he is called the God Eater, he is targeting those old gods of the earth who were born and raised by nature. Li Chengfeng patted Hercules on the shoulder. And most importantly, you are the descendants of Gia, the mother of the earth. You have the same origin as her. Even if you fight, you will at least give Gia some face. Then it's best not to do anything. Mount Olympus can't stand this ancestor's trouble. Hercules said here, and suddenly patted his forehead. Oh, by the way, I was so busy chatting that I almost forgot the real purpose. My sister wants you to go and see that when you were fighting just now, you alarmed an indigenous god named Komoda. Komo? The indigenous god? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. Oh, the god of sharks. Yes, that's what he called himself. Hercules nodded repeatedly. I mainly want you to decide how to deal with this guy. If you don't go, Hulk will tear off his shark fins and make shark fins. Hulk, I guess he can really do something like this. Don't be fooled by the fact that when Hulk was under Li Chengfeng's command, he looked like a big stupid guy who did nothing but act cute and stupid. But in the eyes of others, this green fat man is very cruel. Possessing the characteristics of both a child and a monster, the combination of innocence and cruelty is no joke. Let's go and take a look. Li Chengfeng nodded. I also want to know, how can we let Shark King Nanaway inherit his throne? Although Nanaway was imprisoned by the FBI, it was only a matter of time before he was released. After all, he grew up inside the Sky Eye Society most of the time, and this was the first time he was officially allowed to carry out a mission with the team. Li Chengfeng doesn't want to waste such a good seedling. Besides, after the World Federation established diplomatic relations with Atlantis, it would be reasonable to set up an underwater ranger team. Right? Hulk has seen TV, and it says shark fin is a good thing. Hulk grumbled as he pulled at the shark fin on the back of the shark god Komo. This thing is so expensive. Although, he is more or less a god. Can you please give him some face? Barry Allen said while picking his teeth, sitting aside. And don't you think this big guy is a little scary? No one dares to come over here. You're joking. Diana smiled. Even if Cam is not here, no one would dare to come here if Hulk is here alone. That's true. Although Hulk didn't understand, his intuition told him that you were slandering him. Look, after spending so much time with Agent Li Chengfeng, a Republic man, you've learned all the words. Barry Allen was very emotional. I will always remember you, who could only say Hulk smashed. Li Chengfeng heard the sound of these people chatting from a distance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In fact, in Li Chengfeng's eyes, Hulk hasn't changed much. At most, he's just a little smarter. But children will grow up and become smarter, which is normal. As for Barry Allen, Li Chengfeng really didn't expect that the growing environment could have such a great impact on a person. This Barry Allen was not a forensic expert from the Midtown Police Department, but became an FBI agent after graduation. And without his policeman adoptive father and the love of his life, Iris. To be precise, in his life, there was only one classmate named Iris West in college. He was not a stranger to her, but he was not very familiar with her either. He spent his entire life focusing on the supernatural events that led to his mother's murder and his father's imprisonment. So, he embarked on a completely different path from the original The Flash. Kindness is still his basic character, but he lacks a bit of the good-for-nothing temperament. There's even some black aura visible to the naked eye. It successfully evolved into a black sesame, glutinous rice ball. To be honest, Barry Allen was a pretty naive guy at first. Harley Quinn poked Li Chengfeng's waist and said, but since his idol changed from those scientists and detectives to you, he has completely embarked on a seemingly correct, crooked path. What do you mean by a crooked path that looks pretty straight? I don't like what you say. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Is it possible that he was born a black-hearted person? And even if he was influenced by his surroundings, it was Phil Coulson, the black-hearted guy, who influenced Barry. Pudding, even though I'm a mentally ill lunatic, I'm just crazy, not stupid. Harley Quinn rarely looked down on Lee Chengfeng. You're comparing your own evilness to Phil Coulson? That's a bit heartless. Lee Chengfeng thought about Harley Quinn's complaints for a moment and felt that they were indeed a bit excessive. I am obviously much more innocent than Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson is Nick Fury's direct disciple. If you think he's a gentle, kind-hearted, naive person, then you have fallen into the FBI's trap. Hercules, who was standing by, listened to the conversation between the man and woman and couldn't help but look at Lee Chengfeng a few more times. Just based on his face, Lee Chengfeng is definitely qualified to be his great-grandfather. Compared with that shameless old stud Zeus, they're exactly the same, or even better. He definitely won't say it. Although he had survived the 12 trials, he did not have a masochistic tendency. As Lee Chengfeng and Harley Quinn approached, their voices were heard by several other people. "Great-grandfather, you're here." Diana's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect there are so many gods on Earth. Even small Hawaii can give birth to a pantheon." "What's that?" "To the east of the Republic, there is a country called Jaya Benji. In their mythology, they claim to have 8 million gods." Lee Chengfeng curled his lips and felt indifferent towards these people who called themselves gods. In this world, there are actually very few true gods. The vast majority are divine creatures with some divinity who call themselves gods. This is what is often called a false god. But this is not the case with the shark god Kamo. Although his divinity and power are not too strong, he is indeed an indigenous god with a complete heritage and origin. After all, the degree of mystery is one thing, but the level of combat effectiveness is another. "It looks like you had a lot of fun this time, Diana," Lee Chengfeng said with a smile. Looking at the beautiful Wonder Woman, he did not feel the slightest excitement in his heart. Instead, he was filled with the love of his ancestors. In his opinion, this Diana just has the appearance of a mature woman, and her character is even between Damian and Jessica Jones. At first glance, you can tell that Diana is just as excited as a little kid playing with new toys with new friends. "Yes, great-grandfather. I still had some hesitation before, but now I have made up my mind. I want to stay on Earth." Diana looked at Hercules beside Lee Chengfeng with a little innocence. "Brother, go back alone." Hercules was speechless for a moment. It's as if he doesn't want to stay on Earth. What would he do? Join those boring gods in a banquet? Look for his stud father's new lover, and then accompany the Queen Hera to fight the mistress? He is a hero who has passed 12 trials. Not the police. My mission is to protect you and keep an eye on you so that you don't get into trouble. If you don't go back to Mount Olympus, I won't go back either. Okay, since you two brothers and sisters are planning to stay, you have to listen to your great-grandfather. Lee Chengfeng waved his hand to stop Hercules from continuing. But as gods, do you have any way to let his descendants inherit everything he has? Inherit everything from him? You mean divinity, divine power, and position in the entire pantheon? Lee Chengfeng did not hide his purpose at all. You should still remember the Shark King Nanoway, who was your teammate for a short period of time, right? He did not commit any substantial crimes, so there's a high probability that he will be subdued by the FBI. I know a little bit about this kind of native god with a beast body. Hercules nodded and said, "If it is another descendant who wants to become the new shark god, it will be more bloody. He must completely devour Kamo's body to inherit." Does that also require the same of Nawe? No, Nanavi is a special case. Hercules shook his head. We have seen other descendants of the shark god Kamo before. They are not much different from ordinary sharks, except that they are bigger and more ferocious. But Nanavi was born with the same body as Kamo. In a sense, the birth of Nanavi actually means that Kamo is about to reach the end of his destiny. So a new shark god, or a backup of the shark god, was born. So as long as Kamo dies, Nanavi will evolve into a new shark god within a period of time. Lee Chengfeng nodded. He really didn't know enough about this aspect. And Hulk nodded. Hulk got it. What I mean is, Hulk is going to eat this shark fin. Even if Jesus comes, we can't stop him. After the shark god Kamo was carried away from the wedding scene by Hulk, Li Chengfeng didn't bother to care what the final fate of this guy would be. It's going to be a death anyway, so why not let Hulk have some fun? And with Hulk's departure, the wedding between the Atlantis princess and the FBI agent officially came to an end. Although it can be considered a political marriage, it is also a case of lovers finally getting married. From now on, Pietro will have a heavier burden on his shoulders. You have to know that Li Chengfeng is not joking when he wants to set up the so-called underwater commando team. When it comes to the level of mystery, the deep sea and space are basically at the same level. Even the Atlanteans didn't know what strange things were hidden in the vast oceans of the Earth. Therefore, cooperating with the FBI to establish this team is of great significance not only to the surface countries, but also to Atlantis. At least we no longer have to worry about the emergence of the next Black Manta. As Pietro is the protagonist of this marriage and one of the bridges of communication between the two parties, it is definitely a good idea to let him serve in this commando team. However, the details of this matter still need to be discussed with the two Aquamen, Arthur Curry and Namor. But when it comes to these two Aquamen, Li Chengfeng still finds them magical. After the two kings, who were both high and mighty, came together, no one fought over who was the legitimate king of Atlantis. Instead, they cooperated seamlessly with each other, as if Atlantis had been ruled by two kings from the very beginning. Definitely, this result is entirely due to the personalities of these two original people. If it was Arthur Curry's younger brother, the Sea Lord ORM, then not only Namor, but even his own half-brother would not be tolerated. This guy is not only narrow-minded, but also a serious racist. He believes that the people of Atlantis are the most noble and that people from the other land should not get involved with them. So he always hated his mother, and what he hated most was not that his mother gave birth to Arthur Curry with another man to compete for his throne, but that his mother gave birth to Arthur Curry, a mixed-race B***************** D, with a landman. Although he seemed to have forgotten that his father was also the queen's husband through a political marriage, and the queen was the legitimate heir of Atlantis. And this queen, who represented orthodoxy, was actually sent by them to be sacrificed to the Trench tribe. This matter was really quite abstract. But everything is over now. The former Queen Atlanta, who was supposed to die at the hands of the Trench tribe, is now exchanging experiences in governing the country with a group of national leaders on land. Especially those small coastal countries have begun taking notes like crazy. For them, being able to establish contact with Atlantis is definitely no less than being a dog for those superpowers. However, the Prime Minister of Chickenfoot Basin is very self-aware. He dares not say anything, for fear that the Atlanteans will know that it was they who discharged the nuclear wastewater. Why? Because King Zeeble kept asking who had done this in the sea. It's like challenging someone's authority. The most eye-catching protagonists today are still Pietro and Shira. Almost everyone would come forward to chat with the two of them. If it was an ordinary wedding, it would be fine if we just said a few words and it would be over. But the people who came to watch the ceremony were either national leaders, super powerful people from a certain country, or colleagues from other general bureaus. It was really impossible to deal with them. Pietro felt that the few words he had learned in his life had been completely exhausted tonight. Li Chengfeng came to Pietro, who looked like he had lost all hope in life. "Why are you sitting here alone? Where's Sheila?" Sheila went to chat with the relatively younger first ladies. "Sometimes I really envy Sheila. She is so good at handling such occasions, even with so many big shots." "Haha, Pietro, how about it? Are you starting to feel the happiness of marrying a royal girl?" "Happy, that's for sure." Pietro smiled bitterly, but the wedding was not so happy for the two of us. Li Chengfeng covered his mouth as he was about to laugh out loud. On the wedding day, everyone was happy and cheerful, except for the newlyweds. So G tired. After sitting with Pietro for a while, most of the people at the scene had already left. After all, the age of most national leaders is there, and they cannot stay for too long in such a large environment. At this time, Li Chengfeng suddenly said to Pietro, after the wedding started, "Did you have the urge to see Magneto's boss?" Pietro was stunned at first. Maybe he needed to react, and think about who the head Magneto was. Then he sighed, without any expression of excessive resistance, but his brows were slightly frowned. To be honest, there was a moment when I hoped to see him at the front of the guests. Pietro's voice was a little tired, but what he did today really disappointed my sister and me. Boss Magneto is indeed a bit too much, but with his emotional intelligence, to be honest, he might not have done this on purpose. Li Chengfeng shrugged. What do you think of the new sister who appeared? Polaris? Li, you know that Wanda and I have been wandering around for a long time. It's only now that we have finally settled down. Pietro sighed, his tone full of sympathy for his kind, and she was also abandoned by Magneto, an irresponsible father. In a sense, she is no different from us, and she's related to us by blood, so she is definitely our sister. Li Chengfeng looked at Pietro. Although the brother and sister almost killed Tony Stark for revenge, their overall human nature is still kind. Just like when facing Magneto, even if what he did caused the siblings to break down emotionally, they would not attribute Magneto's mistakes to Polaris, who shared the same suffering as them. Even because of Magneto, Pietro and Wanda's acceptance of Polaris is even higher than expected. I have to say, when it comes to being a father, Magneto is a complete loser. Time and again, subconscious behavior pushes your children further and further away. Li Chengfeng couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. After all, it was all his own fault. Whether this family can reconcile depends on their own luck. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng stood up. Li, what are you doing? I'll take you to meet your own sister. Eric, you really don't regret it? Regret? If regret is useful, then I will regret it every day and night, every hour, every minute, and every second. Magneto Eric Lyncher shook his head in response to Professor X Charles Xavier's question. Although his emotional intelligence is extremely touching, his IQ is normal. They know that there is no medicine for regret in the world that can be taken by them. I've already failed these 3 children and their mother, and now I cannot continue to fail mutant. What do you mean? Pietro, Wanda, and Polaris, are you going to give up completely? It's not that I want to give up, but I suddenly realized that my existence might be the source of their pain, Magneto said, and couldn't help but reveal an extremely bitter smile. Although she was laughing, Bayadin felt that it was much uglier than crying. As Magneto's biggest rival, but also his true friend, or even his soulmate, Professor X is definitely the person who knows Magneto best, no doubt about it. He knew that Magneto was not a man who would give up halfway. Unless, this road has long been completely blocked, and it was he himself who blocked this road. After all, from the root of this matter, Magneto has lost all reasons. Whether the father abandoned his child actively or passively, the fact is there. Unless Pietro and Wanda figure it out on their own, a good ending for their relationship would be for them to never see each other again. With him mediating and Li Chengfeng's presence, a war between father and children is unlikely to break out. Eric, are you okay? Do I look like I can get better? Magneto pointed at his face and then shook his head violently, as if to get rid of all the thoughts in his head. Okay, Charles, let's discuss the issue of mutants founding a nation. Magneto changed the subject and began to deal with Professor X in a businesslike manner. Professor X obviously didn't expect that Magneto could control his emotions so quickly and focus all his attention on the mutant group. Eric, like I said at the beginning, we should integrate into the whole society rather than a country. Professor X still maintains his previous views and does not waver. You're right, Charles. Magneto nodded in agreement with Professor X's point of view, and then continued. But since integrating into this society is too difficult, why don't we change our thinking and create a society that does not require integration and belongs only to mutants? I have said many times that if a group wants to survive and develop, it cannot isolate itself and completely cut off contact with the outside world. I didn't say we should cut off contact. Magneto shrugged. The underwater people have the country of Atlantis, but that doesn't prevent them from establishing diplomatic relations with the land people, right? I just want mutant to have a home, not to build a closed-door prison. Professor X was shocked to hear what Magneto said. Is this still the same Magneto Eric Lyncher who only has extreme options in his mind? He actually started to think like a real national leader. The biggest reason why he initially rejected Magneto's proposal to establish a country was that he felt that under Magneto's leadership, the entire mutant country would go to extremes. After all, Magneto's original intention was to create a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. But normal people know that a paradise on Earth is no different from a prison in a sense. You actually can think like that. Why, Charles, do you think nothing of my intelligence? This has nothing to do with IQ. Professor X couldn't help but reach out and rub Magneto's head twice. I just want to know how your rock-hard mind changed. There is no change. Magneto forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. It's just a change made in order to preserve the last bit of hope. Magneto knew deep down that if he really turned this country into a closed-off prison, then when he saw Pietro and Wanda again, they might have to go to war. He absolutely cannot accept this outcome. So, only change. At the wedding, Magneto and Professor X had an in-depth conversation, and the mutant tribe will soon face unprecedented changes. Li Chengfeng and Pietro were looking for Polaris in the empty wedding scene. In the end, she was found sitting quietly beside Hela. Also sitting here with her is Wanda. The two sisters, who were almost strangers, just sat there without talking to each other. But the atmosphere seems to be quite harmonious. At least it seems that Wanda did not transfer her negative emotions towards Magneto to Polaris. How long have they been like this? Li Chengfeng asked Hela. Without saying a word? Yes, he didn't say a word. Hela nodded nonchalantly. By the way, are all babies this small? They are too light. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng looked at Hela carefully. In her arms was a baby in blue clothes. It was little Rosemary who was given the honor of being Hela's daughter. Huh? Why is this kid here? The BSA has been taken over by the FBI. It has changed from an independent agency to a department under the FBI that specializes in solving biohazards. It's the same nature as S.H.I.E.L.D. designed by Nick Fury. Hela shrugged, and the Ethans and the agents involved in the Raccoon City incident are now all considered our colleagues. They are also on the wedding invitation list. What about them? It seems like everyone is rushing to take a photo with the president. You know that little guy is a legend in the agent industry, so he entrusted the child to me temporarily. Hela said this, but she didn't realize that she subconsciously lowered her voice. Why does this human smell like my mother? And on Hela's wrist was the snake girl Yemengard, who was wrapped around both of them. Because technically, this is also your sister, Yemengard. Li Chengfeng reached out and gently stroked Yemengard's little head, then turned around and looked at Pietro. He has moved towards his elder and younger sisters. The silence between the two people turned into the silence between the three people. Maybe they just don't know how to start talking. When did my God King understand human emotions so well? My queen, what you just said is a bit sarcastic. Hela looked up at the three people and actually sighed for the first time in a long time. After seeing them, I realized that old Odin is actually not bad. How were your days like before he found you? The three siblings looked at each other in silence, and it was finally Wanda, the eldest sister, who broke the silence. The Wanda refers to as definitely Magneto. Nothing good, but nothing bad either. Polaris shook her head, not missing the old days at all. At most, I was constantly transferred from one adoptive family to another, and every time I had to be careful to control my mutant power. Polaris' tone was very calm, but to Wanda's ears, it sounded a different kind of grievance. It is true that Polaris has not experienced the pain of the death of a loved one, but the reason is that the adoptive family cannot be called relatives. For a moment, Wanda didn't know whether she was more miserable because she once had true family love and then lost it, or Polaris, who had never felt family love and had to go through the usual procedure of being moved from one adoptive family to the next, was more miserable. However, from her tone, it could be heard that in her eyes, Magneto is probably just another adoptive family now. It was just a place that could shelter her from the wind and rain, and the best thing was that she didn't have to hide her mutant ability anymore. Okay, Why are two college-age people and a minor discussing such a heavy topic? Li Chengfeng, who was playing with the child with Hella, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and patted the three heads with different hair colors. In short, you can say goodbye to your past lives now, right? The past is dark and cannot be retrieved, but the future is bright and brilliant. Li Chengfeng really cares about Magneto's children. After all, Wanda and Pietro were rescued by him personally. These two guys have a bit of a fledgling complex for him, and isn't he the same? At least when he was with Wanda and Pietro, he wanted to kill Magneto many times. For example, when Wanda overreacts to the sound of an explosion. For example, when Pietro subconsciously wanted to bring his favorite roast chicken to Wanda. Years of suffering have left too many scars on their hearts, and these scars were infinitely magnified by the mind gem in Loki's scepter when developing abilities. Li Chengfeng had to work very hard to help them get rid of these injuries. Pietro and Sheila finally got married, and Wanda basically got rid of her original dependence on her brother and herself. I can only say that Polaris is really lucky. If she had appeared a few months earlier, the brother and sister, who were still under extreme induction and mental instability by Hydra at the time, would probably have directed their hatred for Magneto onto Polaris. Now, the brother and sister can only feel the sadness of being stranded in the world through Polaris. The road ahead is bright and beautiful. Polaris didn't quite understand the sentence structure, but he could feel hope and light just from the words that made up this sentence. Well, definitely it's not all bright and sunny. After all, you still have to go to the FBI Academy. Li Chengfeng looked at Polaris's face, which turned pale in an instant, and said with a sly smile, "Teenagers, it's time to go to school and make a living." So, isn't the FBI Academy a place that trains FBI agents? Yes. Li Chengfeng nodded without hesitation, but what he said made Polaris completely despair. Even when training agents, academic subjects account for more than half of the teaching time. Even those who excel in academic subjects will be sent to major prestigious universities around the world for further studies. Are you kidding? The FBI is an official agency. Moreover, the talents who graduate from the FBI Academy will not necessarily stay in America. Among all the FBIs in the world, it is estimated that only the Republic headquarters in Li Chengfeng's hometown is not so short of people. However, this approach still depends on personal willingness. Polaris looked at Li Chengfeng's face and found that this man was not lying, and suddenly felt dizzy. Although she felt that her IQ was not low, she simply could not concentrate on academic subjects. Her former teachers at school even suspected that she had dyslexia. Wanda and Pietro couldn't help laughing as they looked at Polaris's face, which suddenly turned sad and pale. Compared to Polaris, who just didn't care about anything, now she is actually angry like an underage kid. Well, does the FBI Academy have students with sports expertise? Polaris still had a hint of luck. I think my running speed is pretty good. There are indeed students with sports expertise, but it might be a bit difficult for you. Li Chengfeng shrugged. The squirrel girl ran 100 meters with 3 footprints in total, one at the starting point, one at the middle point, and one at the end point. And this is only above average for sports students. Haha, you should just be a good student in the FBI Academy, sister. Pietro smiled and patted Polaris on the shoulder, but the way he addressed her had changed. You just call me sister? What else? Pietro shrugged like Li Chengfeng. The three of us are a family. Li Chengfeng looked at Pietro in surprise, thinking that getting married really makes people mature a lot. But before he could cast a look of praise at Pietro left a word, then accelerated, turned into a silver light, and disappeared on the spot. Okay, I won't say much. Sheila and I have been apart for almost 10 minutes. She must miss me. Hella, who was holding little Rosemary at the side, said calmly, "You are such a love-brained person that even dogs wouldn't eat you." Li Chengfeng, however, thought that it was okay to be in love. The girl Sheila is actually quite lovesick. These two can be said to be a perfect match. In any case, she is much better than Crystal, the inhuman princess who married Pietro in the original book, and she almost dyed Quicksilver's hair into green grassland. Polaris and Wanda nodded in unison, with a hint of disgust on their faces that had almost identical features. What's the point of having such a younger brother? It's bad luck for them. Although Pietro has left, the relationship between sisters Wanda and Polaris has become visibly more natural. All this is thanks to Pietro, the love-brain man, who made the two sisters have a common object of dislike. As for Magneto, may you all the best. After the three children reached a consensus, they probably disliked him even more. Wow, wow, wow. Little Rosemary suddenly turned her head and waved her tender little hands at Li Chengfeng. The black god consciousness in Li Chengfeng's mind, which had always been calm, suddenly fluctuated at this moment. Then, Evelyn's tragic voice came out. "Oh my god, Li Chengfeng, I can finally contact you. Tell me quickly, what on earth is this dark thing?" Ever since gaining the black god's consciousness, Li Chengfeng was quite curious at first and would study it when he had nothing to do. But she soon began to lose interest. After all, in the entire spiritual world created by the black god's consciousness, there was only Evelyn. However, under the manipulation of Li Chengfeng, a time traveler, the spiritual world is quite bizarre. Even Evelyn, who was born with a serious brain disease, was addicted to it for a while and couldn't extricate herself. Afterwards, he didn't care too much about the black god consciousness in Evelyn. He was not afraid that there would be problems with black god's consciousness. After all, Evelyn could ask him for help. But Evelyn's words just now contained the word finally. This made Li Chengfeng frown suddenly. What's the meaning? Could it be that Evelyn wanted to contact him before, but was blocked? What blocked her? But since it is blocked, how to solve it? Could it be that? Was it just little Rosemary who waved at him? Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but reach out and touch his goddaughter. Her soft little face was no different from a piece of white cream dough. Why is the soul in your consciousness so agitated? Hela also frowned and looked at Li Chengfeng. I remember her name is Evelyn. Yes, the black god's consciousness seems to be fluctuating. I have to go and see for myself what exactly happened. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he sat next to Hela, and then his consciousness sank into the black god's consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the black god's consciousness. Here, he, the owner, is the creator who can create everything with a thought and destroy the world with a thought. In a sense, this is the crushing of the low-dimensional world by higher-dimensional existence. He only thought for a moment and found Evelyn's location in the almost vast spiritual world. It was a large and magnificent manor, with countless robots that looked like real people serving her. Evelyn was not enjoying herself at the moment, but huddled in the corner of the living room, with all the robot's servants dismembered into pieces scattered all over the floor. Although it is not bloody, it reveals a weird feeling of postmodern art. Li Chengfeng just thought about it, and he appeared in front of Evelyn. The originally gray and sickly little girl had turned normal under Li Chengfeng's baptism, and after being carefully dressed up, she became a cute little girl. But at this moment, he was crying and sobbing in the corner, just like a pig in the 12th lunar month. All right, that's enough crying. Li Chengfeng pressed his forehead in annoyance. What happened again? Why do you say you finally contacted me? Li Chengfeng, damn you. Evelyn came up and hit Li Chengfeng in the chest with a Lolita headbutt. Look for yourself. I'm scared to death to bring in such a thing. As he spoke, he pointed to the sofa in the living room. Li Chengfeng turned around and saw a creature that had taken human form, its entire body covered in black mud. At this moment, the black clay figure turned around. Although there were no facial features on his face, Li Chengfeng could clearly feel this thing. Looking at him, although the scene was a bit weird, Li Chengfeng did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, I felt a familiar aura from Haney. So he chose to walk forward and reach out to touch the black mud. And the moment Li Chengfeng touched it, the black mud suddenly exploded and disappeared completely. All that was left was a ball of constantly surging black light. This is nothingness? How would I know what this thing is? Evelyn wiped her face aggrievedly. Suddenly one day, he appeared in the living room. Then he sat there without making any sound. Once these spiritual world creations approached him, they would be destroyed. Then why didn't you tell me? How can I tell you? I almost hurt my throat every day, and you never paid any attention to me. Otherwise, why would I use the word finally? In other words, this thing blocks the spiritual connection between the Black God's consciousness and me. Are you asking these questions to a biological clone, weapon, who has never been to school? Isn't it a bit too difficult for me? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng also knew that these things were Evelyn's blind spots. Moreover, she was just a resident in the Black God's consciousness. How could she know more than herself, the owner of the house? But Li Chengfeng really had no better way, so he could only reach out his hand again and touch the nothingness. Ever since he obtained the nothingness that had been causing chaos in Sentry Robert Reynolds' body suddenly became quiet, without any movement at all. If Sentry had not noticed that the nothingness had left his body, Li Chengfeng would have thought that he had obtained a fake nothingness. But now he has entered the Black God's consciousness and has been squeezed into this state by Evelyn. Even if he didn't feel sorry for the tenants, Li Chengfeng had to feel sorry for his own Black God consciousness. $1% at. Unexpectedly, this touch caused the sky to change drastically. The black light began to transform instantly, and gradually a human shape appeared. But unlike the ball of black mud that took human form, this time it completely transformed into a person. Someone with a face and someone who can breathe smoothly. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. This face, isn't it yours? At the moment when Li Chengfeng was shocked, nothingness opened his eyes. This is the only difference between him and Li Chengfeng. Void's eyes were pure black, like a pair of black holes that could absorb even light. Can you speak? Nice to meet you, dear master personality. Shiwu nodded, and his naked body instantly showed a set of British-style black formal clothes, looking like a very handsome butler. I am Shiwu. If you're not used to it, you can also call me Li Chengfeng number 2. Li Chengfeng quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt number 2's speech and looked up and down at the nothingness that was causing trouble in Robert Reynolds' body. He was so honest that he even looked like a guy as reliable as Alfred. Are you sure you are nothingness? You shouldn't be that kind of... Oh, main personality, are you talking about the madness and darkness when I was in Robert Reynolds' body? Number 2 did not shy away from his past experiences. You're wronging me. Although that was indeed me, that trait truly belonged to Robert Reynolds himself. After all, you can't expect a drug addict at that time to have a stable mental state, right? You mean, the reason why I am called nothingness and can become the host's second personality is because I can automatically absorb the host's negative thoughts and emotions. As for why I have such strong power, as the owner of the emotional spectrum, you should understand better than me how powerful these emotional energies are. Speaking of this, Li Chengfeng became curious. So what is my biggest negative thought right now? I want Hella to try the white silk you ordered from the manufacturer. Li Chengfeng looked at nothingness, who shared memories with him, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Could I tell him that I actually prefer long boots to white stockings? Bicey can only come in second place. I definitely know that Bicey can only come in second, but does that mean being second to others doesn't count as being a favorite? Shiwu said, spreading his hands. We have great love in our hearts, and we love all the beautiful things in the world. Li Chengfeng nodded. Just from the point of being obsessed with looks, we can be sure that it is indeed one's personality. But you won't cause any trouble for me, right? Making trouble? Could it be that you will also cause the collapse of your main personality due to your psychological fragility? And then let me, the second personality, take over the control of the body. Shiwu tilted his head and said with confusion, Come on, boss, don't make trouble. I finally retired from Robert Reynolds. The delay in retirement cannot affect me. You're pretty up to date on current events. Looking at Shiwu's unhappy face, Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed a lazy person at heart. But after traveling through time, there were so many people and things to do that I was forced to be busy for such a long time. If you can lie down directly, that's fine too. However, since I've taken on certain responsibilities, it has become difficult to lie down with peace of mind. It feels great to be in this black god's consciousness. If possible, I want to stay here for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Shu sat back on the sofa and stretched his body. Definitely, I'm not a freeloader. Leave the construction here to me. F***K. What should I do if you stay here? Evelyn was originally quite frightened, but when the void transformed into Li Chengfeng's appearance, the arrogant girl immediately became arrogant. This is my territory. When did it become your territory? Are the tenants planning to turn against Tiangang? Shu rolled his eyes and clapped his hands. Evelyn was grabbed by an invisible force and placed on the sofa. After all, I'm the sub-landlord. Li Chengfeng rubbed his temples and finally waved his hand. I don't care about you guys. Just don't make Black God's consciousness collapse. Oh, see you later then, dear personality. Listening to Xu Wu's nonchalant voice, Li Chengfeng withdrew from the Black God's consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was leaning on Hella's shoulder. Just now, you entered the Black God's consciousness again. Hella glanced at Li Chengfeng calmly. I seem to sense two of you, but in fact there is only one you. No problem. Just one more salted fish. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Just like when he first obtained the Black God consciousness, Hella, as a goddess who is spiritually connected to Li Chengfeng, can also influence the Black God consciousness. But I'm not happy about having another soul in your body. Just think of it as raising a hamster. Li Chengfeng said, stretching his hand to his waist. After a few sucking sounds, two impatient black cat paws stretched out. Look, I have a cat that likes to sleep in my waist. Strictly speaking, familiars don't have souls. Like a demon, the demon next to Lucifer. Hella raised her lips slightly and shook her head. She just thinks she has no soul. Li Chengfeng nodded. He didn't want to discuss the issue of soul with a real god. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared on his left. When he turned around, Lucifer, wearing a sexy red suit, was sitting next to him. I think I heard someone mention my name just now. You're still such a pain in the ***. You're wearing the same damn Wangzai milk. Doesn't your Republic's culture say that red is a festive color? And I also like red. It's exactly the same color as hellfire, and it makes me feel like I'm home. After saying this, he raised his foot to show the red leather shoes he was wearing. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. He really couldn't refute what Lucifer said. After all, apart from the visual effects that are easy to attract complaints, it is indeed quite festive. It was so festive that one Zhong Xia, Kong Keenan, and Peng Dailon took turns to take photos with Lucifer. In their words, I haven't seen a foreigner who is so easily fooled in a long time. But leaving these episodes aside, considering the mysteriousness of Lucifer, wearing red can really add some positive blessings to this wedding. So, you guys just mentioned my name? Is there something going on? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about wheat. You are just an adjective of wheat. Li Chengfeng said this with some intention. Does wheat really have no soul? Why do you like to ask such boring questions? Lucifer put his hand on Li Chengfeng's shoulder, looking like a good brother. You might as well ask me why Aminadiel could give birth to an angel with a mortal. Then do you know why? It would be weird if I knew. Lucifer rolled his eyes and continued. But I can explain Maizi's soul. Demons are originally souls. You mean? Li Chengfeng frowned. Demons are actually souls with entities? The body is a cage of matter and electrical signals. Demons don't have bodies, and they interact with the world directly through their souls. That's why their emotions are more exposed, sensitive, and extreme. This is also the reason why demons are all pursuing different pleasures. They become addicted to pleasures directly through their souls and cannot extricate themselves. Li Chengfeng was slightly surprised by Lucifer's explanation. This statement is indeed very strange, but coming from Lucifer's mouth, it is particularly true. Hella held the child, looked at Li Chengfeng, then looked at Lucifer, and said slowly, So this is why Mazekin drank too much at the wedding just now, and he and Sky insisted on grabbing the king of the Saltwater Kingdom to make a spicy seafood feast. Is there such a thing? Li Chengfeng instantly felt his scalp starting to go numb. Such a big thing. Why didn't anyone tell him? Is it okay to just boil the king of the saltwater kingdom? Even though he is just a giant crab in the shape of a human, you can't treat him like this. Oh, that's true, but no one seems to take it seriously. Lucifer shrugged, expression nonchalant. The one who smiled the happiest and kept taking selfies next to them was the king of Atlantis named Arthur Curry. Miss Susan Stone, I have long heard of you. Your heroic act in Manhattan will always be remembered by the FBI. Agent Phil Coulson, please don't say that. We're just doing the best we can. Phil Coulson at the moment raised his glass and chatted with the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four. As America's most famous astronauts and scientists, the Fantastic Four are rare superheroes who reveal their identities. After all, strictly speaking, they are high-level talents protected by the country and even the World Federation. Unlike those street heroes, their enemies usually know their original identities. Therefore, most of the spotlight is on these superheroes who have revealed their identities. Unlike Iron Man Tony Stark, who is involved in gossip every day, the Fantastic Four can be regarded as basically perfect positive images. After all, the buffs are stacked too much. Being an astronaut and a scientist are the most desired professions for preschool children all over the world. So even though the Fantastic Four have never joined the FBI, they have always maintained a harmonious cooperative relationship with the FBI. However, recently, under the suggestion of Nick Fury, the World Federation is preparing to establish an organization called SHIELD that specializes in dealing with extraterrestrial events. I wonder if the Fantastic Four have received an invitation from the World Federation. This matter. The Invisible Woman took a sip from her wine glass and continued. We have received it, but it is still in the stage of internal discussion. Internal discussion? Are there any disagreements? Phil Coulson asked curiously. Rather than a disagreement, it's more like, well, I can't come up with a more embellished word. It's just a disagreement. Sighing, the Invisible Woman showed a bit of helplessness on her face. Reed and Ben think we should join SHIELD, but I disagree. As for Jonathan, oh my God, this guy just doesn't want to go to work. Phil Coulson's mouth twitched when he heard this. The Fantastic Four are more like a family than a team, and it turns out that 4 people have 3 different opinions. It's such a pain in the asterisk. But there's a saying in the Republic that goes, even an honest judge cannot settle family disputes. Even if good old Phil Coulson wanted to mediate, he didn't know where to start. Although we are very happy to attend this wedding, we are still a little worried about this matter. So this is why he fought Dr. Doom and got knocked out. Oh, you'll get used to it. Invisible Woman shrugged. Reed has never defeated Dr. Doom in a fight. Aren't the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom mortal enemies? That was true in the past, but Dr. Doom has been much more obedient in the past 6 months. Speaking of which, we have to thank Agent Li Chengfeng from your FBI. That green ring allowed Dr. Doom to focus all his energy on the laboratory. When the Invisible Woman said this, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Suddenly, he turned to look at Phil Coulson and said with burning eyes, Agent Phil Coulson, can I ask you a favor? Ms. Susan, please go ahead. Can you give us Agent Li Chengfeng's contact information? Invisible Woman Susan Stone is worthy of being Mr. Fantastic's research assistant. She is enthusiastic when talking about research. We are very interested in the different colors of energy he uses. Definitely no problem. Phil Coulson nodded and was about to tell Li Chengfeng's contact information when he caught a glimpse of Sky, whose face was completely red. Stare. Sky, what are you looking at? Phil Coulson, does this big sister want Agent Li Chengfeng's contact information? Yeah? What's wrong? Phil Coulson answered subconsciously, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Sky's mind isn't right now. Sure enough, a second later, Sky ran away cheering. Extra, extra. There's a blonde lady who wants Li Chengfeng's contact information. Go tell Big Sister Hella. Beat up the scumbag. F***K. Don't. Phil Coulson reached out in vain to grab Sky. Suddenly, a feeling of frustration for not being able to save his brother arose in his heart. Then he ran away without saying a word. Joke. After Li Chengfeng got beaten, he traced the cause and found out that it was Phil Coulson's problem. He was afraid that he would have to suffer a combo of fanning and dragon fruit. If you don't run at the moment, when will you run? No, Agent Phil Coulson. Please leave your contact information. The invisible woman shouted twice, and finally looked helplessly at the several wine bottles lying around. Agent Phil Coulson drinks a lot, too. This place is really messy. Damien watched Phil Coulson stumble all the way to his beloved car, Laura, and tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Ahem, today is just a special case. In most cases, FBI agents are very reliable. Peter Parker wiped the sweat off his forehead and reluctantly explained to Damien. Then he turned around and shouted, "Here comes a flying one. Agent Phil Coulson is drunk. Watch him and make sure he doesn't crash into a building or a gay bar while drunk driving." "Well, I'll go." The rising star, Sam Alexander, stood up and ran in the direction where Phil Coulson flew crookedly while muttering, "Do these adults have to be so unreliable? Are we minors the only ones who are conscious now?" Peter Parker laughed awkwardly. He didn't expect that the situation today would be so outrageous. Didn't we say that security should be more alert? As a result, as soon as the wedding process was over, these adults completely let themselves go. Although he could understand that tonight was indeed a super social battle that could not be missed. But even the usually reliable and rational Agent Phil Coulson drank too much. Don't say Damien can't understand. In fact, he couldn't understand it either. What's so hard to understand about this? Today is Agent Phil Coulson's breakup anniversary. It would be abnormal if he didn't drink a lot, right? Jessica Jones, who was playing with her phone, said without looking up, "That's Agent Phil Coulson's biggest weakness." No. How did you know all this? Have you not joined the FBI's internal gossip group? Jessica Jones looked up and shook her phone. The group owner is Max Black from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I guarantee it's absolutely true. Damien, are you guys in the Assassin's League still hiring people? Peter Parker looked at Damien with a look of despair on his face. These people in the America headquarters are completely hopeless. I'm sorry, the Assassin's League accepts elderly people, bald people, young and strong people, and even babies, but not high school students. What do you mean? Did a high school student provoke you? Because of the destructive power of adolescence, even the Assassin's League. Oh my, this is really a grand drunken scene. Kong Keenan and Peng Dylon sat side by side on the beach chairs by the sea. It's really worthy of being the American General Administration, always jumping back and forth between reliable and outrageous. To be honest, I don't think we have a right to criticize him. Peng Dylon pointed to a place not far away. Didn't you notice that Boss Tao is also drunk? What the hell? I didn't keep an eye on Boss Tao for just a moment, and he started drinking. Kong Keenan's mouth twitched, and he instantly locked onto the Wanzhong Xia, who had unlocked their abilities and transformed into five brothers again. Oh no, we promised the ants that we would never let Boss Tao drink. At a time like this, don't even think about getting them to stop drinking. The right thing to do is to think about how to prevent this from spreading back to Daxia. You're right. Kong Keenan clapped his hands suddenly and looked at Peng Dylon with a smile. You are really worthy of it. What do you think? After all, I am a demon who has lived for thousands of years. Peng Dylon smiled perfunctorily. She would never tell that idiot Kong Keenan that she had sent the video of the five Tao brothers getting drunk to their wives. Sometimes we have to teach these stinky men a lesson. In that case, let Mr. Tao have a few drinks. He is the director of the General Administration of the Republic, but he is busy like a grandson every day. As soon as he finished speaking, the five Tao brothers, who were already drunk, were heard singing with Nick Fury, who is also basically unconscious. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. Even when they were drunk, the quintet's perfectly coordinated singing continued to ring in Nick Fury's ears. But Nick Fury can basically only respond with onomatopoeia like ah. The alcohol had temporarily destroyed his language centers. Even the two FBI directors were drunk. Without even looking, one could guess to what extent the underground gang had gone wild. But fortunately, there are still people who are sober. When Li Chengfeng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiuya is getting married, and you are here singing and dancing, dressed like a feather duster. especially Arthur Curry, a carefree guy. Not only did he not feel dissatisfied when looking at this scene, he also enthusiastically took photos with these drunkards. It's a bit of a serious illness. Shaking his head, Li Chengfeng turned on the communicator. Miners, and those who are not drunk, assemble. Send these drunks back in order. No mistakes like sending them to the wrong room. If you trigger the romance boss plot, I'll have to solve it myself. Although Li Chengfeng is usually cheerful and unserious, his authority in the American General Administration is obviously greater than that of black braised egg and white duck egg. After all, he is the big boss of the American General Bureau, so the brothers have some idea of what's going on. So within 3 minutes, all the FBI agents who were able to maintain normal consciousness and walk in a straight line gathered in front of Li Chengfeng. When looking at the first person in the lead, Li Chengfeng felt numb. Although Black Widow's eyes were clear in the dress, her skin was already red at the moment. What the hell? Black Widow, are you still capable? You're looking down on me. I'm more or less a half Superman. I've been through the transformation of the Red Room and the KGB. Even if I drink more, I can only be drunk physically, but not mentally. Apart from being a little weak, I can move around normally. If you don't believe me, I'll give you an S and then a B. Thump. Before he could finish his words, he fell head first. What is going on? I can tell from her eyes that she's not drunk to the point of being unconscious. Li Chengfeng hurriedly asked the girl from the FBI Academy to help Black Widow up. Who did she drink with? It's Loki and Thor. Barry Allen stuck his head out and said with a smile, the wine Thor got was stored in Asgard for more than 1,000 years. Even I was drunk for a few minutes after drinking it. After Barry Allen awakened the Speed Force, his body was completely transformed. In addition to a huge increase in calorie intake, his metabolic rate also increased by who knows how many times. This means that ordinary alcohol cannot make him feel drunk at all. Even the drinkable rocket fuel that Cisco created could barely get him drunk for a few seconds. So you can imagine how drunk Thor must have been to make Barry drunk for a few minutes. What about Thor and Loki? After they got drunk, they said they wanted to fight one-on-one. Loki grabbed Thor and teleported away. Tell them when you come back that all their bonuses for this year will be deducted. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly and then ordered, let's get started. Send these drunks back safely. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then the action began. They didn't need to worry about the people of Atlantis. Mara had already manipulated the sea water to sweep the drunkards back into the sea. It is said that if you let them float in the sea for a few hours, they will naturally sober up. Although the scene looks a bit creepy, the entire sea surface seems to be filled with floating fish. The national leaders and elderly guests had already left, so Li Chengfeng didn't need to be polite to the remaining people, and he didn't even need to be cautious with them. After all, even when drunk, there's still a group of excellent agents and superheroes. It's hard to say about other aspects of his body, but it's definitely strong and resilient. But there are some minor troubles in the process. For example, after a fight, Dr. Doom and Mr. Fantastic held their heads and drank together, and finally both got drunk and then fought again. These two people are not someone that the kids from the FBI Academy can handle. After all, Dr. Doom even took out his Green Lantern ring in order to beat Reed. F***K. Doom, you're still the same as before, enjoying doing these evil things. Evil ways? I call that different paths the same. Dr. Doom was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen at all, but his eyes were full of bloodshot. On the contrary, you, with the latest technology, have also caused a lot of trouble, right? Do you want to count how many times the American government and the FBI have cleaned up your mess? As he spoke, a meteor shot from the earth fell and smashed Reed into the ground. The invisible woman standing by just stood by and watched, except for using an invisible force field to protect Mr. Fantastic's waist. And there was a hint of comfortable smile on the corner of his mouth. Let you, a dog man, go against me. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng shuddered subconsciously. Women's ability to settle scores later is universal. Then he flashed and appeared behind Dr. Doom, giving him a baby-like sleep. He looked at Mr. Fantastic on the ground, turned on the communicator helplessly, and said, Luffy, no, MR, fantastic read, suffered some minor injuries. Send it directly to the medical department. With the sound of sirens from an ambulance, this century wedding that was a mess from beginning to end came to an end. Ahem, Lee, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary last night, did I? It's okay, Tony. After you drank too much, you really didn't do anything out of line except for dragging the female FBI agent to show her your big baby. Big darling? What big darling? Listen to me. Although I used to be a playboy, I am not a pervert. While you're talking about your big baby, you were showing your half-finished nanomech gloves to others. That's fine, but why'd I wake up in Roger's room? Because you smelled so bad after drinking, and Pepper was going to have a pajama night talk with other ladies, so you were sent to Roger's room. Lee Chengfeng shrugged. Do you think I can run away? Wasn't I also forced to spend a night with Nick Fury, the old man? The next day, Lee Chengfeng and Tony Stark were walking in the corridor of the Hilton Hotel. The sun high in the sky outside indicated that it was already noon. As I walked, I lamented the strange relationships and friendships between women. How did a mental patient and psychiatrist, a ruthless female biochemical agent, a true goddess, and a female CO come together to talk? Tony Stark slapped his head. The hangover made his originally extremely intelligent brain a little dull. You ask me? Who should I ask? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Besides, there are not only 4 women. By the way, what are we going to do now? I think you should quit drinking in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later you will offend Pepper after getting drunk and then be beaten into a second-degree disability. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to continue talking to Tony Stark, whose mind was completely filled with hangovers. We're going to a meeting. It's just right that we can take advantage of the fact that the leaders of various countries and the directors of the major FBIs are here to discuss the major issues that require collective voting, so that we don't have to hold online meetings with different network speeds after returning. Tony Stark shook his head vigorously, and his IQ barely returned to normal. So he rubbed his brow and said, "What does this have to do with me? I'm just an unemployed vagrant. In terms of personal income and assets, you are indeed a penniless vagrant." Li Chengfeng nodded. Don't forget that you also have the identity of FBI consultant. Although you don't get paid, have no staff, and have little presence, you do have such a position and need to attend such a general meeting. I have to work without being paid. Tony Stark sneered. How dare you call me a capitalist? Okay, stop complaining. Li Chengfeng patted Tony Stark on the shoulder. I'm asking you to attend, but I'm not asking for your life. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked to the end of the corridor. And this is the temporary meeting room. Tisk, Tony, at least button up your top shirt now. That's right, I'll give you some face. Tony Stark said, reaching out to button up his shirt. Look, what do you think? Does it feel like a scoundrel politician or a slacker lawyer? You really know your own temperament well. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng pushed open the door of the conference room. In the huge conference room, people from all countries were talking about the same things in different languages. When the door opened, everyone stopped talking and looked at Li Chengfeng and Tony Stark. Are we two the last ones to arrive? To be precise, you're the last one to arrive. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and then said into the communicator, Sky, everyone is here. Let's disappear. Received. Multi-terminal information shielding has begun. Shielding successful. Please take a seat, Lee. Sky, who was sitting next to Phil Coulson from a distance, made an okay gesture to him, and then Li Chengfeng and Tony Stark came to the seats reserved for them. Tony, did you sleep happily in Roger's room? The little madman passed over Li Chengfeng's body and smirked at Tony Stark, his eyes full of gossip. If it was Roger's, Pepper might forgive you. Hey, you kid. Language. Captain America, who was sitting next to Tony Stark, frowned and said, You fangirls, please tone it down a bit. Wow, for an old popsicle, you've kept up with the times pretty quickly. When it comes to bickering, I'm afraid that even the two of them together are no match for the little madman. Okay, just let these two men go. King Ada covered the little lunatic's mouth. They just don't want others to know about their homosexuality. What's wrong with that? You didn't let us go either. Tony Stark rolled his eyes, but what about the Peppers? I took a private plane back to New York early in the morning. Today, you have a board meeting of the Stark Group. Ada said with a smile. Why do you think Li Chengfeng dragged you to make up the numbers? Originally, Pepper could have attended today's meeting as the legal representative of the FBI's outsourced company. So, I'm just here to make up the numbers? Tony Stark pointed at his own face, his mustache twitching, looking a little funny. It's important to know yourself, Tony. Li Chengfeng and Captain America patted Tony Stark on the shoulders on the left and right. Ignoring the depressed Tony Stark, Li Chengfeng looked at Hela, who remained silent. At this moment, she used her divine power and greedy orange light to weave a barrier in her hands to block out the sound. And inside the barrier was little Rosemary sleeping in a ball with Yemengard. Hela, you haven't returned our goddaughter to her biological parents yet? Those guys are still soundly sleeping in their hotel rooms. Hela said calmly. Only Jill is strong enough to wake up early. But do you think she can take care of the child? That's true. Li Chengfeng agreed. Thank you for your hard work, my great god king of Midgard. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela's face. In addition to indifference, there was also a hint of kindness between his brows. Hela, you've been acting more and more like a mother lately. As the god king of Midgard, I should naturally protect all humans like a mother. I almost want to call you Mom. My queen, humans cannot, or at least should not. The meeting officially began after Hela's look of slight regret and disgust made Li Chengfeng shudder all over. Nick Fury, who was sitting at the host's seat, cleared his throat and said, Everyone is welcome to attend the meeting. Let's move on to the first item. The mutant tribe will establish a nation on the high seas. The first thing is a bombshell. For other countries in the world, it doesn't matter if there are dozens of new countries, let alone one. Just don't affect your own land. But if a nation is founded by an entire ethnic group, and it is a group like mutants where all members have super abilities after awakening, then the nature is different. The current situation is that the one who is preparing to establish a country is Magneto, the mutant leader who has become famous all over the world. The leaders of several countries who had hunted down Magneto in the past were also sitting in this conference room. Although the order was issued by their predecessor, or even a former leader, there is no telling whether Magneto will come to take revenge later. Next, regarding the establishment of a nation by the mutant tribe, the mutant leader, Magneto Eric Lyncher, will explain the specific plan. Nick Fury finished speaking and nodded to Magneto beside him, indicating that he could begin. Magneto immediately stood up, neither humble nor arrogant, and his temper was even calmer than usual. Only Magneto's right eye, however, had an obvious purple smoke ring on it. This guy, he must have been beaten by someone. This voice came to everyone's mind at the same time. Li Chengfeng reached out and poked Tony Stark beside him. Hey, look, such a big panda eye. I saw it. I may have a hangover, but my eyes are fine. But who is brave enough to give Magneto an electric shock? Is this a question of courage? This is obviously a question of combat effectiveness. Even if you bring out all your mechas, you can't beat Magneto. It's really heartbreaking when you say that. Captain America looked at Li Chengfeng and Tony Stark, shook his head and said, It's okay for Tony, a drunkard who doesn't know anything is understandable. But how come you don't know anything, Li? Oh, what should I know? Li Chengfeng's face became awkward for the first time. You have to know that I slept with Nick Fury. He was drunk, and I didn't have anything to do, so I just had a good sleep. It's nothing serious. Captain America showed an interested expression. Magneto and Professor X had a big disagreement last night when discussing the establishment of the mutant nation, so they had a small physical exchange to reach a consensus. So Magneto's panda eyes are what they left when they fought to reach a consensus. To be honest, if you were attracted by the noise, you should have looked at Professor X. Captain America's voice was obviously full of laughter. If you want to talk about miserable, Professor X is more miserable. Didn't you see that he was wearing such big women's sunglasses? They almost covered half of his face. Li Chengfeng looked over when he heard that. Professor X was sitting at the front of the seats in the FBI Academy. He was wearing huge amounts of sunglasses, with his hands crossed on his chin, and his face looked very serious. At first glance, these sunglasses are something that only people like White Queen who like to dress like a socialite would have. But Li Chengfeng was just watching the fun. At this time, Magneto had already started speaking. After a friendly discussion between me and the dean of the FBI Academy, we finally decided to establish our country on the high seas above the Pacific Ocean. I will use my ability to create an island nation on the high seas that is large enough to accommodate all the mutants. This will not affect the sovereignty of any country, and the mutant countries will unconditionally accept the naturalization of mutants from other countries. After this simple statement, there was a long collective silence. Leaders of all countries are thinking in their hearts whether this is a good or bad thing. Definitely, the vast majority have already decided in their hearts to support this matter. After all, every country has mutants to a greater or lesser extent. Although many places do not discriminate or exclude mutants, it still causes some problems. For example, the Epsilon-class mutant has a weak mutant ability and is of no help in combat or life. It may even have a negative effect. Even ordinary people can easily deal with them. Most of these mutants look like monsters. In the past, such mutants would be killed by more powerful mutants. Even so, among the mutant population, the Epsilon class still accounts for 20 to 30%. They usually play the role of commoners in the mutant community. These are also the mutants that major countries most want to get rid of. After all, if you have power, others will only respect and fear you. But if you only have the appearance of a monster but not the power of a monster, then you are purely disgusting. Magneto's founding of the country actually grasped the attitudes of various countries towards these low-level mutants. I accept the mutants that you want to clear out of your own land, so you should at least give me some policy compensation, right? If you succeed in establishing a nation, will it affect the ecology of the ocean? While everyone was still silent or discussing in a low voice, Atlantis, which had just officially appeared in front of the world through a marriage and formally established diplomatic relations with the World Federation, was the first to raise their questions. And the one who spoke was Namor. It has to be said that compared to Arthur Curry's golden-haired, big fool appearance and temperament, Namor is more suitable for being in charge of external affairs. And Atlantis seems to have arranged it this way. The Atlantis side, represented in today's meeting, was Namor and King Zeeble. As someone who had dealt with the American government many times in the past, Namor had some understanding of the politics of the land people. It's nothing more than an exchange of interests. If there is something that was not agreed upon, it must be because both parties want to get more benefits. Sir, it seems that there are more than just Atlanteans, right? My mother was a princess of Atlantis, and I am a mix of Atlantean and mutant. Facing Magneto's question, Namor answered it calmly and positively. In Atlantis, no one had any problem with him being a mutant. After all, no one is normal, they're just going different directions. Therefore, what Atlantis cares about is whether the establishment of a mutant nation in the Pacific Ocean will affect the ocean ecology and the ecology of Atlantis. I see. Magneto nodded. I can promise that we will strictly comply with the standards set by the World Federation for all chemical usage and emissions. Very good, I have no problem. Namor said with a smile. As long as you always have off of the sea, then Atlantis will be your eternal ally. What Namor said before is actually not bad, but the last sentence, eternal allies, made all coastal countries jealous. Holy shit, many of them couldn't even talk to the Atlanteans yesterday, but these mutants, because they wanted to establish a country, directly contacted Atlantis. Newbie benefits, huh? Just when everyone was looking at Namor and Magneto, Li Chengfeng glanced at the Republic camp not far away. At this moment, the Tao brothers were all lowering their heads in unison, holding their cell phones, and coaxing their wives with bitter faces. There was no time to listen to Magneto's statement on the founding of the country. Definitely, this is not the Tao brothers slacking off as directors of the general administration of the Republic, but they, the top leaders, have already received the news of Magneto's founding of a country and have obviously voted on it internally. If the internal vote had not passed, this matter would not have come up at this meeting at all. So even though the Tao brothers are using the same tone to coax different tigresses, when the vote comes, they will definitely take the lead in voting in favor. After Namor asked his question, Magneto added a few more words. Mutant country, to be named Krakow. Once completed, International trade channels will be opened with all countries with which we have diplomatic ties. What we pursue is sustainable common development. After saying that, Magneto sat back down. What they have to wait for next is the vote of all members. Those who are present definitely do not need a vote. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. The establishment of a mutant nation must be approved. If the first wave of voting by show of hands does not reach half, major countries, such as the Republic in America, will definitely raise their hands to vote. Just when I was about to turn around and chat with Tony, I found that the old guy was texting Pepper with a nonchalant expression. Li Chengfeng stretched his neck to take a look and saw that it was about the content of the meeting. Even after hearing about the alliance between Atlantis and the mutant nation, he urged Pepper to prepare to go to Krakow, the mutant nation, to open a branch and factory. You are the most ruthless one, Tony. You are indeed a capitalist. You have already set your sights on Krakow's resources and market. That's how business works, Lee. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, for Krakow, even if we don't take the initiative to go, they will invite us. This is a necessary part of the development of civilization. In short, each party gets what it needs. Li Chengfeng did not comment on Tony Stark's theory. Although he can now be considered a true god, when it comes to business, he just can't do it, even if he becomes a god. Sitting in the host's seat, Nick Fury, who presided over the entire meeting and controlled the process, looked at his watch and then adjusted the microphone in front of him. Now, let's vote on the establishment of mutant as a nation. There is no convenient voting machine in this meeting room, so we can only vote by raising hands. But the voting process went much smoother than expected, especially after the representatives of the Republic, America, Russia, France, and England raised their hands. Barry Allen, who was in charge of statistics, lost the meaning of his existence. Not surprisingly, it passed unanimously. Although Magneto already knew in advance that the founding of the country would definitely be successful. But when he saw all the national leaders raising their hands, his eyes couldn't help but become red. This event is of great significance to the entire mutant community. At least they don't have to be second-class citizens in other countries. They truly have a home. Eric Lenscher, congratulations to you and the official establishment of Krakow. Nick Fury extended his hand to Magneto beside him and held their hands tightly. Charles is indeed not as clear as you are about this matter. Don't feel psychologically stressed. Now that things have been decided, it is only a matter of time before Charles accepts it. Nick Fury, thank you very much. Don't thank me yet. Nick Fury shook his head. Thank us after the FBI building in Krakow is completed. How could the FBI let go of such a powerful group as mutant? Now that Krakow has been established as a country, it would be reasonable to set up a branch in Krakow. That's definitely true. Magneto nodded. Since we are now a member of the World Federation, we must naturally contribute to world peace. Although he used to be the leader of an extremely violent organization, Magneto also has a lot of official rhetoric. After the vote, not only was Krakow officially established, but Magneto also became the first president of Krakow. Li Chengfeng looked around before he found Wanda and Polaris sitting in the corner. The two people's faces had almost the same contours, and their expressions were also very similar. A little surprised, but basically calm. They had no intention of going to Krakow. One is a member of the STAR team, and the other is a freshman at the FBI Academy. The most important thing is, when I go to Krakow, I can't avoid spending time with Magneto. Let's just forget it. As for Pietro, he wasn't here at all. He had gone to the Republic with Shira for their honeymoon early in the morning. It was the Republic General Administration's plane that brought it back to them. Before leaving, he even used all possible means to persuade Li Chengfeng to take away his domestic bank card. Definitely, Li Chengfeng would not tell Pietro that the bank card contained all his deducted bonuses and wages. Anyway, Li Chengfeng didn't feel sorry at all. Next, the second topic. After seeing that the entire meeting scene had basically calmed down, Nick Fury cleared his throat and continued the cue process. But just as he opened his mouth, the door of the conference room was suddenly blown open by a powerful explosion. Fortunately, those seated near the gate were all the super naughty kids from the FBI Academy, so apart from being startled, there was no impact at all. But it is different for national leaders. For some older leaders, their followers have already become skilled in taking out medicine bottles. My goodness, our republic's small gourd bottle is popular all over the world? Li Chengfeng muttered, then looked at Hella beside him. Didn't you sense it either? I sensed it, but it was too weak. I didn't take it seriously. Hella shrugged, slightly, but indifferently. These are not as important as my goddaughter and daughter. I'm okay. Li Chengfeng nodded. In fact, he was too embarrassed to say it, and he didn't even react. After all, in his eyes, ordinary mutants or aliens are no different from ordinary people. A cloud of smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and dozens of people with strange appearances filed in. Dear leaders of nations, you are being held hostage. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of Afterlife. You can call me Jiaying. Even Li Chengfeng was shocked by Jiaying's arrival. It's definitely not, because these basically unorganized Inhumans are so strong. But it's too weak. They couldn't even defeat the half-disabled S.H.I.E.L.D. in S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent. But now they are brave enough to enter the World Federation conference venue? Who gave them the courage? How dare they? Li Chengfeng couldn't help but stretch out his hands, rubbed his eyes hard, then looked towards the direction of the gate, and finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. Instantly, Li Chengfeng felt like there were thousands of words stuck in his throat, but in the end they turned into 2 words. Awesome. Not only Li Chengfeng was confused, but also the superheroes who were attending the meeting. Most of them were capable of stopping this before it happened, but because they were too careless, they never thought that someone would be so bold as to blatantly hijack the entire World Federation. Back then, Hydra didn't dare to do such a thing. They're really a bunch of people who just click their heads, pick up big knives, and go to Liangshan. Ali, could this be true? Tony Stark blinked, then pulled down his sunglasses and asked with a strange expression, I thought you thought this meeting was too boring, so you found a few jokers from the circus to entertain the public? I was just thinking that your World Federation is really interesting, and you even put on a show at the meeting. Come on, Tony, stop making fun of others at a time like this. Captain America shook his head seriously. Can't you see that Li looks confused? Let's hurry up and put an end to this farce. As a veteran soldier who has been frozen since World War II, Captain America's ability to deal with emergencies is much stronger than most of the superheroes present. But just as he was about to stand up, a pair of hands behind him pressed down on his shoulders and forced him back into his seat. Captain America looked back and saw that it was Captain Carter, who was just as strong as himself. However, Captain Carter was not wearing formal clothes. Instead, he was dressed in casual sportswear, exuding a lazy aura. Okay, Steve, calm down. Captain Carter smiled and explained to Captain America's puzzled look, Li Chengfeng hasn't moved yet. Why are you so anxious? He's obviously ready to see what tricks these stupid robbers can come up with. Captain America took another look at the group of Inhumans who thought they had the whole situation in control, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I really don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate for these stupid thieves that Captain Carter stopped him. The superhero and elite F.B.I. agents present also reacted, but they all subconsciously looked in the direction of Li Chengfeng, and found that although Li Chengfeng's face was not very good, he was still sitting there without moving, so they did not act rashly. Maybe the boss has his own plans? Therefore, apart from being on guard and ready to take action at any time, there was no further action. As a result, the whole scene fell into a delicate balance. Jiaying looked around and saw huge amounts of people in the conference room. No one dared to act rashly, so he nodded with satisfaction. Although there are a large number of elite agents here, they are still ordinary people after all. It is difficult to have any ability to resist the Inhumans' abilities. As for those national leaders who value their lives, they dared not move. I'm sorry to bother you, but I have to take over this meeting now. Don't even think about running away. Gordon can bring you back anytime, anywhere on Earth. Jiaying said, pointing to a tall Inhuman who had lost his eyes. The eyes were not gouged out, but disappeared, with only smooth skin left where the eyes were. Behind Jiaying, there stood dozens of women who looked exactly the same, and her ability was obviously duplication. Jiaying, except for this room, I have destroyed all other circuits. A handsome alien walked in from outside the door and nodded to Jiang. "We can start now." "Well done, Lincoln." Jiang smiled, then turned around and walked to the center of the venue. "This time, I will propose an issue, and everyone from the World Federation and the FBI will vote unanimously to pass this issue. Although I don't quite understand where you came from, you are really brave." Nick Fury didn't show any nervousness at all. "Sometimes I really feel that this world is beautiful, so beautiful that I wonder if this is a virtual world, brains in a jar and so on. But fortunately, there are always idiots who destroy this nonsensical feeling." After all, Nick Fury had been bullied and squeezed by Li Chengfeng for so long, so his verbal skills had improved a lot. At least it took Jiang a while to react before he realized that Nick Fury was calling them idiots. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the famous Nick Fury." Jiang showed a sinister smile. "It just so happens that I have a little score to settle with you later." The next topic is about the Inhumans. "I demand that the American General Administration release the Inhuman Queen and that all nations pledge allegiance to the noble Adelan royal family." Puff! Before Jiang finished speaking, a voice that could no longer be contained sounded from the side. Looking in the direction of the voice, Jiang saw a Republican who seemed to have 1,000 words to say stand up, leave his seat, and walk towards her. "Jiang, although you and I are from the same hometown, I have to say that you are mentally ill. You really don't do any intelligence work at all. What's the difference between this and rushing into a bank with a kitchen knife?" Li Chengfeng sighed as he looked at this charming, mature woman. Considering that she is Sky's biological mother and a fellow villager in the Republic, he should give her some face. "The queen you're talking about, isn't that Medusa?" "That's right. Stop, don't talk." Li Chengfeng waved his hand calmly, and origin magic power and black magic acted on all the aliens present at the same time. Not only Jiang, but Gordon, Lincoln, and the duplication girl all froze in place, with shocked looks on their faces. Origin magic power imprisoned the body, and black magic silenced and prohibited speech. Then he stretched out his hand to King Ada, and Ada threw Li Chengfeng's personal terminal to him. After a few manipulations, Li Chengfeng connected to the Sanfeishi headquarters, responsible for guarding the clerical agents in the square cabin prison. "Give your terminal to prisoner number 19, the red-haired woman. It doesn't matter, she won't escape," Li Chengfeng said, looking up at Jiang. "After all, she is not a fool." A few minutes later, Li Chengfeng smiled and turned his personal terminal over. Medusa's face appeared on the screen. "Medusa, look, are these your people?" "Jiang? What did they do?" "Nothing. Just kidnapping the top leaders of the Federation and the FBI, as well as a large group of superheroes. It's just a small matter." Thump! There was a muffled sound from the other side, and the voice of the clerk agent on the other side came from the personal terminal. Reporting to Agent Lee, prisoner number 19 has fainted. "Agent, it's okay. Just leave the terminal here and return to your job," Li Chengfeng said with a smile. "Nothing will happen." "At your command, Agent Lee." The clerk agent did as he was told without hesitation. Everyone in the American General Administration knows that Li Chengfeng's words are definitely more effective than Nick Fury's. When it comes to Nick Fury's orders, they have to think about whether there will be any traps, but when it comes to Li Chengfeng's orders, they just have to follow them without hesitation. After the internal affairs agent left, Li Chengfeng coughed twice and said with a smile, "Okay, dear Queen Medusa, that's enough. Pretending to faint is not a good way to solve a problem." After the words fell, a few seconds later, Medusa's face appeared on the personal terminal again. There wasn't the slightest bit of embarrassment of pretending to faint and being caught, only Jiang's disappointed look. "What on earth is wrong with your brains that you actually kidnapped all the top leaders of the World Federation and the FBI? Do you think the people in the afterlife and Adelan live too long?" Medusa's suppressed angry roar reached Jiang's ears. Jiang's face turned pale in an instant. He constantly shook his head and made a mm sound from his mouth. Li Chengfeng hooked his fingers slightly and lifted the silencing spell on Jiang. "Your Majesty, are you okay? Before this video call, I was fine because I didn't commit any substantive crime. In addition, the FBI considered the special circumstances of Adeline and planned to release me after Nick Fury and other high-level officials returned. Medusa gnashed her teeth, wishing she could come over through the network cable and give Jiaying a Medusa throw. But now it's hard to say. I'm just too concerned. Ever since I found out you were arrested by the FBI, my entire afterlife has been plunged into turmoil and unrest. Unrest and turmoil. Then you should calm the people down. Medusa was almost amused by Jiaying's anger. What's the point of bringing them along to cause trouble? You're almost 100 years old after all. Medusa's words made most people look at Jiaying in surprise. This beautiful woman looks to be no more than 40 years old, but she is almost 100 years old? Definitely. Li Chengfeng is definitely not among the surprised people. This was also the reason why he felt speechless about Jiaying, but did not kill her directly. Although she is an alien, she is also a member of the Republic. And he is a member of the Republic who has lived from World War II to the present. Li Chengfeng, it's impossible to do it. He can't do it. Okay, Medusa, I won't do anything to Jiaying, but you'd better give up your original plan. After you are released from prison, all the Terrigen crystals hidden in the afterlife should be handed over to the FBI. How do you know? I know a lot of things. Li Chengfeng shrugged. I once commissioned Bruce Wayne to buy Terrigen crystals on the black market. After he bought it, due to his occupational disease, he subconsciously traced the source of this thing and finally found a post office in Nepal. Having said that, Medusa also understood. Li Chengfeng probably already knew that the afterlife has been hiding in a magical place in the Himalayas. Although the outside world is freezing cold, the afterlife has spring-like weather all year round. They originally wanted to scatter a large amount of Terrigen crystals into the sea, allowing these substances to spread across the entire Earth with the ocean currents and screen out a large number of potential inhumans from among the entire human population of the Earth. And now, this plan can be abandoned. After witnessing Li Chengfeng's power, Medusa has completely understood that if this person wants to stop the plan, then even if all the existing Inhumans come out in full force, the only outcome is that the entire race will be eliminated. Okay, I will give you all the Terrigen crystals. Your cooperative attitude is not bad, but I remember that you came to Earth to find your husband, Black Bolt, and his final destination is the afterlife. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. And now it seems that you have been in contact with the afterlife for a long time. So what about your husband? Medusa opened her mouth, and her expression suddenly darkened. I'll speak for the queen on this matter. Jiaying sighed and said softly, His Majesty the King, Black Bolt, did come to the afterlife, but after staying for a while, he left a lot of information about the Inhumans awakening and then left. That is to say, Black Bolt is still wandering around in some corner of the Earth. Yes, I plan to hijack the World Federation this time. In addition to wanting you to release the Queen, I also want to use the power of the World Federation and the FBI to find Black Bolt. Even though Jiaying's IQ was not high enough, he knew that he had made huge amounts of mistakes. Since even Queen Medusa had such an attitude, she had no choice but to tell everything. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows, but didn't have anything else to ask. So he turned around and looked at Nick Fury. Okay, leave the rest to me. You guys continue the meeting. Li Chengfeng nodded to Nick Fury, then Origin Magic Power packed up all the aliens from the future world and walked out the door. By the way, Sky, come with me. Me? Sky stopped writing on a laptop. What does it have to do with me? Come if you're asked to. Oh. Sky nodded, put away her laptop happily, and gave Phil Coulson a thumbs up. Meetings and stuff. I hate it. Coming to an empty lounge nearby, Li Chengfeng placed all the strangers inside. Sky followed in happily. I will untie your restraints, definitely only partially. Once you try to use your abilities to escape this space, the power of Origin Magic Power will tear your hearts into pieces without hesitation. After Li Chengfeng warned them, he allowed them to regain their freedom of speech and movement. After seeing Sky, Jiaying's expression became evasive. I want to go up and talk to him, but I don't know how to express it. Sky approached Li Chengfeng and asked in a low voice, Why does this beautiful, mature aunt always look at me like this? Is she coveting my beauty? Damn you, you anti-Tian gang guy. Didn't you just listen to her self-introduction? To be precise, it was only after you caught them that I realized there was an intruder. Sky pointed to her ears. Who is listening carefully in a meeting? I turned up the volume on my noise-canceling headphones to the maximum and watched two broke girls. It's a hilarious comedy made by Max and Caroline themselves. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. He didn't learn any of his good qualities, but instead learned the skill of slacking off to the fullest. It's not easy to learn good things, but it's easy to learn bad things. Sighing, Li Chengfeng pushed Sky forward. Her name is Jiaying, your biological mother. What? My biological mother? Sky looked at Li Chengfeng, then at Jiaying, and finally turned his eyes back to Li Chengfeng with a strange look on his face. Don't be funny. If you want to find an ethical joke, you should find it on yourself. How can you find an ethical joke for others? Do you think I'm kidding you? Li Chengfeng shook his head. Although I don't really want to admit it, this woman named Jiaying is indeed your biological mother. No, what Medusa told me was true, wasn't it? Sky saw that Li Chengfeng was not joking at all, and cold sweat immediately ran down his forehead. I thought it was just to fool me. I didn't believe it at all, and just forgot about it. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel ashamed. Is this girl too carefree now? Such obviously true information was simply thrown out of mind. Just think about it. If she's really your biological mother, then when they meet, she will do this. How embarrassing it will be. But when he glanced at Jiaying, he found that he was overthinking. Jiaying didn't look disappointed at all. Instead, he kept staring at Sky's face with anticipation. To be honest, it still feels very unreal. Am I really her biological daughter? Sky looked at Jiaying. I remember now. Medusa said my real name is actually Daisy Johnson. Well, at least the name they gave me is much better than Mary Poppins Sue, which is a name that hurts the world. Sky's face was full of pain, but Li Chengfeng could see that although this girl was talking nonsense, her heart rate had actually been off the charts. He was simply trying to hide his inner panic. In other words, she knew in her heart that there was no need for Medusa to deceive her by telling a lie that could be easily exposed. However, this evasive attitude also shows that Sky is still resistant to the sudden appearance of his biological parents. After all, ever since Sky joined Phil Coulson's team, the sensitive and self-deprecating little hacker no longer exists, leaving only the arrogant old pervert Sky. I really am your mother. Jiaying's voice trembled a little. She took 2 steps forward eagerly, but found that Sky's hand subconsciously blocked in front of her. She looked hurt. I took the risk today because I was afraid that if the Queen was really imprisoned in the dark F.B.I. prison, I might never be able to find my daughter again in my life. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. God, it's so dark. No matter which country the F.B.I. is from, although there will be slight differences in style, it is absolutely impossible to be dark and gloomy in general. Even people like Medusa who have not done anything serious and are temporarily detained are still treated well with good food and drink. This meal costs 35 yuan per person. Although Jiaying looked sad, Sky still felt something was strange. After all, he had never lived with his so-called father and mother since he was a child. And after joining S.H.I.E.L.D., these 2 roles were gradually replaced by Phil Coulson and Melinda May. As for Li Chengfeng, probably the neighbor's second brother who is reliable but likes to tease her. To be honest, Sky is not so eager for the so-called family affection now, nor does he have such a strong desire to explore his true identity. After all, in her eyes, what is gone forever. The appearance of Jiaying was like a reincarnation of the dead on top of the psychological preparation she had already made. If you can accept it immediately in your heart, then there must be something fishy going on. Stop. I'm not too interested in your psychological process. Sky interrupted Jiaying's complaint with a little impatience on his face. I don't want to comment too much on you and my father, and I'm not interested. I just need you to give me a definite answer. Am I a pure republic or a mixed blood? Your father is an American, white. Okay, I understand. Sky nodded, then looked at Li Chengfeng with regret. It's bad. We can only be considered half fellow villagers. Half fellow countryman is half fellow countryman. You may not have heard the saying that when fellow countrymen meet, their eyes are filled with tears. When you told me this proverb last time, didn't you say that when fellow villagers meet, they stab each other in the back? Ahem. Back then, I taught you that people are evil. Now I'm teaching you that there are good people and bad people. Li Chengfeng had no idea that Sky still remembered all the words he used to trick her so clearly. Will there really be a boomerang hitting me on the head in the future? Daisy Jiaying stretched out her hand, but didn't dare to touch Sky. Call me Sky. Sky shook her head. I like this name better. Okay, Sky. Jiaying nodded with regret. His daughter was standing in front of him. It didn't matter what her name was. Actually, you were born in the Republic. Your father and I lived in a small village in the mountains. He panicked the day you were born. He spoke in Huxia that was barely audible and asked the neighbors to help take me to the hospital. Jiaying recalled the time when Sky was born, and the motherly love in her eyes was never fake. Even Sky was slowly drawn to her memories. Such a story always has a warm and happy beginning, and a sad and cruel ending. Later, I was found by HYDRA. Because of my inhuman ability, which is self-healing and slowing down aging, and the ability to strip a person of their life force. I was then taken to America, put on an operating table, and then a man cut open my stomach, took out all my internal organs, drained all my blood, and gave it to him. His name is Whitehall, and he is one of the leaders of HYDRA. Jiaying shook his head, his hands subconsciously touching the Frankenstein-like stitches on his body. Calvin brought you to America. After many hardships, he finally found me dying in a stinking ditch. After he sewed me up, it took me a long time to self-heal. But after waking up, Calvin told me that my daughter was lost. Gudong. Sky swallowed his saliva. Although his face was full of curiosity, he was just listening to other people's gossip. Then what? Then I parted ways completely with your father. Jiaying shook his head and said with a smile, Besides, I will never forgive him. When Li Chengfeng heard the name Whitehall, he recalled it carefully. Whitehall, one of the leaders of HYDRA, looks like a perverted mad scientist. After mumbling something, Li Chengfeng took out his personal terminal and pressed a few buttons to find a piece of information. After roughly browsing it, he nodded with confidence. Then a portal was opened and Jiaying and Sky, mother and daughter, were pushed in. Jiaying, I'll give you a chance to take. Gideon Malik is one of the representatives of American old money. As we all know, after the super rich in America have accumulated a certain amount of capital, they will try to find a way to give themselves an additional identity. Politician, Malik is one of them, and the position is not low. In Avengers Alliance, he was one of the people who urged Nick Fury to destroy New York with a nuclear bomb. He was a politician who could provide some guidance to S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time. Definitely, that's just Malik in the universe of movies and TV shows. But now Malik is a little melancholy. He recently discovered that having a lot of money is no longer any use. The only people in the American government who are against the F.B.I. are a group of radicals led by Amanda Waller. But after Amanda Waller was sent to the World Federation's military court, this small group has become defunct in name only. He now had no idea who he should give the money to in order to bring the Hive back alive from the other side of the Carey Monument. Whitehall, are you sure the Inhumans can bring the Hive back to Earth? If there are no accidents, yes. If nothing unexpected happens, F***K. That's bullshit. From ancient times to the present, Hydra draws lots every year, and the offspring of an internal member enters the other side of the Carey Monument and tries to bring the Hive back. Theoretically, everyone can find the Hive and bring it back if nothing unexpected happens, but for thousands of years, no one has succeeded. Gideon Malik looked at Whitehall, his eyes full of doubt. Every time he talked about this, his hands would tremble slightly. Not out of fear, but out of guilt. When he drew the lots, he fiddled with them because he was afraid of his fate. It was originally supposed to be him who entered the Carey Monument, but in the end it was his younger brother who won the lottery. This actually happened several decades ago. He lives on with this guilt. Definitely, it's just guilt. Guilty, but never regretful. Because this is an emotion that only living people can enjoy. There is some basis for this. Whitehall nodded calmly. When the Cream Monument is opened, it will generate a vibration frequency. We only need to master this vibration frequency to keep the Cream Monument open, leaving ample time for those who are looking for the hive. The success rate is greatly increased. And coincidentally, there is such an inhuman girl with the vibration ability in the F.B.I. Gideon Malik looked at Whitehall thoughtfully at first, but it wasn't until Whitehall uttered the word F.B.I. that Gideon became completely furious. Are you sick? You finally managed to escape from the FBI's sight, but instead of trying to avoid them, you actually turned your attention to the FBI agents. You Nazi HYDRA people, are you all so stupid? Do you really think that the American General Administration is still the place you infiltrated into a sieve? There is a God in the America headquarters now. A real God. After a severe lecture, if it had happened in the past, Gideon Malik would at most be on an equal footing with the best doctor and geneticist of Nazi HYDRA. But now, Whitehall, who came to him, was just an ordinary person who had gained immortality. However, the suggestion put forward by Whitehall is actually a feasible direction. I'm still safe and sound, so my identity has definitely not been exposed. Then you can invest and become an outsourcing company of the American General Administration and then cooperate with the American General Administration. As long as America can find a way to bring the hive back, the desolate planet will belong to her. Because the original Hydra is more like a religion than a villain organization. A religion that worships the beehive. Essentially, there is no conflict with America or the FBI. So in Gideon Malik's eyes, this is definitely feasible. Just as he was about to pick up the phone to contact Nick Fury, the entire manor felt a surge of vibrations and faint sounds. I see, IQ card, tell me the passwords. Malik immediately looked towards Whitehall. He wondered if this person was born unlucky. How come, when he mentioned the Inhumans with the vibration ability, they came to attack him? Did you do that on purpose? What on earth is going on? I don't know either. Whitehall, who usually looks calm and composed, was confused at this moment. They can't be here to arrest us, right? You didn't take care of your tail? Malik's question had not yet been answered, but another high-frequency vibration instantly shattered the titanium alloy wall behind him that was more than 1 meter thick. Although he has seen a lot of things following HYDRA, he is just an ordinary person. A meter-thick titanium alloy shattered easily. Who are you? Are you FBI agents? Malik's eyes turned, but he bravely rushed forward. I am a former member of the World Security Council. This man named Whitehall is HYDRA. He threatened me and asked me to fund him to rebuild HYDRA. Whitehall was shocked. This bee is really shameless. He really is someone who can sell out his own brother. But before Whitehall could open his mouth, a man rushed out from the huge hole that had been blown up. To be precise, she is a beautiful woman with remaining charm, if those seams didn't exist. Wait, why does this stitching look so much like my own work? It was just a moment of doubt before the beautiful woman rushed to his side and put her hands on his neck. He completely lost the ability to resist and couldn't even utter a word. I can feel that my originally vigorous vitality is being deprived. Moreover, this process will make his entire body completely stiff and gradually turn gray, more and more like a corpse. At this moment, Whitehall suddenly retrieved the memory of this face from the depths of his memory. His organs and blood all come from this woman. Jiaying, I won't stop you from killing people for revenge. After all, your enemy is the notorious HYDRA, and we in the FBI don't have any tradition of treating prisoners well. But after you get your revenge, you must stay away from me. After all, you don't want to be hated by your own daughter, right, madam? Lee, please help me. Sky was shaking his head frantically. Can you please stop saying those weird lines all the time? People who imitate Fan Wei right from the start don't have a right to say that to me, right? Gordon, was that a similar teleportation ability to yours? Looking at Li Chengfeng and the other two who disappeared after entering the portal, the handsome Lincoln looked at Gordon in confusion. Why do I feel like this teleportation is even more awesome than yours? Because you said something nonsense. Gordon wanted to roll his eyes at him, but ever since his inhuman ability awakening, his eyes have disappeared and turned into a smooth layer of skin. This should be the legendary teleportation magic. It is said that it can teleport across the universe and even travel to other dimensions. Shit, do we offend this kind of person? Lincoln said with a sad face, who said there would only be a bunch of fat politicians and ordinary agents here. Definitely the guy with spikes all over his body. Gordon shook his head. I always thought that her predictions would always be slightly different from reality. Now it seems that it is really fatal. Several strange people were sitting in the lounge, Li Chengfeng's words still lingering in their ears, and they didn't dare to run away at all, especially after seeing the teleportation magic just now. On the other side, Li Chengfeng had already teleported Jiaying and Sky to a manor that looked quite ancient and huge. The main building in the center is like a magnificent castle. Holy crap, where is this place? Sky was not surprised by Li Chengfeng's teleportation magic, but this destination was an eye-opener for her. Just this window, if we take it off and sell it, it will be worth a lot of money, right? You can tell at a glance that this is the hometown of some old money. It's okay. Li Chengfeng glanced at the magnificent castle and said with a smile, crystal windows and golden window frames. This aesthetic is really vulgar. What do you know? This is called great skill without great effort. Although it doesn't look very good, but sometimes expensive means beautiful. Is this how you use the phrase great skill but no skill? You still need to learn your Republic language. Li Chengfeng and Sky spoke a few words each, but neither of them spoke to Jiaying. Jiaying himself was already trapped in fearful memories. Here, this is the place where I was disemboweled. In an instant, the nightmare that she thought she had completely forgotten and would no longer care about suddenly filled her entire mind again. Even though she had the self-healing ability, she was still awake and felt the pain of her body being cut open and hollowed out, which made her unsteady for a moment. Are you okay? Sky cannot utter the word mother now, but he will subconsciously care for and comfort Jiaying. Perhaps this is the natural connection that exists in the blood. I'm fine, but I always feel a little dazed when I revisit an old place. Jiaying shook his head. Agent Li Chengfeng, why did you bring us here? What? Didn't I just tell you? Li Chengfeng shrugged. As a fellow countryman from the Republic, I want to give you a chance to get revenge with your own hands. Personally, avenge my grievances? Jiaying's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. You mean Whitehall is still hiding here? To be precise, after Hydra was disbanded, the last remaining forces all settled here. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and introduced, "This is Gideon Malik's organization, and it is also one of Hydra's most important bases." Is this the Hydra base? Sky suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, these guys have such a great place to live, so enviable. No, it's so evil. I must bring them all to justice." Sky, I've told you so many times that you should think before you speak, and don't speak your mind carelessly. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, but I still have to explain the HYDRA I'm talking about is not the Nazi HYDRA that originated from Red Skull in the conventional sense, but the real Hydra that has existed in the world since ancient times. Well, to be honest, it's a bit messy. They are essentially an organization, but you can just regard Red Skull as a new Hydra faction that has developed over the past century. Li Chengfeng did not explain too much, and the original Hydra is not concerned with Red Skull's cause, but with secretly controlling the world through money and power, gathering resources, opening the Kree Monument, and welcoming back the Hive. Jiaying was actually not very interested in what Li Chengfeng had said before. After concentrating and suppressing all the fear in my mind, the word beehive came to my ears. Jiaying was instantly defeated. What? A beehive? Jiaying's voice trembled. You mean a beehive, right? It seems that you have learned a lot about the history of the Inhumans from Medusa. Li Chengfeng nodded. Yes, Hive, the first Inhuman born in history, is also the totem worshipped by HYDRA. The logo of Hydra looks like an octopus full of tentacles, but in fact, it actually depicts the head of Hive. Li Chengfeng revealed the secret in just one sentence. The Inhumans and Hydra seem to have nothing to do with each other, but in fact they are on absolute opposite sides. Although Hive was the first Inhuman, he even led the newborn Inhumans to drive the blue-skinned Kree out of the earth. But afterwards, Hive embarked on the path of a dragon slayer, becoming a dragon himself. After driving away the brutal Kree rulers, he became the new Kree. The rest of the story is a cliché. The new king became increasingly brutal and was subsequently defeated and overthrown by the rebels. The Inhumans then exiled the Hive completely through the Kree Monument. For thousands of years, the organization that worships the Beehive, namely Hydra, has been looking for a way to welcome back their god. This is also the reason why the original Hydras led by Gideon Malik did not put in much effort when Hydra launched a full-scale attack on the America headquarters. They have no ill will towards the FBI and the World Federation. In their eyes, everything Nazi Hydra does is just a waste of time. Li Chengfeng led the mother and daughter to the castle gate, pointed at the magnificent Hydra logo, and said, "Although Whitehall is the representative of Nazi Hydra, he has no choice but to return to the original Hydra." Looking at Li Chengfeng's eyes, Sky immediately understood what he meant. He raised his hand, and a violent vibration completely shattered the heavy door into pieces. Sky's excited and high-pitched voice echoed throughout the castle. "Fight, fight, fight!" Ra! Jiaying's overwhelming hatred for Whitehall is understandable. While the body is still alive and without anesthesia, all organs and blood are removed, he is definitely the person Jiaying hates the most in his life, no doubt about it. At the moment, while depriving Whitehall of his vitality, the vitality that originated from Jiaying was once again absorbed by Jiaying. Not only did he look a little younger, but the suture scars that looked like a curse were gradually replaced by new flesh and skin. As the last suture scar disappeared, Whitehall completely became a skinny corpse with wrinkles all over his body and white hair and beard. To be precise, this is what he looked like before the surgery. "How are you?" Sky looked at Jiaying, who was standing there motionless, and subconsciously walked forward to ask. Mother and daughter are connected by heart. Although Jiaying's current identity is a little embarrassing, Sky will still subconsciously care about her. Definitely, she can't say the word mom for the time being. After all, she has never called dad or mom in her life. "I'm fine, better than ever before." Jiaying took a deep breath, turned around, and smiled at Sky with a relieved look on his face. "I finally killed my enemy. This way, even if I'm executed by the FBI, I can rest in peace." Throughout her life, she was on the road to find her daughter and her enemy. And now, his daughter was standing in front of him intact, and the enemy's body was lying on the ground. There was no sight that could make her happier than this. Ahem, let's make it clear first. Our FBI is a reasonable place, and we have no interest in executing others at will. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and interrupted Jiaying's last words. Jiaying has made great contributions in killing Hydra leader Whitehall, and is willing to share his location in the next life with the FBI. Although he attempted to kidnap World Federation personnel before, it did not cause any trouble or serious consequences. Therefore, his merits and demerits are offset, and he will not be prosecuted. Isn't this a good ending? Li Chengfeng directly told the two women the solution. This is also the subsequent process he envisioned in his mind. At the moment, both Jiaying and Sky had an inexplicable look of confusion on their faces. Hijacking the leaders of the entire World Federation. How could he survive? Are you kidding me? Yes, Li, don't bully me for not learning the FBI's rules. Things like this that endanger the World Federation and national leaders will definitely not end well. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, somewhat expressing his disappointment. This girl Sky is really stupid. Huh, isn't it just training or carrying out missions? He had no choice but to reach out his hand, pat Sky on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Some things don't weigh more than 100 grams if they are not weighed, but if they are weighed, they weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Jiaying's behavior was indeed very annoying, but her advantage was that she was weak enough. Apart from blowing up a door and destroying the entire hotel circuit system, she did not cause any substantial harm to the big shots inside. The World Federation and the FBI don't really care about such trivial matters. But if we take it too seriously, these strange people would not be able to be shot even if they had 1,000 heads. As the saying goes, hold it high and put it down gently. A light punishment will suffice. Leaders of all countries will understand. At worst, we can ask Boss Tao to give them some quick-acting heart pills. If you understand, don't mention what Jiaying did before. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he went straight to Gideon Malik. Thanks to his huge amount of money, this old man has kept himself in good shape. Although he is almost 60 years old, the condition of his organs is no different from that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Gideon Malik, former member of the World Security Council, one of the leaders of HYDRA. Li Chengfeng pointed out his identity without hesitation. TSK. You just abandoned your accomplices without hesitation. You are really agile. Hearing this, Gideon Malik's face turned pale instantly. The person in front of me knows my identity. It turns out that I have already been exposed. Is it strange that you were exposed? From beginning to end, you were just standing next to someone and saying that you are HYDRA. Li Chengfeng looked a little strange. You don't think you covered it up well, do you? In one word, Malik was speechless. However, Li Chengfeng did not intend to give him a chance to speak. Now, take me to find the Cream Monument. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Otherwise, do you see these two women next to you? If they're sucked into a shriveled corpse or shattered into pieces like this titanium alloy wall, you can pick one. No. First I was sucked dry, then I was shaken into powder. Li Chengfeng shrugged his shoulders with an expression that said, I'm really doing this for your own good. Malik looked around, his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud. The Kaikari Monument is underground. What are you kneeling for? Are you kneeling to your ancestors? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Hurry up and lead the way. Yes. Malik stood up tremblingly and brought Li Chengfeng and the other two to the basement of the manor. This is more like a maze than a secret room. The Cream Monument is right there. After taking a detour, we arrived at the center of the maze. Malik pointed to the cylindrical pit not far away. Huge amounts of alien stone tablets stand in it. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is just a strange stone tablet now, but after it is opened it will turn into a portal that looks almost liquid. This is the Cream Monument. I definitely didn't lie to you. Malik's attitude at the moment can be described as flattering. I know you didn't lie to me. You're not that stupid. Li Chengfeng walked around the cylindrical pit and finally said to Sky, Come on, shake it, keep shaking it. All the time. Although he raised the question, Sky showed no hesitation at all and directly activated the vibration ability. However, despite this shock, the Carry Monument did not change at all. Gradually adjust the vibration frequency until the stone automatically turns into liquid, then maintain that frequency and continue to output. Good. After receiving the order, Sky began to adjust the frequency. 5 minutes later, thanks to Sky's efforts, the Carry Monument really turned into a pool of liquid. To be honest, this black liquid looks almost the same as petroleum. If it hadn't been a piece of stone before, it might have triggered America's innate oil-grabbing holy body. Very good. Keep it up. Don't stop vibrating until I come back. Return. Before Sky could react, Li Chengfeng had already reached out and grabbed Malik's collar, then jumped in. Malik's scream cut through the air and stopped abruptly. Jiaying looked at the Carry Monument below and had some doubts. Where did they go? Have no idea. Sky shrugged. But even if it's going to hell, for Li Chengfeng, it's just a pleasant trip on public funds. Mad. You are a madman. After Gideon Malik was strangled by Li Chengfeng and passed through the Cream Monument portal, he was thrown into a barren desert. He didn't care about the dangers in this strange space and ran back. Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head, then reached out and brought Gideon Malik back to him again. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll go back naturally after I finish my work. He looked up at the strange environment around the planet and said, It's really a desolate planet. Ouch. It's not even close to the Earth. Li Chengfeng, who originally did not have a clear understanding of the Kree technology, had a rough idea of it at the moment. After all, just looking at the show's S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, I really can't feel that there is anything outstanding about the Kree Empire. It was beaten into a sieve by a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After hearing this, Gideon Malik finally calmed down a little and realized that although this planet had a certain amount of light, it was generally a completely dark planet. Is this the planet where the Hive is located? Yes, this is the planet where you, Hydra, worship. Li Chengfeng nodded and walked forward with Gideon Malik. After walking for quite a while, we came to a cliff. Looking down from a distance, we could see countless huge amounts of skeletons. Whether it's from the various natural traces or the changes in cosmic parameters, this planet has become so desolate because of this guy Hive. Li Chengfeng glanced at Gideon Malik. Fortunately, you played a trick back then, otherwise you would have been sent here to feed Hive. Gideon Malik had never seen such a bizarre scene. Li Chengfeng felt that his legs began to tremble. This is what is called Yi Gong's love of dragons. Even though he was crazy about worshipping the beehive on Earth, and even printed the image of the beehive clearly everywhere in the manor. But if he really sees a beehive, he will definitely be the first one to run away crying. Okay, let's go. Li Chengfeng smiled. Although this planet is desolate, there's still some lives there. Those who can survive the disaster that turned the entire planet into desolation are not good people. When Gideon Malik heard this, given his courage, he immediately gave up the idea of escaping. At least if you stay with this FBI agent, you won't die. Even if I go back to be judged, it is much better than dying on this desolate alien planet. Wait for me. Li Chengfeng didn't pay attention to Malik. Instead, he raised his hand slightly, and the white light instantly lit up. Finding signs of life is definitely Bai Deng's forte. After just a few seconds, the white light, representing the power of life, returned from all directions. It also brings information about all life on the entire planet. Excluding those lives that were obviously beasts or even monsters, Li Chengfeng locked onto the only two humanoid creatures on the entire planet. And these two creatures seem to be fighting. However, it is quite far away from the Kree monument connected to the Earth, almost to the other side of the planet. Li Chengfeng locked the location without thinking, pulled up the portal, and walked in. Gideon Malik couldn't help but shiver when he saw what Li Chengfeng did. You can easily pull up a portal similar to the Kree monument. This FBI agent named Li Chengfeng was even more exaggerated than the intelligence he had. If I had such a person under my command, would I still need to worship a beehive? A gust of cold wind blew past his ears, immediately bringing Malik's consciousness back to reality. He then chased Li Chengfeng into the portal in a hurry. On the other side of the door, the sky was still the same, but there were many obvious signs of man-made fighting around. Malik was even glad to see such traces. At least it feels a bit human. Li Chengfeng frowned, and his eyes looked across the darkness not far away. Two people, or to be more precise, two Inhumans, are fighting a life-and-death battle. One of them was wearing a black coat that covered his entire body and had a fork-shaped antenna on his forehead that provided auxiliary abilities. The name is coming out. The King of Attilan, one of the most powerful Inhumans, Black Bolt, Black Bolt. Opposite him, the one who was spreading swarms of parasites and engaging in close combat was naturally Li Chengfeng's other target, Honeycomb. However, Hive was not his original form at the moment. Instead, he had a lifeless face. He was probably the person sent in to look for him in recent years. After all, the current Hive is a complete monster even among the Inhumans. His main body has been completely assimilated with the parasites. As long as these Inhuman parasites are not completely eliminated, he will be immortal. It just takes a long time to recover. And occupying human bodies is just the most insignificant ability of the Hive. The reason why he can fight against Black Bolt, the king of the Inhumans who is no different from humanoid nuclear weapon when he is at full power, is entirely due to another characteristic of the parasite. Suppress the Inhumans' abilities, even the hypnotic abilities, and manipulate other Inhumans. This is also the ability that Hive relied on when he drove away the Kree and began his brutal rule. Aside from the legendary Whiplash, even Black Bolt, who is stronger than them, has to be restrained. Hive, as long as you exist, we Inhumans will never have peace. Black Bolt uttered a series of whispers, but he did not burst out with amazing and terrifying energy through pseudosonic waves as before. This was a manifestation of his ability being suppressed by the parasites of Hive. However, Black Bolt is one of the few people who can carry on a normal conversation. Huh, you said you're the king of the Inhumans now. Hive said with disdain. I was originally a king too. After I drove away those terrible blue-skinned people, I was overthrown by my own people and subordinates. And then I was sent to this place. Isn't this place good? The places connected to the Kree Monument are generally colonies of the Kree Empire. It is your destiny to fight those blue-skinned people forever. After Black Bolt finished speaking, he increased his voice and strength to release a vibration that was not too strong, which sent the Hive flying a few meters away. Li Chengfeng, who was not far away, shook his head, being restrained too harshly. Although Black Bolt's absolute strength far exceeds that of Hive, Hive's original existence is natural suppression when facing the Inhumans. If he didn't come, Black Bolt would be killed by Hive sooner or later. If Hive were to obtain Black Bolt's body, that's really a hassle. Shaking his head, the next moment, Li Chengfeng appeared between Black Bat and the Hive. Excuse me, are you Mr. Black Bolt? I was commissioned by your wife to bring you back to Earth. As for you, Mr. Behive, Li Chengfeng frowned and said with a hint. Li Chengfeng's sudden appearance startled the two people who were fighting. This place, is there anyone who can find it? And for what this person said, he was obviously from Earth. In other words, also came through the Carey Monument, commissioned by my wife. Black Bolt whispered, although under the suppression of the Hive's ability. Even if he spoke at a normal person's volume, he would not emit pseudo-sound waves. But this was only a special case, so Black Bolt still tried his best to restrain himself. Medusa has also come to Earth? I guess he's going through the release procedures now. Li Chengfeng nodded and no longer cared about Black Bolt's doubts. Instead, he turned around and origin magic power surged out. Fixed the Hive completely in place, including every parasite he has spread. When it comes to originality's absolute strength, Hive is at the upper middle level among the Inhumans. Even if Black Bolt used all his strength, he did not pose much threat to Li Chengfeng, not to mention the Hive. Wait, you're not an Inhuman? How is it possible that you have such great power without being an Inhuman? Beehive was a little bit unbelievable and even looked a little panicked. After all, Hive is a Mayan warrior transformed by the Kree. All cognition and knowledge in the brain are at the normal level for Mayans. Even now, he can talk with Black Bolt and Li Chengfeng, all thanks to the humans that Hydra has sent in over the years. With his shallow knowledge, it was naturally impossible for him to understand that there were any other powerful beings besides the Inhumans and the blue-skinned people. Even the Kree people came to Earth only to transform some humans into Inhumans, rather than directly conquering the Earth. After all, they really can't do it. Tisk, being uneducated, is terrible. Li Chengfeng shook his head, pointed his finger upwards, and made a rotating gesture. The next moment, origin magic power suddenly started up, and under the drive of Li Chengfeng, the beehive and all the parasites were completely destroyed in an instant. Not even a cell was left. Black Bolt stared blankly at the scene in front of him, swallowed subconsciously, and wanted to speak, but stopped instantly. With the death of Hive, he felt that his ability was no longer suppressed. He once again became the Silent Emperor. It seems that you have completely recovered your strength. Li Chengfeng nodded. Very good. Now that the matter here has been resolved, let's go back to Earth. The air on this broken planet is so bad. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. As he spoke, he pulled up the portal. Wait for me. Agent Li Chengfeng. There's me too. Gideon Malik, who had been hiding not far away, ran over at the moment. But Li Chengfeng's words made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. When did I say I would take you back? You don't have a return ticket. After saying that, he and Black Bolt crossed the portal. Then Li Chengfeng bowed to Malik as a farewell. Malik's curses stopped abruptly the moment the portal disappeared. When Li Chengfeng turned around, he saw Sky with a bad look on his face. No, are you sick? Why do you want me to use vibration to maintain the portal of the Cream Monument when you can just send the teleportation magic back directly? Nonsense, you little Kayla. You were just sitting there doing nothing while the leader is working. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? TSK. I really want to give you a good shock. Sky looked at Li Chengfeng viciously. But in Li Chengfeng's eyes, this expression is just cute. No threat at all. That's enough. I just asked you to stretch your muscles a little more. Li Chengfeng patted Sky's shoulder with a serious expression. You are the young agent I think is the best, no doubt about it. From now on, the position of director of the America General Agency will belong to you. Really? Sky, who was originally a little resentful, was suddenly hit by this big pie that fell from the sky and felt a little dizzy. Do you really think so highly of me? That's definitely true. Ever since I first saw you, I felt that you have a great potential to become a high-ranking official. Li Chengfeng was fooling around without any psychological pressure at all. Although he had lied about the director of the General Administration, it was true that he was optimistic about Sky. With her current growth curve, it is not impossible for her to be on par with Black Bolt in the future. Okay, Black Bolt, now that we're back, describe why you traveled from Adelan to Earth and finally passed through the Kree Monument. Oh, you can't talk. So Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand to Sky. Sky, who had eaten the big cake, no longer had any resentment at this moment. He hurriedly handed his personal terminal to Li Chengfeng, looking like a complete lackey. If you have anything to say, just type it out on your personal terminal. Black Bolt nodded, lowered his head, and pressed it a few times before handing it to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng looked down, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I saw the words written on my personal terminal. Take me to my wife first. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Gideon Malik walked alone in the dark desert. The strange and scary wind and the faint breathing of beast around him could no longer cause him any more fear. In desperation, he calmed down instead, just walking forward aimlessly. As he walked, he recalled his life. After enjoying so many years of wealth and luxury, I didn't expect that I couldn't escape my fate and came to this planet where I should have come decades ago. He was lucky because Beehive had died in Li Chengfeng's hands, so he was still alive now. He is also unfortunate, because now life is worse than death. In such despair, he even had hallucinations. On this desolate planet that was almost plunged into eternal darkness, light suddenly fell from the sky, and that light was actually emitted by a woman. It seems that my time has come. Gideon Malik looked up at the light, but showed no reaction and continued walking forward aimlessly. The next moment, a rugged-looking sandworm suddenly emerged from the shadows, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed Malik. Buzz! An energy wave containing the power of the universe instantly turned the sandworm into nothing. Malik stood there in a daze, and then he saw the glowing woman in the sky falling from the sky. The red and blue uniform wraps around her graceful curves, and her short golden hair is beautiful yet sharp. You are actually an Earthling? How did you get here? Isn't this an abandoned colony of the Kree Empire? Who are you? The blonde smiled proudly. You can call me Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Captain Marvel? Gideon Malik swallowed. I've never heard of it, but he can actually fly in the universe with just his physical body. He is definitely not an ordinary strongman. Save me. Please save me. I was left here by an Earthling. But Captain Jing tilted his head and looked at the old man in front of him. You said your name is Gideon Malik? I think I've heard this name from Nick Fury before. Yes, it's me. I'm a former member of the World Security Council. I see. Then who left you here? Space pirates? Or some supervillain? It's a man named Li Chengfeng. This yellow monkey has endangered the entire America. No, the entire world. Captain Marvel felt more and more helpless as he listened to what Gideon Malik blurted out. Finally, he sighed and patted Malik on the shoulder. Brother, Although I don't care much about the Earth's affairs, but I have never lost contact with Nick Fury. That is to say, I know Li Chengfeng's identity. Since he left you here, it seems that you should be left here. Captain Jing clapped his hands. Separate management as a colleague. I will not touch his affairs, so bye. Captain Jing left behind a handsome back, then flew into the dark universe, leaving behind a dazzling tail light. No matter how Gideon Malik hurled foul language behind her. She's not a kind person. Why didn't the Kree Empire come to Earth again? It was because Carol went to the capital of the Kree Empire planet. No one knows what she did during that visit. All we know is that Ronan the Accuser lay in a medical cabin for a whole month. After Li Chengfeng returned to Earth, he did not return to the meeting site. Anyway, he was just attending this conference as an observer. Not interested at all. And the most important thing is that he has a lot of things to do and doesn't have the time to sit down and hold a meeting with those old men. First of all, there's Jiaying's problem. As a tough woman who had just kidnapped top federal and FBI officials around the world and had just found her daughter, Jiaying was now in an awkward position. Hijacked? Yes, it was. Did it cause any consequences? However, even if this incident did not cause any consequences, Jiaying would probably not have a good ending just because of the hostage he had taken. But fortunately, Li Chengfeng now has a very high profile. There will be no problem in rescuing Jiaying from the World Federation. The biggest problem is, after getting her out, what to do with the Terrigen crystals in the afterlife. Although Jiaying has said that he will hand over everything to Li Chengfeng, how to dispose of it harmlessly is also a problem. And now, I know you two have been separated for a long time, but could you please give us a little estimation of the people around you? There's a child as well. Li Chengfeng looked at Black Bolt and Medusa, who were hugging each other and kissing each other without saying a word. Not only do they kiss, they also spit. Damn it. You are the child. Your whole family is children. Sky rolled his eyes and sat next to Jiaying. Although he was still a little uncomfortable, he was much more natural. I am also in my 20s, okay? As long as you haven't had a serious relationship, you're still a child even if you were 30. Li Chengfeng shrugged and righteously mocked the fact that Sky's single time was equal to his age. Black Bolt and Medusa, who were interrupted by him, finally stopped talking in embarrassment. Now, can you tell me why you traveled all the way from Adelan to Earth, and then went to that desolate planet to fight the Hive? Black Bolt now looked at Medusa, who whispered something in his ear, and he nodded and shook his head. Finally, Medusa spoke. All of this started because the Supreme Intelligence approached my husband and said that it was willing to provide the complete gene chain of the most primitive inhuman, which could help my husband perfectly control his power. From now on, he could speak freely without any scruples, as long as he could destroy the Hive and bring his genes to the Kree Empire for exchange. Li Chengfeng listened to Medusa's story and couldn't help but glance at Black Bolt. He had to remain silent forever and couldn't even share his feelings with his wife. No wonder Black Bolt is so eager to gain the qualification to speak. The supreme wisdom may not seem to offer a very high price, but it understands people's hearts well and knows that what touches people the most depends on what that person lacks. However, as for the ability of supreme wisdom, it is estimated that Black Bolt was not deceived. The complete gene chain of the most original inhuman is estimated to really work on Black Bolt. Maybe it's impossible to achieve perfect control, but it should be fine to say a few limited words. Okay, I understand. This condition is indeed irresistible to your husband. Li Chengfeng nodded. It can be seen from this that even after so many years, the Kree Empire is still concerned about the existence of the Hive. Otherwise, there would be no need for a cross-galaxy hunt order. They have never known the location of the Hive. After all, it is too difficult to find an alien in such a vast universe. Not to mention, there is also the effect of hiding the truth from the public. The Kree Empire would never have imagined that the Hive was actually exiled to an abandoned Kree colony planet. After my husband came to Earth, he first used Adelan's detection device to find the afterlife and obtained information about the Hive and the Kree monument. And then you know the rest. Although Medusa's words were brief, she explained all of Black Bolt's movements. Even Li Chengfeng couldn't find any fault with it. Well, you guys will stay in the afterlife for the time being, Li Chengfeng said, and then he looked at Sky. You can accompany them to the afterlife and take over the Terry Jin crystal and this inhuman settlement as well. Me? Sky's eyes once again showed that clear and stupid look. However, Li Chengfeng smiled and said, yes, it is you. From today on, you will be fully responsible for matters concerning the afterlife and Adeline. What a joke. What do subordinates do? What's the point of his job as team leader if he has to do everything himself? Let's go back to Asgard with my wife and raise pigs. Can I really do it? You think too highly of me. Sky suddenly became nervous, at a loss for words. I'm an agent who only knows hacking and combat skills. Doing diplomacy, my major is not suitable. Believe me, all you need is a vent. Li Chengfeng patted her shoulder and said with a smile, the director is old. Phil Coulson is bald. You should encourage him. I experienced a grand wedding of the century and also watched an unprecedented war of gods. The entire FBI elite finally resumed normal work again. But for Li Chengfeng, resuming normal work means starting to do nothing. After all, small matters are handled by members of each team. And the big thing? It's not that easy to encounter big things. During this entire month, Li Chengfeng was almost in a semi-vacation state. Only two things were done in between. The first thing was to take the Shark King Nan away, who was gradually evolving into the Shark God, out of prison. Apart from Pietro, the son-in-law of Atlantis, he, a descendant of gods born in the sea, is the best candidate Li Chengfeng has prepared for the underwater rangers. However, this great shark's IQ is even lower and his mentality is even more immature than Hulk's. Finally, relying on the powerful force that completely suppressed the opponent, he made him understand what he should hear. Specifically, it means fan plus dragon fruit. Then Nanavi was taken over by Pietro, who returned from his honeymoon. The second thing, we installed a few charging stations for Kent and John's farm. It is modified with URU metal, directly connected to the Earth's core, and absorbs energy from the core. As for what it is used for, shape-shifting King Kongs also have to eat. One meal once sent John's family's electricity bill skyrocketing. The person who came to deliver the electricity bill thought John had hidden an entire factory in his house. After everything was done, Li Chengfeng settled down on the Kent family's farm, because Clark happened to return to the farm during this period. Although I appreciate you coming here to help us get the charging station, it's really inappropriate of you to just stay here. Clark, look at what you said. With our relationship, let alone just staying at your place for a few days, even if I live on your farm from now on, would you not be happy? Huh? How can I not be happy? Clark's mouth twitched. He is definitely not happy. It's definitely not because of the bad relationship with Li Chengfeng, but because this guy is too G annoying. It would be fine if he had a good relationship with Jonathan and Martha, but this grandson was still trying to put him down between the lines. As a result, after finally taking a long vacation and going home to stay for a few days, when my parents looked at me, their eyes were not eyes and their mouths were not mouths. How could such a thing happen in the world? But before Clark could continue to express his dissatisfaction, his cell phone suddenly rang. He walked to the side and picked up the phone, answered it several times in a row, and then hung up. Li Chengfeng curled up on the sofa, raised his head, and looked upside down at the big guy. What's wrong, buddy? Were you forced to work as a soldier by the boss? Don't worry. I'll take care of Jonathan and Martha for you. Bullshit. Clark was a little upset by Li Chengfeng's actions in the past few days. He actually said something uncivilized and then pressed his temple. It's like this. Didn't you meet my cousin at the Atlantis wedding? Your cousin? The beautiful sister named Kayla Danvers. F***CK. Stop it. You've been having affairs with so many women, so stop harming my cousin. Would you please be more polite? What do you mean by being with so many women? It's just 3, so it's not clear that this is true. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. In the absence of Lois, even Clark, nicknamed Boy Scout, gradually became as poisonous as he spent time with him. Human beings are truly creatures that are always growing. Don't mind my love stories, and I promise that apart from the 3 at home, I have no interest in other women. So, can you finish your words? What happened to your cousin? Oh, nothing much. It's just that my cousin will be having dinner with her adoptive family today. This is also an old tradition of the Kent and Danvers families. Is her family full of people? Not many. Just a foster mother and a sister who was adopted like her. A family of 3. Mother and daughter depend on each other for survival. I'm afraid life is not always smooth sailing, right? Well, it's pretty smooth sailing. Clark shrugged. Her adoptive mother is also from the FBI, but she's just a figurehead, so you definitely don't know her. But she seems to be an old acquaintance of Nick Fury. I once saw Nick Fury visiting Kayla's house. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. What a complicated relationship. A figurehead member of the FBI actually adopted Supergirl? FBI? She didn't even report Kayla's ability? If Nick Fury hadn't asked, she wouldn't have bothered to say anything. My cousin's adoptive mother isn't the kind of person who likes to gossip. Judging from your attitude, you are quite respectful to her. Nonsense. Clark sat down next to Li Chengfeng, his face full of melancholy. When she first adopted Kayla, I couldn't beat her. After hearing what Clark said, Li Chengfeng immediately showed a black question mark face. What the hell? Is this adoptive mother so full of martial virtue? When Kayla was 12 years old, Clark was born and Krypton was destroyed. As a protector, Kayla also boarded the spaceship bound for Earth, but passed through a star field where time almost stood still. Clark was already 20 years old when he broke away and landed on Earth. So, the cousin actually became a younger cousin. However, what Li Chengfeng found most outrageous about this matter was that the 20-year-old Clark was no match for this adoptive mother. Wow, there really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Are you sure that you were in a normal state at that time, and you didn't accidentally eat 2 kilograms of kryptonite while eating? Do I look blind? Clark shrugged and stopped talking. Li Chengfeng's curiosity lasted until the evening. A rough engine sound came from outside the room. Li Chengfeng looked up and saw a sturdy and durable military Hummer. Although this kind of stuff is not very expensive, it is difficult to get it without some connections. But I feel relieved when I think that this adoptive mother also knows Nick Fury. Soon, the car door opened and 3 beautiful women with different styles got out. Li Chengfeng only recognized one of them, Kayla, whom he met once at the wedding. The younger woman with short black hair, next to her, should be her sister. Although the blonde beauty who was driving did not have a single wrinkle on her face, her eyes and temperament showed the accumulation of time. Hey Clark, huh? Agent Li Chengfeng? Why are you here too? Your cousin and I are old acquaintances. Li Chengfeng walked forward with a smile. Then he reached out and shook hands politely with Kayla's adoptive mother. Hello, I'm Li Chengfeng, Clark's good brother. Are you Li Chengfeng? Kayla's adoptive mother took off the old-fashioned sunglasses issued by the Air Force and raised her eyebrows. I heard your name from Nick Fury. We are half-colleagues. My name is Carol Danvers. Ahem. What? Li Chengfeng was immediately startled and looked at Kayla, who was a little embarrassed. Good man, it's been a fuss for a long time. You're Danforth. Is this Danforth? So, you happened to pass by the abandoned colony of the Kree Empire in space and met Gideon Malik. Yeah. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers nodded. That guy tried to trick me. How funny. But anyway, I have experienced countless thrilling encounters in the universe. If someone says something, I will believe it. No matter how strong I am, I have died countless times. Li Chengfeng was immediately ashamed. This sister really speaks her mind. I'm not too lazy to hide it all. But Malik is a member of the original Hydra after all, not the Nazi HYDRA. So he is not originally good at brainwashing and engaging in pyramid schemes. That guy named Malik is also an old member of HYDRA. It's a good thing you didn't believe him. Actually, even if I didn't know your name, I wouldn't have believed him. Captain Jing shrugged, snatched a grape from Kayla's hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. At first glance, he looks like an unscrupulous capitalist. As expected of an old detective, you are so good at judging people. Li Chengfeng gave a thumbs up and flattered the other party without any scruples. At the beginning, he thought that it was not normal for Nick Fury to believe in him so much since he suddenly appeared. Therefore, It is speculated that he must have a backup plan and the possibility of suppressing himself in the early stage. Now looking at it, it is estimated that the black salted eggs backup plan at that time was to shock the team. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but take a few more looks at the surprise team in front of him. From the moment they met, Li Chengfeng felt the boundless energy that could not be concealed from Captain Jing. This strength is even comparable to Hela, who has now obtained the orange light. This constant energy gave Li Chengfeng a guess. The captain in front of him had already successfully activated the binary star mode, which was to simulate a white hole inside his body that could release all the energy. That is to say, Captain Marvel in binary star mode can not only absorb any energy from the outside world, but also make the energy stronger and then release it. With such fighting power, a normal big guy would probably be beaten even now, let alone when he was in his 20s. With such a trump card in hand, it is no wonder that Nick Fury dared to believe in himself in the early stage and did not worry about causing trouble after gaining power and strength. In the early days, Li Chengfeng did have a big gap with the Double Star team. Okay, now is private time. You can either call me Ms. or call me Aunt Carol like Clark does. In short, don't be so formal. Yes, Miss Carol. Li Chengfeng nodded obediently. At the same time, he looked at Kayla with some sympathy. With such a tough, adoptive mother, she actually developed such a soft personality? Have you experienced any setbacks while growing up? Mom, you become talkative every time you meet your colleague from the FBI. Alex Danvers, the older sister who had been sitting next to her without saying anything, spoke up at the moment. You were the same the last time director Nick Fury came to our house. Baby, the last time Nick Fury visited was 3 years ago. That's right, 3 years ago. I passed the candidate agent assessment 3 years ago. Why didn't you let me go to the FBI? Alex was obviously angry, and his face was a little depressed since he got off the car. Now I'm 26 years old, and I got a doctorate in astrophysics ahead of time. Why don't you allow me? Because the work of the FBI is actually very dangerous, and you're not a Kryptonian like Kayla. That's enough. I've had enough. Alex shook her head and interrupted her adoptive mother. Then he strode out of the living room. Kayla was about to chase after him subconsciously, but was held down by Clark. As a Kryptonian living among many mortals, he understood better than his cousin that Kayla's comfort at this time was the greatest harm to Alex. This child, Captain Jing shook his head helplessly, his still young face showing the expression of an exhausted old mother. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Li Chengfeng watched the conversation between mother and daughter and then stood up. It's his turn to appear. This is definitely a good opportunity to poach people. Every family has its own problems. MS. Carol, if you're willing, I can help you solve this problem. Li Chengfeng patted his chest and said shamelessly, I don't know if black sauce egg. Nick Fury has mentioned my specific situation to you. I am the captain of the Star Team, and I also facilitated the birth of the new FBI Academy. In other words, I am an expert in dealing with children or people with children's mentality. But I heard that you resigned from the FBI Academy on your first day. Ahem, that's a matter of work schedule. Alas, in recent years, I have been traveling to other places in the universe more and more frequently as an envoy of the Earth to establish friendly relations with other planets and interstellar empires, but I have neglected Alex and Kayla. Captain Jing shook his head and looked at Li Chengfeng. Since you said so, I'll leave it to you, Li. Leave it to me. Li Chengfeng stood up with a smile and chased after him. After going out, I sensed around and found that Alex was walking towards the barn. I checked my personal terminal and saw that at this time, the shape-shifting King Kongs were charging in the barn. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng walked towards the barn. But before he entered the barn, he heard a somewhat hurried scream coming from inside. What the hell? Are you alive? Miss Alex, please don't get excited. Li Chengfeng pushed open the barn door and saw Alex actually screaming and walking towards the bumblebee that had turned back into an old Chevrolet. They're not monsters. They're just a group of Cybertronians. Cybertronians? Iron bodies. Are they a group of silicon-based life forms? Yes, they were exiled to Earth because their home planet was destroyed. Now, this farm is their home. Li Chengfeng walked forward and patted the back of Bumblebee's car. Okay, Bumblebee, go back to eating your meal. Alex is not a bad person. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee's shape shifted again, then walked to the charging station with a bit of grievance and started energy absorbing. Alex didn't look at Li Chengfeng at all. Instead, he kept staring at Bumblebee. The curiosity and enthusiasm in his eyes almost reached the sky. Alex, from our conversation just now, you should know that I'm also an FBI agent, and I'm also a person who can have a say. So, are you here to help my mom convince me not to join the FBI? That's right, you're not a good fit for the FBI. Li Chengfeng's frankness made Alex feel a little disappointed for a moment. But his next words turned this disappointment into surprise. I would rather recommend that you join the new agency that the FBI will form soon, SHIELD. SHIELD mainly deals with extraterrestrial incidents, so is a real professional match for you. SHIELD? Solve extraterrestrial incidents. That's right. Alien empires invading. Exiled aliens settling on Earth. As long as it's an event outside the atmosphere. Unless there are any accidents, SHIELD will be responsible for solving them all in the future. When Li Chengfeng answered Alex, he took a good look at the other person. He still cares about Alex to some extent. Don't get me wrong, although she is also a short-haired beauty in her prime. When did Li Chengfeng become a person obsessed with S***X? Simply because Alex is a serious L*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and had a one-night stand with his apprentice White Canary. This needs to be watched carefully. The way Li Chengfeng looks at Alex now is as if he is looking at a pig that might provide him with cabbage. But apart from this reason, Li Chengfeng also felt some sympathy for this woman. My adoptive mother is one of the most powerful heroes in the universe, and my sister will be one of the most powerful heroes in the future universe. But she's just an ordinary person who is smart and agile. This kind of environment full of gaps will affect her mental state to some extent. Especially, although Captain Marvel was expressing his concern just now, he was telling Alex between the lines that she and Kayla were not the same kind of people and could not be compared. That's the sad truth. Kryptonians are too blessed. Am I really capable of this? I'm just an ordinary person. Most FBI agents are ordinary people. Li Chengfeng shook his head. As long as you want, you could become a SHIELD agent. The value of your skills will not be lower than that of an FBI agent. Li Chengfeng was not talking nonsense. Ever since the FBI passed the draft on the establishment of SHIELD in Hawaii, the FBI has been screening relevant talents internally for the past month and preparing to transfer to SHIELD. Moreover, SHIELD is different from the FBI. Its members are selected and recommended from all over the world to work together. All agents above level 6 have the right to make recommendations, and Nick Fury has even promised to give Li Chengfeng unlimited power to make recommendations. Now it seems that both sisters Alex and Kayla are suitable to work in SHIELD. Even Li Chengfeng set his sights on Captain Jing. It is only appropriate to give the position of SHIELD director to a superhero who patrols the universe all year round and maintains peace. Really? Then where's my mother? Don't worry. Li Chengfeng gave Alex a look that said, relax, your mother and your sister can't escape. After chatting with Alex for a while and introducing her to the shape-shifting King Kongs at Clark Farm, I returned to the living room. At this moment, Captain Jing and Kayla, mother and daughter, all looked at Li Chengfeng with admiration. In their opinion, although Alex is an excellent daughter and sister, there's only one thing. That's stubbornness. In the past, nothing worked in this situation, and we could only wait for Alex to recover on his own. But now, Alex, the most stubborn person in the family, was persuaded to come back by Li Chengfeng. Alex is not the kind of person who would spoil someone just because they are not familiar with each other. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Alex rolled his eyes at Kayla, then looked at Captain Terror. Mom, I'll listen to you. I won't go to the FBI. Alex took the initiative to surrender and reconcile with Captain Marvel. This kind of scene had never happened in the Danvers family in all these years. Agent Lee, I really don't know what to say. Kayla excitedly moved closer to Li Chengfeng. Awesome, it's really awesome. Li Chengfeng smiled and did not answer. But what I'm thinking in my heart is, I really want to see the scene where you see each other in S.H.I.E.L.D. after S.H.I.E.L.D. is officially established. Then he whispered, Kayla, remember what I told you about the wedding at Atlantis? What do you think? What Li Chengfeng was talking about was naturally what he had mentioned to Kayla about go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to work or work part-time. Agent Lee, are you serious? Kayla was obviously stunned. She thought Li Chengfeng was just talking casually, but she didn't expect him to be serious. To be honest, I have never thought about becoming an agent. I just want to be an ordinary reporter. Definitely, if possible, I can also be a famous reporter. The only ordinary person in the Danvers family. He yearns for the life of a detective, agent, or even a superhero. But as a Kryptonian, Kayla Danvers, who obviously has a naturally powerful Kryptonian body, just wants to be an ordinary person. With such a gap, I really don't know whether I should feel pity for Alex or think that Kayla wants definitely too much. Is that so? Li Chengfeng nodded. He was not in a hurry for Kayla. In the evening, after Jonathan and Martha came back from visiting their friends in town, the family had a nice meal together. Jonathan and his wife kept marveling at Carol's ageless appearance. Li Chengfeng knew that the almost infinite energy of the binary star mode had actually changed Team Jing's life form. If Captain Marvel went to Mount Olympus or Asgard, they would just think he was a visiting outer god, not a human. Alex, who had eaten and drunk his fill, was playing with his mobile phone when he suddenly received a message. After reading it, he immediately jumped up from the sofa with joy. Hey, there's a meteor shower in Kansas tonight, and the place to observe it. Great, Smallville is there. A meteor shower? Clark tilted his head and thought for a while. If you want to see one, I can even create one for you. I can do it too. Captain Jing shrugged and said to his eldest daughter, You guys are so boring. Alex rolled his eyes. Are you going to watch it or not? This is a sight you only see once in years. Okay. Who makes you my favorite sister? Kayla moved closer to Alex and headed for the door. Li Chengfeng was not very interested in meteor showers at first, but he was never one to spoil other people's fun. Then he smiled and gestured please to everyone in the room. Please don't always spoil the fun for the children. Don't call me a child. Clark's mouth twitched. Theoretically, you are the youngest here. Kayla was born 12 years earlier than me. But despite all the complaints, the family still followed Alex outside to watch the upcoming meteor shower. Not long after, there really were streaks of light that seemed neither bright nor dark, continuously crossing the sky. Although it's not as spectacular as I imagined, it's indeed the first time I've seen something like this. Li Chengfeng nodded, but at that moment his eyes suddenly locked onto an exceptionally bright spot of light. Etc.? Why doesn't that look like a shooting star? And it was heading straight towards the farm. Li Chengfeng instantly turned green, and a pair of glasses emitting green light formed in front of his eyes. Then he focused his attention and saw the true form of the light spot. It is a small spaceship, and full of cosmic parameters that do not belong to this universe. F***K. Alex, are you sure there's a meteor shower tonight? Li Chengfeng's expression was a little distorted, and he pointed to the sky. Why is there a spaceship coming down here? Before Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Captain Jing, Kayla, and Clark all turned their gazes towards the light spot that was growing bigger and bigger in their sight. Then, everyone's face changed. Not surprisingly, they also saw the spaceship. How about I shoot it down? Captain Jing said, flexing his wrists and preparing to attack. I haven't received any news from other interstellar empires applying to enter the Earth's atmosphere recently. Ms. Carroll, are you always this fierce? Li Chengfeng couldn't help wiping his sweat when he heard Captain Jing was about to shoot down the unidentified flying object without saying anything. Let me do it. As the only person who visits various galaxies every day to deepen the impression of the Earth on alien planets. Although he looks amiable at ordinary times, he is actually as cruel as he can be. Otherwise, the Kree Empire would not be as obedient as a little puppy. If Li Chengfeng and Azilio are not here, Captain Jing will definitely do what he says, and he will not be vague about what he says. After saying that, Li Chengfeng flew towards the rapidly approaching spot of light in the air. Li Chengfeng and the spacecraft were moving towards each other, and soon they met in the air more than 100 meters above. The green light of will condensed into two giant hands, which caught the spaceship steadily, and then held it in both hands and returned to the ground. If this thing were to come into direct contact with the ground, I'm afraid half of the Clark family's farm would be destroyed. The crowd had long lost interest in watching the meteor shower. They watched Li Chengfeng bring the spacecraft back steadily, and then surrounded him. I've never seen a spaceship of this type before. Captain Jing looked at the spaceship placed on the ground by Li Chengfeng with some curiosity. To be honest, it's really crude. Carol is right. Jonathan nodded. Compared to the spacecraft Clark took when he landed on Earth, this seems a bit too simple. Li Chengfeng had never seen the big guy's Kryptonian spaceship, but since even Jonathan said so, it seemed to be true. Let alone those space empires. Even the most remote space civilizations cannot use a spaceship of this quality to travel. It's simply making fun of the name of their own people. Captain Jing shook his head and said, "Then there is only one possibility. This is not a spaceship at all." Li Chengfeng looked at Captain Jing and Big Guy. "I used the Green Lantern ring to analyze this spaceship. Everything does not match the cosmic parameters of this universe. In other words, this didn't come from across space, but from across the barrier of the universe." "That's about right." Li Chengfeng nodded, then extended his right hand toward the spacecraft. "What exactly is contained in here? You can't launch an empty ship, can you?" Just when this thought popped up in Li Chengfeng's mind, his right hand seemed to touch a layer of energy shield. But Li Chengfeng just frowned and continued moving forward with his right hand. This energy barrier couldn't stop him even for a second. And at the moment the energy barrier was broken, the spacecraft automatically started up. Everyone craned their necks to look inside. There were no strange-looking aliens inside, but only one baby. A chubby, fair, blonde and blue-eyed baby was looking at Li Chengfeng eagerly. "Ah, Daddy." The childish voice uttered vague and intermittent syllables, and faintly one could hear that he seemed to be saying Dad. And he was shouting at Li Chengfeng. Everyone took 2 steps back tacitly, only to find that the baby in the spaceship was staring at Li Chengfeng without blinking, still mumbling Dad. "You know what? It really does look a bit like when we picked up Clark." Martha's eyes were gentle, lost in memories of the past. Clark was so small and cute back then. "Oh my God, Mom, is this really a good time to reminisce?" Clark shook his head, then stared at the baby closely. "It's strange this child's physical fitness is a bit too high, even a little close to that of a Kryptonian." Clark glanced at the baby with his Kryptonian eyes, and there was obvious shock on his face. Li Chengfeng didn't care too much. After all, these are cubs that can come to Earth on a spaceship. Those who appear in this way are not good people. That's right. We're talking about Saiyan Goku and the big guy from Kansas. Maybe Clark spoke a little louder, which attracted the baby's attention, and his eyes immediately moved to Clark's face. The next moment, a red-hot line of sight that everyone was very familiar with suddenly exploded on Clark's face. Not even a trace was left. It was Clark's unlucky glasses that turned completely to ashes. Thermal vision? Li Chengfeng felt his scalp tingling instantly. Is this a Kryptonian? Why doesn't he look like one? Having said that, Li Chengfeng didn't care that the child might continue to release thermal vision and directly carried him out. Clark didn't do anything else except moving his body towards Jonathan and Martha. After all, among the people present, except Jonathan and Martha, no one would take this rookie seriously. But the amazing thing is that whenever Clark spoke loudly, the kid would give him a hot glare. But as soon as Li Chengfeng held him in his arms, he became visibly sleepy and soon fell asleep in Li Chengfeng's arms. Looking at it this way, this little guy is pretty cute. Li Chengfeng smiled, listened to the baby's soft breathing, and looked down at the spaceship, trying to see if there was anything else. This time, I found quite a few things. In addition to a few baby clothes, there was also a manual, and it was not written in some incomprehensible alien language, but in English. At the very top of the instruction manual, there's an inverted trapezoid with a triangle dug out in the middle. Is this a logo? It looked quite familiar, but Li Chengfeng really couldn't tell what was wrong. But after seeing the first sentence in the instructions, Li Chengfeng completely understood. If you have opened this space shuttle, Then, congratulations. You have obtained the latest compound number 5 and the experimental subject developed by our water company. We will find an opportunity to recover the experimental subject from you, if you are still alive. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes, then looked at the baby in his arms. Good job. This is Azu. So, you watched a meteor shower, and the meteor shower sent a baby down? Well, to be precise, a spaceship was sent down, and there was a baby in the spaceship. What's the difference? Isn't the point here the baby? John was stunned when he saw Azu lying in the crib. He and Teddy just went out to attend a concert that was a bit too adult, and when they came back, there was suddenly a baby in the house. If I'm not mistaken, Clark, this crib is the one you slept in when you were a child, right? Teddy walked around the crib. I thought it would continue to gather dust in your storage room until your child was born. Since we have it at home, let's use it first. Jonathan shrugged. You little brats can't use it now anyway. No, Jonathan, this child was born with a meteor shower. Can't you be a little more shocked and surprised? Teddy said meanly, if this happened thousands of years ago, this kid would definitely be recognized as Jesus' brother. Isn't it just a baby that fell from the sky? What's so strange about it? What a fuss. Jonathan patted Clark on the side. Look, I raised that child to this age. Li Chengfeng, who was studying the instruction manual, raised his head. Jonathan had a point. Among all the people present, no one knew about this kind of thing, including Captain Jing and his wife. Kayla and Alex are checking Zoo's condition. It was definitely Alex who was checking. Kayla's task was to protect Alex and prevent Azu from suddenly exploding and hurting people. Although he is just a baby, his strength should not be underestimated. An ordinary person like Alex would really be killed by a zoo. Alex, did you find anything unusual? No. Judging from the appearance, the body structure is exactly the same as that of humans, and there is no major problem with the position of the internal organs. Alex shook his head. Did you find anything in the manual over there? Oh, this is indeed an instruction manual. Li Chengfeng crumpled the manual in his hand and threw it away. Besides telling me that his name is John, it only said that he would fall into a deep sleep within 72 hours. His body would grow to the level of a 3-year-old child, and then his growth rate would return to normal. John pointed at his nose. Does this little nose have the same name as mine? No. Isn't it normal to have the same name as you? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about America. If you throw a brick and knock down 10 people, at least 3 of them are named John. Even in the Republic, go ask those elementary school students who have just learned English, how many of them named themselves John? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, everyone in the room nodded in unison. The name John is indeed too common. It is similar to Zhang Wei and Li Hua in the Republic. Well, you know, my parents are uneducated, so they just gave the child this kind of name. John shrugged, then pointed at the child and said, What about this child? Jonathan, are you and Martha planning to adopt another brother for Clark? When Clark heard this, he also looked at Jonathan and his wife. But the old man shook his head slowly and said with a smile, Martha and I have worked so hard to raise you, Clark and Teddy. We have suffered enough from raising children, let alone this little guy. Even if you guys have a child, neither of us would want to take care of it. Hearing the pain in Jonathan's laughter, everyone's attention shifted to another captain present who had experience in raising an alien Superman. But Captain Jing also waved his hand to refuse. In the coming years, I can foresee that I will be on many missions across the universe. I can't take this kid with me, right? And if I keep him at home, what's the difference between that and letting Kayla and Alex adopt him? Kayla was about to raise her hand to say that she could give it a try, but when she thought of her beautiful, excellent, but sneaky boss at Catco, she finally put her hand down. I think we can let Li Chengfeng take the child back. Clark suddenly pointed at Li Chengfeng. Just now I felt that this child and Li Chengfeng have a destiny. Only when he looks at Li Chengfeng does he look like a child, and he doesn't emit thermal vision. Moreover, when Li Chengfeng hugs him, he tilts his head and falls asleep. He is surprisingly honest. Li Chengfeng pulled the corner of his mouth. According to the description of the big guy, he shouldn't be called Li Chengfeng. It should be called TMD Nangong Wenya. However, what the big guy said was exactly what he thought. If nothing unexpected happens, this child should be Homelander from a parallel universe. Even in baby form, Li Chengfeng didn't dare to leave him on Kent Farm. After all, the big guy won't stay in his hometown every day. If he really gets violent and something happens to Jonathan and Martha, it will be troublesome. So it's better to keep him under your own nose. And most importantly, the people around him are basically not afraid of Homelander, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. No need to be careful. Clark is right. Let me take this child away. Li Chengfeng held up a zoo and said with a smile, "Since you're coming with me, you can take my last name from now on. Your name from now on will be Li John. F***K. I feel like you're taking advantage of me on purpose." John muttered, causing everyone to laugh. Grandpa Li John in Li Chengfeng's arms frowned, twisted his body, changed his position, and continued to sleep. So, Li Chengfeng brought Azu and a bunch of Clark's childhood toys back to the base. When he stepped out of the portal, Li Chengfeng found that there was no one in the lounge of the base. Only the slacking team. Captain Carter walked in with 2 bags of butter popcorn. "Hey, isn't this our dear Captain Lee? How come you have time? Where did this child come from?" Captain Carter's attention was instantly drawn. He threw away the buttered popcorn and reached out to take Azu from Li Chengfeng's arms. "Is this the debt of love you left behind? F***K. Can you please be careful when you say something like that? My life is no longer a life." Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "If Hela and the others hear this, will I still be alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the lounge was pushed open again. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked back. Oh no, it's over. No more, no less, 3 women came in. What a coincidence. It happened to be Hela, Ada, and the little madman. Didn't I tell you that I came here with these women in your family? Even Captain Shinyu's face was a little embarrassed at this moment. What are you doing?" Hela's eyes were sharp, staring directly at Azu, who was about to hand it to Captain Carter. "Why is there a child here?" "I don't know. He brought it back. I jokingly asked if it was his debt of love, but he threatened me and told me not to tell anyone." Captain Carter raised his hands to prove his innocence. Then he whispered to Li Chengfeng, "I'm sorry. I'd rather die than let my friend die. You are so good at speaking the Republic language. Don't worry about my Republic language for now." Captain Carter picked up the buttered popcorn and rushed out of the lounge. "Let's find a way to survive first." Li Chengfeng looked at the 3 women who were gradually approaching with a pale face and swallowed with some difficulty. Misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. This child fell from the sky. "Come on, John, aim here. Buzz." Wow, this thermal vision is really accurate. Harley Quinn holds up her adamantium bat with Li Chengfeng's portrait on it. Then, under her unscrupulous guidance, Azu finally got hot-eyed and shot through Li Chengfeng's portrait. Hela and King Ida on the side looked at Azu curiously. According to genetic analysis, he is a human from Earth, not a Kryptonian. How come he's basically the same as a Kryptonian? Don't dwell on this kind of thing, which, after all, those who are related to my Queen of Gods are probably not normal. That's true. In the end, King Ada had to admit that what Hela said made sense. Instead of worrying about why Azu has these abilities, they should prevent this little guy from growing up in a wrong way. If an ability is comparable to that of a Kryptonian but does not have a higher moral bottom line, it will become a big problem. Li Chengfeng, that'd be ********D. Couldn't he explain a few more words? How could he just run away? King Ada's resentment gradually shifted to Li Chengfeng. Are we really like the woman who would cut him into pieces? Others don't know. Harley Quinn shrugged and looked at Ada Wong with a smile. The look in your eyes just now scared me a little. That's right. When Li Chengfeng said the word misunderstanding, he threw Azu at them, opened the portal, and ran away. If Li Chengfeng wants to run now, I'm afraid no one could stop him. In the end, the 3 of them could only hug Azu and look at each other. Later, it was discovered that the child's ability was suspected to be a Kryptonian, so Harley Quinn called the big guy and learned the whole story. But now, even if they wanted to forgive Li Chengfeng, they didn't know where to find him. After all, This guy opened a portal directly under his feet, and no one could see where he went. How could such a big person get lost? Harley Quinn shrugged. I think the most urgent thing is how to take care of a child. Let me make it clear first. I have never taken care of a child before. You say that as if I had done it before. King Ada's mouth twitched. Then the two of them looked at the oldest goddess of death present. But Hela silently looked away. Oh no, it's over. Forget it. I'll just search for some parenting tutorials online. Letting 3 unmarried and childless women take care of the child. I don't know what Li Chengfeng was thinking. Harley Quinn shook her head and went to find her laptop. But Azu in Hela's arms waved his hands and protested to the 3 women. Daddy. You want a daddy? ABA. The dad you're talking about is this guy. Harley Quinn raised her adamantium baseball bat and pointed at the portrait of Li Chengfeng with 2 big holes in it. Isn't that right? Do you think I dare not run? The expressions of those 3 women looked like they wanted to eat me alive. Especially Hela. I could even see the night sky, sword gradually appearing from the void behind her. Li Chengfeng sat on the expensive sofa with lingering fear, holding a bottle of Louis XIII found from the depths of the wine cabinet. While crying, he took a big gulp. Bruce Wayne was sitting opposite him, crossing his legs and holding a copy of today's Gotham Daily in his hand. Lee, you've been crying to me for half an hour. To be exact, it was 33 minutes and 25 seconds. Father. Damien constantly waved the dagger in his hand and did not forget to correct the specific time. But what I don't understand is why Agent Li Chengfeng is so strong, but he is still afraid of those women, even though those 3 women are also very strong. Damien, you are still young and don't understand. Sometimes, fear or not has nothing to do with strength. Li Chengfeng pretended to be an experienced person and said to Damien, just like when you showed up at the wedding, Bruce's pale face when he saw you and Selina together is no different for me now. Lee, you just talk. Why do you always bring me along? Bruce Wayne frowned and looked at his rare good friend. Even the Bat, who was used to cold faces and seriousness, blushed a little. After all, words don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. When he looked at Selina at that time, it was indeed the most terrifying time in history. Li Chengfeng glared at the stubborn Bat, then looked around the underground Bat Cave. Humph! If you weren't afraid, why would you live in the Bat Cave for a whole month? Could it be that some people's fiancés are not allowed to go back to the bedroom to sleep for some reason? Li Chengfeng's words were a sure win. Even Damien smiled and spread his hands towards his father. I didn't tell Agent Li. Why are you calling me Agent Li? Li Chengfeng instantly appeared behind Damien and flipped Damien over with a thump on his head. You have no respect for your parents. Call me uncle. I'm really not used to the hierarchy of relatives in the Republic. Scream or not. Okay, Uncle Li Chengfeng. The little guy Damien also had the spirit of a bachelor who had given up hope. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he simply lowered his head and called for help obediently. Li, do you have any obsession with being an elder? Bruce looked at Li Chengfeng in confusion. If it doesn't work out, just have a baby as soon as possible. The scariest thing is that, although I haven't given birth yet, I already have 4 children. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, stretched out his hand, and counted on his fingers for the Bat, a disciple who is as close as a father and daughter, a Yemengard, a goddaughter, and now there is an adopted son who fell from the sky. Your life is even more bizarre than mine, but I didn't have an elementary school-age child with my first love. You're just talking about something else, aren't you? Ahem, father, don't forget you have guests today. Seeing his father standing up and unbuttoning his cuffs, Damien reminded him, look at the time. It should be almost time. I'll let you go today. Li Chengfeng turned against Tian Gang and said to the Bat with a smile, hurry up. Hurry up. Who are you going to meet? I'll go and see him too. So you're relying on me today, right? Bruce Wayne looked at Li Chengfeng helplessly. After getting a definite answer, he could only sigh resignedly. Is Li Chengfeng still a human being? Pure candy. Wayne Manor. At this moment in the living room, Alfred was leading people to make urgent arrangements. Judging from the new sofas that kept being put up, there were quite a few guests today. Hey, Alfred, where are these guests coming from today? Aren't we the only friends of Bruce? Master Chengfeng, could you please go and stay with Master Damien for a while? I'm really busy right now. The butler Alfred looked at Li Chengfeng with a rather resentful look, then walked around Li Chengfeng and continued to command the crowd. Li Chengfeng was instantly embarrassed. He was very familiar with this statement. In the past, when my mother was mopping the floor, she would always say, "Get out of the way," when she saw me getting in the way. What Alfred just said is similar to this sentence. Li Chengfeng could only try to get close to Damien, who also had no work to do. By the way, do you know who is the guest today? Agent Li. Damien was about to speak, but after seeing Li Chengfeng's eyes, he resigned himself to his fate and changed his address. Uncle Li, I definitely know who the guest is today, but I don't want to tell you. You are such a stubborn boy. For someone as curious as you, Uncle Li, proper concealment is the best revenge for you. Damien's expression was exactly the same as that of a bat, but he suddenly showed a sly smile. Hey, you head. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. This little brat. However, just as Li Chengfeng and Damien, one big and one small, were sitting on the sofa chatting, Bruce Wayne changed his clothes and came out. Wow, why are you two dressed so formally? Li Chengfeng looked at Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle, who was following behind him. Are you going to hold a court ball in your own house? That's right. Your house can indeed host one. Li, long time no see. Selina came over and stretched out her hand to Li Chengfeng. I didn't expect you to be here today. Don't worry about me. I'm just an unemployed vagrant who is temporarily staying at a friend's house because of my girlfriend's force. Li Chengfeng shook hands with Selina and said with a smile, I hope you don't despise me. There's a reason why Li Chengfeng said this. Because now he was still wearing the panda one-piece pajamas he wore when he was at Big Guy's house. The reason why Selina didn't laugh was because she was somewhat used to Li Chengfeng's outrageous behavior. How could I possibly dislike you? You're the captain of Team Star, the ultimate force of the FBI, and one of Bruce's few true friends. No matter what, you're our family. Selina shook her head, looking very serious. Li Chengfeng was deeply moved and looked at the bat with regret. If you had 1/10 of Selina's ability to speak, you wouldn't have been lonely for so many years. I don't need it. Then I'll leave. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. In terms of being stubborn, you are really similar to me and Clark. Bruce resisted the urge to stab Li Chengfeng twice and sat next to Selina Kyle. But why is Selina dressed so beautifully today? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. If I'm not mistaken, this is the dress Bruce just bought last week for $8 million US. A formal dress is like a general's armor on the battlefield to a woman. Selina Kyle smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes, especially when you are about to meet your fiancé's ex-girlfriend. And this ex-girlfriend is the mother of your fiancé's child. Li Chengfeng could clearly see that when Selina Kyle said this, Bat, who remained calm even in the face of a universe-destroying crisis, actually silently shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. TM superhero. Everyone has tracheitis, right? Etc. Meeting my fiancé's ex-girlfriend. After hearing these words, Li Chengfeng also reacted belatedly. In other words, the visitor this time is Damien's biological mother, Talia. Li Chengfeng sat up straight instantly. The panda one-piece pajamas made him look like a fur coat. This trip is worth it. I actually had the chance to see such a lot of fun. Ex-girlfriend meets fiancé. Just thinking about it makes me excited for the bats. After a while, Li Chengfeng waited excitedly and the door suddenly opened. Then Alfred led the group through the entrance hall and into the living room. That's right, a group of people. The leader was obviously Talia. After all, that murderous and cold look only revealed a hint of maternal love when it swept over Damien. Behind him, there were a few guys who looked like they were not good people at first glance. A tall and strong black man wearing a brown leather jacket. Bronze tiger Benner. He was dressed simply, walked with the gait of a dragon or a tiger, and carried a long sword on his back. Top assassin David Kane, father of 3 generations of Oracle. There's also a Republic woman with a cold face. If nothing unexpected happens, it is Ms. Siwa, Sandra Wushan. She was also holding hands with a little girl who could only be Cassandra Cain. At the end of the team was a middle-aged man in a suit and Tai, who always had a smile on his face. As a person with the status of Zithorn, Li Chengfeng instantly felt the connection between him and himself. Obviously, he was also a person who made a deal with him and obtained some kind of black magic power. And in the League of Assassins, there is only one such person, and that is Damien Dark, who is almost on par with Ra's al Ghul. Li Chengfeng curled the corner of his mouth. Wow, except for the boss, all the important figures of the Assassins' League gathered in Wayne Manor. If you didn't know, you would think that the Assassins' League was planning to kill everyone today. Talia, long time no see. You still look so hypocritical and ruthless. Talia sat down opposite Bruce Wayne, and the members of the Assassins' League behind her also sat down. Damien, what are you waiting for? Why don't you come to your mother? Mother, if I say I can't move, would you believe me? Damien managed a forced grin, because at that moment, an irresistible arm pressed down on his shoulder. Aha, ma'am. I think it's good for Damien to sit with me now. Li Chengfeng said with a smile. He just called me uncle. How can I let him sit with the members of the Assassins' League? After saying this, his face suddenly turned cold. Damien Dark, behind Talia, seemed to sense something terrifying and instantly fell to his knees. Assassins' League, what is your purpose in coming to America? The terrifying energy pressure instantly spread throughout Wayne Manor. Talia was startled by this sudden change. She bit her tongue hard and managed to say, I came to pick up my son and settle an old relationship. Oh, I see. Li Chengfeng nodded. Then you must be careful not to break the law. After saying this, the pressure disappeared in a flash, as if it had never appeared. Talia touched her palms, which were already covered in cold sweat. This time, Talia didn't just want to take her son back. He even wanted to completely expand the influence of the Assassins' League into America. Don't think that the Assassins' League is very famous all over the world. At least within the sphere of influence of the 5 major bureaus, members of the Assassins' League are almost nowhere to be seen. After all, no matter how powerful the Assassins' League is, they are just a group of ordinary people who are proficient in the ways of assassins, and there are some people with super abilities in the FBI today. In other words, if they really want to wipe out the Assassins' League, it is only a matter of time. However, the FBI does not seem to be very interested in the affairs of the underworld, so the Assassins' League can still maintain its normal operation. Only Talia's father, Ra's al Ghul, doesn't think so. Instead, he believes that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The more dangerous a place is, the greater its value is. So he took a large group of assassins to the most mysterious and dangerous republic to open up new businesses and battlefields. Then they were caught in one fell swoop by the general administration of the republic. It is said that the verdict has been announced. After considering all the charges, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. If it were somewhere else, Talia might have brought people to try to rescue them. But the republic, let's just forget it. Anyway, as long as my father is not killed, I can still survive the mere 30 years of life imprisonment. So Talia inherited the position of leader of the Assassins' League. Then he brought the existing backbone forces to America, wanted to take advantage of his ambiguous relationship with Bruce Wayne and cooperate with the Wayne Group to officially enter the underground world of America. Definitely, these are all her open statements. In fact, Talia, after so many years, still has feelings for Bruce Wayne. But the moment she walked into the living room of Wayne Manor and saw the gorgeously dressed woman next to Bruce Wayne, she felt a flash of impulse in her heart. Kill her. The extreme jealousy almost made her murderous aura burst out uncontrollably. She is obviously Bruce Wayne's first love. She is the woman who has a son with Bruce Wayne. She was obviously sitting next to him, and it should be Talia who is receiving guests or foreign enemies. However, everything happened after the man in the panda pajamas next to his son spoke, vanished into thin air. Yes, this is Gotham. This is America. Not those tiny countries. An Assassin's League is enough to change the world. They are just a bunch of Kayla Rice with good boxing skills here. The kind that barely has the word small removed. Damien sighed as he watched Talia's changing expressions. It seems that my mother had planned to develop the Assassins' League in America and even other major countries. I really don't know what she was thinking. Didn't I send the battle between Li Chengfeng and the God-Eater Atom to my mother in the form of a video? With such existence, the Assassin's League should just stick to the underworld. Damien doesn't have much affection for the Assassin's League. After all, Damien was born with the intelligence and suspicion of the bad, and he had not been through the brainwashing training of the Assassin's League. Mother, since Agent Li Chengfeng. No, since Uncle Li has spoken, we can just discuss the matter at hand. Damien spread his hands and said, but let me make it clear first, I will definitely not return to Nandarbat. I understand your thoughts. After all, your father is in Gotham, and I won't block your future like your grandfather did. Talia nodded. Although her expression had calmed down, she still trembled a little when she spoke. But that didn't stop her from putting an emphasis on the word father. She accepted that the League of Assassins was under the control of the FBI. Can the FBI do anything about stealing men? That's right, Miss Talia. Damien should really stay in Gotham. Unexpectedly, Catwoman Selina actually took the opportunity to say, I've heard a lot about the League of Assassins. A place like Nandarbat, where there's no one, is really not suitable for the healthy growth of a child. Selina and Damien have been together for a whole month, and the little rift they had in the beginning has long been forgotten. As an orphan, I have dreams and fantasies about a complete family. And now, a chance to become a mother painlessly is right in front of her, and she has to consider whether this is her only chance in this life. Talia wanted to steal her man, so why wouldn't she want to steal her other man too? Although Damien is a somewhat cold and emotionally insensitive child, he is kind by nature. When he gets along with himself, he has a very comfortable distance, like a smaller version of Bruce. It just appears childish at certain times. For example, when he was caught by Li Chengfeng and forced to call him uncle. Bruce Wayne glanced at Talia, then at Selina, and leaned back silently. When it comes to women's wars, men should just get out of there. Women at this time are not human beings. It's a tiger, and it is an indestructible tiger. Bruce Wayne also took the time to look at Damien. As a result, this guy and his grandson, Li Chengfeng, used their personal terminals to watch Booney Bears. And it's played out loud. Li Chengfeng didn't know that in such a situation, the two women were confronting each other, but the BGM was the voice of Xiongda. Wait for me. How weird was it? As for Damien's healthy growth, I won't bother Miss Selina Kyle. I'd rather talk to the child's father about this matter. Am I right, Bruce? Talia leaned forward slightly, and her aggressive and oppressive gaze was directed at Bruce Wayne, who was pretending to look around. If it weren't for Damien's incident, Batman would have glared back at Talia with an indifferent and ruthless look. But now, Bruce Wayne felt inexplicably guilty in his heart. Ahem, I think it would be a good idea for you to talk to Selina about this matter. Bruce Wayne pretended to cough twice to cover up his guilty conscience, and continued, Selina is my fiancée, and our wedding has been put on the internal schedule of the Wayne Group. So from now on, Selina will also have a share in the custody of Damien. Bruce is smart. He is really good at diverting conflicts. With just one sentence, the conflict between his ex-girlfriend and fiancée turned into a conflict between his biological mother and stepmother. Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at Bruce, curling his lips. This grandson has a really evil heart. But Talia was involuntarily led by the bat. Well, would you mind talking to me alone? Just the two of us. Mother. When Selina heard this, she couldn't sit still. Don't you just want to have a fight with yourself? I'll stick with you till the end. Then, the two of them left the living room side by side. Li Chengfeng sighed and looked down at Damien. If your father is beaten up by two women in a mixed doubles match in the future, who will you help? I will choose to go to your house when the time comes and watch you get beaten by your three aunts. Six-Eye, you are so cruel. After Talia and Selina left, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became relaxed. Although they're not familiar with Batman, they are familiar with Bruce Wayne under the mask. After all, they were friends who had fought together in the past. So, the cadres of the Assassin's League began to talk to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, who was temporarily out of crisis, was relaxed and showed a rare, sincere smile. Although the Assassin's League is both good and evil and has confusing positions, these people can hardly be called good people. But after all, I had a good relationship with him before, and he never caused any trouble in Gotham. Damien, you came to America too? A clear girl's voice sounded, and although her face looked indifferent, Damien, who was staring at the bear, raised his head. After seeing the person's face clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched. Cassandra, even though we haven't seen each other for quite some time, you don't have to be so excited, right? Why? Are you unhappy to see me? Definitely not happy. Who would be happy to see a childhood friend who hangs himself up and beats himself up when he has nothing better to do? Damien looked somewhat embarrassed. Nandarbat has many peers, but the only one who can always dominate everyone is Damien. However, Cassandra was not among them. She even disdained to attend Nandarbat's training. After all, her mother was the woman known as Ms. Shiva. Even his grandfather, when facing Ms. Shiva, had no choice but to return to the pool and cast a spell. Cassandra not only inherited the ability from both her parents, but she also showed signs of surpassing her parents in terms of combat intuition and understanding. And Cassandra became the ancestor weighing heavily on Damien's head. Cassandra never held back on this childhood sweetheart. After all, this is the only person of her age whom she can deal with her real ability. Is that so? Then I'll make you happy. The scene that Cassandra imagined, where the childhood sweethearts held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes after not seeing each other for a long time, did not happen, so she seemed a little annoyed and angry. So I reached out and manually created the scene of holding hands and looking into each other's tears. Tearful eyes? Just beat him until he cries. Looking at the little girl with a ferocious face, Li Chengfeng smiled and stretched out his hand, patting her on the head. Yeah, it feels good. But Li Chengfeng and Cassandra's performance made Damien's expressionless face disappear. His face was full of shock. Cassandra, someone touched your head, and you didn't subconsciously use your lock to fight back. Damien couldn't help but put his hand on her forehead. Are you feverish and unconscious? Otherwise, let Alfred take you to the hospital. The next moment, Damien was knocked to the ground by a Kimura lock. Hiss! Stop! Why are you doing this in fits and starts? Just start. Damien gasped. Let go. My arm is really going to break. After hearing this, Cassandra blushed and let go of Damien. This blush is definitely not shyness. But he was mad at this guy Damien. Are you stupid? I've also seen the video you sent back. Cassandra looked at Damien with dismay. I've seen Agent Lee's strength, so when he patted my head, I didn't bother to resist because I don't like wasting time. Cassandra's absolutely pragmatic words made Damien feel aggrieved. Doesn't he care about her? We have been friends and brothers for so many years. Can't I get some special treatment? Li Chengfeng looked at the two elementary school kids with a smile. He could already imagine how chaotic their life was in Nandarbat. Agent Lee, please do not take my daughter's rude behavior seriously. At this time, a sentence in the Republic language came from my ears. Li Chengfeng doesn't even need to guess. Should I call you Miss Siwa? Or Wushan? Just call me Wushan. After all, as a citizen of the Republic, I'm still obsessed with my name. Sitting next to Li Chengfeng was Ms. Shiva, who was a citizen of the Republic like him. The sense of intimacy of being of the same origin suddenly came over me. By the way, I remember you opened a martial arts school in Washington, right? Yes, it's not far from the FBI base. Many FBI agents come here for further training. Ms. Shiva did not hide it. I always charge them 3 times the market price. Only 3 times? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. For 3 times the market price, you can let Ms. Shiva, who can basically say the best in the world, teach you fighting skills? Isn't this pure pie in the sky? A bit too much. To be honest, even if you ask for 10 times as much, I still think it's reasonable. How about this? Are you interested in working as a combat consultant for the FBI? For Li Chengfeng, poaching has become a skill that he activates subconsciously. Moreover, for these core members of the Assassin's League, leaving Nandarbat for a long time means they're actually out of the control of the Assassin's League. The reason why I was able to accompany Talia to Gotham City today was probably more because of our personal relationship. Would the FBI hire a woman with blood on her hands as a consultant? Ms. Silva raised her eyebrows, and she's a Republic woman. Although this is the first time we've met, I know you're not the type to attack the weak. You only like to kill the strong." Li Chengfeng shrugged. "And do you think the FBI agents are good guys? Even the office agents are bound to have a few lives on their hands, not to mention the field agents. I can even say that. When it comes to killing people, even the League of Assassins is nothing compared to the FBI. As for my identity as a Republican, it doesn't matter at all. Isn't the most powerful person in the American General Administration also a Republic man like me?" After saying this, Li Chengfeng and Miss Shiva smiled at each other. This is the correct way to meet fellow villagers. Just when Li Chengfeng was about to discuss the employment contract and salary issues in detail with Ms. Shiva, Damien broke free from Cassandra and handed the personal terminal to Li Chengfeng. Video call request. From Ada Wong. Li Chengfeng took a few deep breaths and clicked confirm. "Hey, sweetheart. How was your day last night?" We'll discuss your problem later. There are new circumstances now." Ada Wong in the video call flipped the camera and pointed it at midair. "Look, someone came to ask for a child." In midair, a woman was seen confronting Hela. Red cape, white battle suit, hot body, and the iconic skylight on the chest. "It's Wonder Girl. Although I don't know who you are, I advise you to hand the baby over to me immediately." Wonder Girl floated in the air, her cape fluttering. "I come from another universe. He is the last remnant of Vought Company, and also its last product. He is definitely not an ordinary child." Hela looked at Wonder Girl coldly. Although the other party said that he had traveled through the universe, Hela did not completely believe it, even though she looks like a righteous person. "I'm not a violent person, at least not now." Hela shook her head. "As an FBI agent and the God King of Midgard, I can listen to your needs, but whether I agree or not depends entirely on my will." The girl's expression froze, and the words she was about to say were blocked by Hela. At the same time, there was a hint of anger between his brows. Why do people in this universe like to meddle in other people's affairs so much? How could you be so calm when you meet a baby who came here on a space shuttle and has strange super abilities? Logically speaking, shouldn't you hand the child over as soon as possible to prevent any disaster from happening to you? Definitely. Maybe considering the other party's strength, he doesn't take the final work seriously at all? Wonder Girl is Kayla Zor-El from another universe. Although her IQ is not very impressive, she is more aggressive and pragmatic. This also has a lot to do with the universe she is in. So she believed in a principle. Since we can't reach an agreement after just a few words, let's use our fists. Throw a punch first, and then ask all the questions while punching. Then let's see who's the real deal. A fanatical smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth, and her whole body exuded the aura of a fighting maniac. Hela was all too familiar with this feeling. This is what she looked like before she was sealed by Odin. If they disagree, they will start fighting. Typical space warmongerer. If you want war. Hela shook her head. She was so young. Then I'll give you war. After saying that, Hela took the initiative, and the night sky sword suddenly appeared from a void. Instead of firing, he held it in his hand. The Wonder Girl was somewhat surprised when she saw this scene. Pulling out a long sword out of thin air. Is this a warrior or a magician? But she didn't think too much about it. As a Kryptonian, she has always been fully confident in her fighting ability. Actually, you just need to hand over the baby to me. But it doesn't matter. He can't get away anyway. So why not let's fight it out first? At this point, the boiling blood had completely surged into Wonder Girl's body, and she temporarily put aside the matter of chasing after Water Company's final work. As his body moved, he immediately left a series of sonic booms in the air. He punched Hela. The power of a mature Kryptonian cannot be underestimated, even for Hela. Night Sky sword was held horizontally, blocking directly in front of him. The thunderous fist did not break the sword directly as the Wonder Girl had imagined, but instead knocked her out. Hela also stepped back slightly, then swung the Night Sky sword to release the force. You are strong, but not strong enough. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on Hela's face, but this smile made people feel cold all over. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who were watching the battle, knew it. This goddess of death had a blank expression on her face and even frowned in confusion, but nothing happened. But if she smiled, and the person she was facing was not Li Chengfeng, then this person is probably in big trouble. Oh, Hella seems a bit overjoyed. Li Chengfeng, who was on the other side of the personal terminal screen, looked at the scene in front of him and said with a smile, "This Kryptonian is going to be in trouble." Laugh, laugh, laugh. Still laughing. Ada Wong rolled her eyes. This is our base. If Hella really tries her best to get rid of this Kryptonian from another universe, then we will no longer be able to live here, right? F***K, that's right. Li Chengfeng, who had been watching the fun, suddenly reacted. That stingy old B***************** D. Nick Fury didn't even know how he was going to deduct the maintenance funds. At that time, I will inevitably have an argument with Nick Fury. Now Nick Fury has been with him for too long, and their relationship has become a little too good. He has begun to feel a little justified and wants to trick him. We must not let this old man do what he wants. Through the camera, Li Chengfeng watched the God Girl and Hella fighting again, and watched the aftermath of the constant collision between the power of Krypton and the power of death passing across the sky. Okay, I'll be right back. After saying this, he opened a portal without even hanging up the video call on his personal terminal. Teleportation magic? Ms. Shiva has traveled all over the world and has some knowledge. Is there something urgent? Do you need help? You don't need to help, but if you want to watch the fun, you can come and watch. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the two elementary school students who were still entangled. As expected, the moment Damien and Cassandra saw the portal being opened, they stopped bickering and tacitly moved behind Li Chengfeng. Without saying a word, they just raised their heads and stared at Li Chengfeng with their big watery eyes. This kind of silent request is really hard to refuse, but we need someone to look after the children, right? So Lady Shiva, Cassandra, and Damien followed Li Chengfeng through the portal. The moment the portal disappeared, the other men in the living room all looked over here. Oh my, this agent from the FBI is really powerful. Are all people born in the Republic like this? At least the people from the Republic that I have met are almost all born strong. Tonghu looked at the direction where Li Chengfeng disappeared and said with a smile. But a trace of worry appeared on David Kane's face. David, are you worried about Wu Shan? Wu Shan. David Kane smiled and shook his head. I have no feelings for her. We just get what we need. I'm just worried about Cassandra. I can tell you clearly that your worries are unnecessary. Bruce Wayne shook his head, a barely perceptible smile showing at the corner of his mouth. If it was someone else, you should be worried. But Li Chengfeng, as long as it's someone he wants to protect, then nothing will happen to him. Wow, you actually trusted another man so much. When did this happen? Damien Dark hadn't said anything until Li Chengfeng left. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, when? Bat shrugged. Probably after being forced to sleep in the same bed in a small town. Bruce Wayne's tone was full of emotion, but he didn't expect that these words were heard by Talia and Selina, who were just about to push the door open. The two women looked at each other. Why is there still a male rival in love? So you just ran straight to Bruce Wayne's house wearing this? King Ada looked at Li Chengfeng, who was wearing a panda one-piece pajamas. She couldn't say that she was desperate about her old man, but she was somewhat disgusted with him. Well, you guys are so scary. If I hadn't run away, I would have been hammered into the depths of the earth by you, right? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and turned off the video call. Let's not talk about this for now. The woman with a hole in her clothes in the sky. They said she was from another universe, right? That should be right. This is obviously a Kryptonian. There are only two Kryptonians on Earth right now, and that's Clark Kent and his cousin. Li Chengfeng nodded. Then he looked up at the Wonder Girl who was fighting with Hella in the sky. It was not entirely clear as I was looking at it through the screen. Now, if you look more closely, Wonder Girl's face is at least 90% similar to Kayla Danvers. The difference of that 1% is entirely due to the difference in age and temperament. Kayla Danvers in this universe is a truly young and beautiful girl, and she exudes the feeling of a college graduate, clear and stupid. But that was the Wonder Girl in heaven, who was obviously a mature woman. Her movements were not sluggish at all, just like her straightforward personality. And the difference in body shape is just too big. This is the huge difference between a girl and a mature woman. Putting Harley Quinn suddenly said in Li Chengfeng's ear, "You were just staring at the skylight of that shameless woman in the sky, right?" Ahem. No, I swear, absolutely not. Li Chengfeng suddenly shuddered and withdrew his gaze. I almost forgot, these three women are still angry. Really? Is it big? It is indeed great. I mean, this power is really great. It can actually be on par with Hela, or even have a slight advantage. That's right, in a pure collision of physical strength, Hela was slightly at a disadvantage. There's nothing we can do about it. Even if Li Chengfeng did not use other abilities and fought purely with physical strength, it would be difficult for him not to be suppressed by these Kryptonians. But Hela is starting to get a little angry. Li Chengfeng has seen that the orange light ring on Hela's hand has begun to flash violently. If she goes all out next time, Wonder Girl will definitely not be a match for Orange Lantern Hela. But you won't need the base anymore. Li Chengfeng knew that this farce should end now. Then the red, orange, and green lights lit up at the same time, and a Buddha appeared on the spot. Miss Shiva and the two little ones who came over to watch the fun all looked up at the huge amounts of six-armed Vajra and said, "Wow, this is really astonishing." Cassandra stared at this scene with her eyes wide open. She then asked Damien, "Is this the true attitude of the strongest person in the FBI? This is probably not the strongest form yet. It's just a stage." Damien shrugged. Although he knew that Li Chengfeng was so powerful that he could defeat the old gods who existed billions of years ago, he was not sure about his specific abilities. He should go back and ask his father about this matter in detail. After all, with my dad's suspicious personality, he will definitely collect information about Agent Li Chengfeng carefully, right? I see. By the way, are you going to attend the FBI Academy? That's right. I want to go too. Cassandra said without hesitation. I'm suddenly interested in these things. Li Chengfeng didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two little guys. He seized the opportunity and grabbed the two women who had been separated after a fight in the sky. Wonder Girl and Hela immediately felt themselves being absorbed by an irresistible force. In the blink of an eye, the two people were already caught in the hands of Li Chengfeng's six-armed Vajra. When Hela saw that it was Li Chengfeng, she knew that the battle was over, so she was too lazy to struggle and instead sent the night sky soared back into the endless void. The Wonder Girl definitely didn't understand what was happening, so she began to struggle frantically. But I found that every time it worked, but I wanted to break free. It's nothing but a fool's dream. When the fighting passion above slowly cooled down, Wonder Girl also reacted. The other party had no intention of getting rid of her at all. With this kind of power, if one really wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago. Are you calm now? Li Chengfeng looked at the powerful girl in the hands of the six-armed King Kong, Kayla Zor-El from another universe. Has my name spread to another universe? Wonder Girl gave a slightly embarrassed smile. Li Chengfeng shook his head, let go of Hela and Wonder Girl, and then canceled the three-light transformation. As someone who has the ability to travel to other universes, you should be aware of the concept of isotopes, right? You mean there are Kryptonians in this universe? Or even another me? Wonder Girl pointed at her face in surprise. But don't look at me like a smart person. I came here to track down the final work of Vought Corporation and followed the trajectory of their space shuttle. I didn't even know at first that I was traveling across the universe. Li Chengfeng did frown when he heard the description of the supernatural girl. Judging from this crude shuttle technology, it is still far from the technology of parallel universe positioning portals of the pioneer civilization. In other words, among the vast multi-universes, the universe where Wonder Girl is located should be a neighbor that is extremely close to this universe. So close that it is only separated by a thin cosmic barrier. How many Kryptonians are there in your world? Kryptonian? I'm the only one. Wonder Girl shrugged. I'm the only survivor of Krypton. I see. Li Chengfeng looked at Wonder Girl, then looked at Azu, who was curiously observing everything in Harley Quinn's arms. The last work you mentioned is Li John, right? John Lee? What kind of crappy name is that? The Power Girl twitched her lips, but still nodded. But yes, it's him. As for Vought Corporation, it's a company that uses compound number 5 to create people with super abilities and packages them as superheroes to make money and secretly control the world. Li Chengfeng nodded. There were no surprises in this matter. However, the final work, John Lee, was not entirely the product of compound number 5. The Power Girl side. Vought Company obtained a powerful human gene from somewhere, and then through cloning and the catalysis of compound number 5, John Lee was born. Li Chengfeng frowned somewhat when he heard this. Isn't it just the ability brought by compound number 5? So what's the current situation of Vought Company? Has it been destroyed by you? We have destroyed most of the Vought Corporation's institutions, and all the so-called superheroes created by compound number 5 have been imprisoned by us, but some of compound number 5 has still spread to all parts of the world through the black market. The powerful girl side and told Li Chengfeng directly about the current situation of Water Company. After all, there is a universe between us, and no matter how you think about it, the person in front of you can't be from Water Company. Then, you should have obtained most of the information within the Vought Company. Haven't you discovered who this human gene was obtained from? There's no record of all this, and we once compared the genes extracted from the final work, Li John, with the gene banks of various countries, but the comparison results were really unexpected. Wonder Girl shook her head and continued. It was found that Li John's genes were spliced together from multiple people, of which Bruce Wayne's genes accounted for 17%, Hal Jordan's genes accounted for 13%, Oliver Queen's genes accounted for 10%, and Barry Allen's genes accounted for 9%. But the remaining 51% was dominant, but did not match the genes of any one person. This passage from Wonder Girl contains a lot of information. Not only did she reveal that in her universe, there were also isotopes of these superheroes, but also, this water company is probably not that simple. Although there's no match with anyone in the gene banks of countries around the world, the genes may have come from a person who has never been exposed to the civilized world. In theory, this conjecture is possible. But don't forget that Vought Corporation is able to travel between universes through certain equipment. In other words, this gene may have been extracted from another universe. However, with the technical strength of Water Company, it is impossible to screen the universe for directional travel. So, it is likely that this gene comes from this universe. The Water Company was suddenly wiped out, and in desperation, Li John was sent to another universe for refuge. It is very likely that he was directly teleported to the universe they had been to. So have you ever thought that the unknown gene came from another universe? If it was before, we definitely wouldn't have thought of it, but now. The Wonder Girl shook her head and smiled bitterly. This is probably the only explanation. I'm also very interested in this matter. Li Chengfeng smiled. It just so happens that I also have the authority to access gene banks in various countries around the world. We can just compare them. Upon hearing this, the powerful girl raised her head in surprise. Who are you? The FBI? FBI? When did the FBI have this kind of authority? You may have some misunderstandings. We are the world's Federal Bureau of Investigation. Our powers are not comparable to those of the FBI. Li Chengfeng shrugged. And don't you realize that the place where you guys are fighting looks like the office base of an official agency? I really didn't notice. The girl showed an awkward smile. You and that dark green beauty put too much pressure on me. If an unknown Kryptonian suddenly broke into your base, would you come out and beat her up? That's true. The Wonder Girl nodded in agreement. Cassandra on the side tilted her head and looked at Damien with confusion. I said, is this the end? Otherwise, what else do you want to see? Hee, I don't want to see a happy ending. I want to see a river of blood. Cassandra's laughter made Li Chengfeng look sideways. Who taught her to laugh like that? Don't you know that this kind of laughter will easily make the guy named Xiao hit you in the face with strange fire? However, Li Chengfeng was too lazy to pay attention to this kid who was beginning to enter his middle school years and led everyone into the office area of the team base. Sky is away. She leads the team to take over the afterlife. Wanda and Pietro were not here either. They took Polaris with them to help build Krakow. Although they don't have a good relationship with their biological father, they have no grudges against other mutants. Ingrid, who was originally stationed here, also went to assist Phil Coulson's team in carrying out their mission as technical support. So he turned his eyes to King Ada. For tasks like accessing a database, an all-round talent like Ada will definitely have no problem at all. But Ada Wong stretched out her hands and took Li John from Harley Quinn. I have to hold the baby. I don't have time. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. It seems that he is still angry. Just when Li Chengfeng was about to sacrifice his chastity, the laboratory door on the other side was suddenly pushed open from the inside out. A middle-aged man with a somewhat tired look came out. It was Bruce Banner. Hey, Captain, are you here? What happened? I heard the sound of fighting outside. Bruce Banner said as he walked over, and immediately saw Li John in Ada Wong's arms. Captain? You and Ada gave birth so soon. Just because you have 7 doctorates doesn't mean you're a nerd without any common sense. Why are you pretending to be stupid? I'm not playing dumb. Bruce Banner pointed at Li John. Although this kid has blonde hair and blue eyes, if you look closely you'll find that he has an Asian facial contour, with shallow eye sockets and relatively soft facial lines. He's even 70% similar to you. After listening to Bruce Banner's words, Li Chengfeng, Hella, and others all looked at Li John. No wonder I always felt that this child looked familiar. Harley Quinn stepped forward and kneaded Li John's little face with both hands. That's right. He looks like Li Chengfeng. Wait, the remaining 51% of unknown genes. Can't they be Li Chengfeng's? Li Chengfeng heard a loud bang in his head. John Lee's previous performance, plus the fact that Vought Corporation has equipment to travel through the universe. What the hell? It really could be his genes. After so many battles, it's normal to leave some genes behind. And no wonder, as soon as he opened his eyes, he insisted on calling me Dad. He was thinking at the time, with so many people around, the fledgling complex couldn't just pick on him, right? F***K, don't guess yet. Let's visit the FBI's gene bank and take a look. I'll do it. I have the permission. Bruce Banner raised his hand very actively and then rushed to a machine. Blood is fine, hair is fine, but hair must have hair follicles. Li Chengfeng nodded and casually pulled a whole hair from Li John's head. Li John was shaking in pain, grabbing Ada Wong's arm and about to cry. Be gentle. King Ada let out a loud roar. Li Chengfeng shrank his neck. No. Are you protecting your own child? The speed of equipment operation analysis is very fast. And because we had a rough goal, we did not compare with the gene banks of other countries, but only compared with the FBI's gene bank. The data comparison soon produced results. Huh. Is it a mixture of genes from so many people? Bruce Banner looked at the results on the screen, then turned to look at Li Chengfeng. Captain, it's confirmed. This child really has some of your genes. Li Chengfeng curled the corners of his mouth. He had already expected this result. Looking at the gene ratio on the screen, it was exactly the same as what the Wonder Girl said, with the error being up to 2 or 3 decimal places. Oh my God, it's really you. The girl with divine power grabbed Li Chengfeng's hand in surprise. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? After traveling through the universe, you directly encountered the dominant gene source of the final legacy. Hey, just talk, don't touch me. An adamantium baseball bat was placed next to Li Chengfeng's hand, and Harley Quinn's voice rang out. Congratulations, Master Li Chengfeng. We're going to be a father now, right? Harley Quinn said with some gloating. But Li Chengfeng couldn't refute it at all. Damn it, the adopted son becomes the biological son. Who can bear this? But theoretically, John Lee has more than one father, right? Harley Quinn stretched out her hands and counted Bruce Wayne, Hal Jordan, Oliver Queen, and Barry Allen. How much inheritance will this child inherit in the future? Everyone was shocked by Harley Quinn's train of thought. Not sisters. While everyone is shocked by the genetic problem, you've already thought about the inheritance, right? Mental patients have broad ideas, right? Li Chengfeng walked forward and lowered his head to look at Li John. But apart from his blonde hair and blue eyes, he doesn't look like the other 4 people at all. Maybe I inherited their inner qualities? Like ability? Like willpower? However, Li Chengfeng did not dwell on this matter too much, and instead felt relieved. It was their genes that could withstand the erosion of compound number 5, allowing Azu also known as Li John, to successfully become the only successful final work in Water Company's genetic plan. Harley's words are a little blunt, but true. Li Chengfeng said with a smile. After all, they have their genes. How can they just sit there and watch? Although Li Chengfeng was talking about the other 4 people, the Power Girl understood one thing. Li Chengfeng will not hand Li John over to her. Now, she's the one in trouble. I am not in the right, and I can't win the fight. You don't have to worry about it. Hella looked at Wonder Girl indifferently. Have you ever thought about? There is no equipment similar to that of Vought Corporation here, so you can't return to your universe in a short time? Hella's words stunned the Wonder Girl. Yes, in order to track him, I traveled across the universe. How to go back now is still a problem. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. There are still many ways to travel through the universe. It just takes some time. This kind of words are definitely just to fool the Supergirl. In fact, in the form of Ion, he can send Wonder Girl back right now. But there is no need to rush this matter. He can also use this incident to train Barry Allen, as he has already mastered most of the applications of the Speed Force. But he didn't realize at this moment that he could travel through time or through the universe. Really? That's great. At this moment, Wonder Girl's stomach made a rumbling sound. Sorry, I'm really a little hungry. The word embarrassment was instantly written all over the girl's face. But there was no way the physical body managed to cross the cosmic barrier and then fought with Hela. The consumption is too great. Even Krypton's body felt a little weak. That's easy to say. You can stay in this base for the time being. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Just let me know if you have any needs. In the evening, Damien returned to Wayne Manor. Father, where are my mother and the others? Under my arrangement, he checked into a hotel owned by the Wayne Group. Not letting them live in Wayne Manor is a good choice. Damien agreed with his father's approach. At least this way, Aunt Selina can still be comforted. You seem to be taking it pretty well. Am I accepting this? Damien spread his hands helplessly. Selina has taken me shopping quite often in the past month, and she even made me call her sister when we go out. You know, this is a very torturous thing. I am suffering for you, father. Damien felt somewhat aggrieved when he mentioned this matter. I am the heir of the Assassin's League. Every day, I am dragged outside by a woman to show off, and I have to call her sister. The most puzzling thing is that not only is this woman his father's fiancée, but he can't beat her either. As a result, because his father never accompanied Selina shopping, the sins committed by Big Wayne had to be paid for by Little Wayne. This matter, I'm sorry for you. Bruce Wayne turned his head with a guilty conscience. I will make it up to you. Don't think about compensating me for now. Damien sat on the sofa opposite Bruce Wayne and sighed. Where are Aunt Selina and Alfred? Selina is on her way back from the hotel, and Alfred is making coffee. Drinking coffee in the evening. You are amazing. Damien complained, and then continued. Wait a minute. They also need to know about this. Bruce Wayne looked at Damien in surprise. Is this some big announcement? Do I have to wait until the other 2 people in the family come back? But Bruce Wayne would not ask directly, but wait silently. It was not until Catwoman and Alfred returned to Wayne Manor that Damien continued to speak. Today, I found a baby at the FBI base. This baby is the product of a genetic program. And then, Catwoman was puzzled. Does the FBI still conduct this kind of cloning experiment? No, it wasn't the FBI that did it, but a company called Vought. Damien shook his head. That's not the point. The point is that this baby has the genes of many people, such as Hal Jordan, Barry Allen, Oliver Queen, and you, the father, and your genes. And mine. Even the bats were a little surprised. That's right, but you would never guess who provided the genes that accounted for the largest proportion and dominated the majority. Bruce Wayne looked at Damien's amused expression and thought about who he was with today. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he asked, could it be Li Chengfeng's grandson? Bingo! Dad, you guessed it right. But as soon as she finished speaking, Selina suddenly stood up from the sofa, staring at Bruce Wayne. Really? The male rival is the biggest threat. The next day at the team base, in the combat meeting room, Li Chengfeng was sitting on the stage holding Li John. There was a row of people sitting in front of him. Each of them has some genetic relationship with John Lee. That is, Lee John's other father in theory. I took half a day off to come here. What happened? Hal Jordan looked anxious. I'm in a hurry to go back and participate in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's election. Are you crazy? With that Green Lantern ring on your hand, you still want to participate in a trivial selection? Lee Chengfeng's mouth twitched, looking at Hal Jordan. The husky, or is the person in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent selection crazy? Ahem. Being selected with a Green Lantern ring is nothing. As the best test pilot and fighter pilot, I can enter S.H.I.E.L.D. on my own. Come on, man, don't be so stubborn. Oliver Queen hugged his shoulders and said with a smile, you know, the salary difference between being selected into S.H.I.E.L.D. normally and being invited into S.H.I.E.L.D. as a superhero is quite large. That's right, the salary of an ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent seems to be comparable to that of an F.B.I. agent. Barry Allen continued, although the salaries of high-level agents are quite high, the salaries of ordinary agents are not that high. It's even lower than your salary in the military. What the hell? There's such a thing. Hal Jordan was immediately shocked. Then I'd better not go back to participate in the selection. Hal Jordan looked a little embarrassed. He had just finished bragging when he realized that he had lost a lot of money. But, fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise he would have had no place to cry. After all, as a role model of one man feeding his entire family, he is a real moonlighter. So in his eyes, salary is really the most important thing. Just as a few people were teasing Hal Jordan, the door of the operations conference room was pushed open from the outside, and Wonder Girl, wearing an F.B.I. combat uniform, walked in. Li Chengfeng looked up, then nodded and said, everyone, I called you here today because I have an important matter to discuss. It concerns a life. Li Chengfeng spoke with a serious face. The word human life instantly silenced everyone present. Although they didn't know the specific situation, all the playful expressions were restrained. After all, they're all professional agents or soldiers, and they can still distinguish between priorities. Only the bats who already knew what was going on had an expression of wanting to say something, but stopping themselves from saying it. He hadn't said a word since the beginning. I think this matter is really ridiculous. I just brought home my biological son from my first love not long ago, and now I'm going to have another blood-related child? What's going on? Don't you think his house is messy enough? He hasn't gone back to his bedroom to sleep for a month. Before that, let me introduce someone to you. Li Chengfeng nodded to the Wonder Girl, who came to his side. This is Wonder Girl, a Kryptonian. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, everyone's face changed. Especially the bat. He covered his stomach secretly. My stomach is starting to hurt. Damn it. Kryptonian? Aren't Kryptonians just that Boy Scout from Metropolis? Yeah, where did this Kryptonian come from? In fact, there is more than one Kryptonian named Superman. Superman also has a cousin. Li Chengfeng looked at Hal Jordan and Oliver Queen and shook his head. And she is the isotope of Superman's cousin from another universe. As soon as these words came out, the milkshake that Barry Allen had just drunk suddenly sprayed out. Ahem. Ahem. Agent Lee, aren't you jumping the subject too far? Barry Allen wiped the spurted milkshake in a rather awkward manner. This has directly turned from a world secret into a multi-universe legend. As a man with super speed force, although Barry Allen has not yet mastered the application technology of traveling through time and the universe, he has also learned about the existence of other universes and timelines through the Speed Force. Relatively speaking, he was the one who accepted it the best among these people. Everyone else, even the bats, had an expression that said, "What the hell are you talking about?" on their faces. I know this may sound ridiculous to you, but I want to tell you that unfortunately, not only do we live in a multi-universe, but there are also quite dangerous beings in other universes. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Wonder Girl's universe is already a relatively safe one, and we can even become allies. As for what happened, let Wonder Girl tell you in detail. After saying this, he nodded to Wonder Girl, indicating that she could begin. The Wonder Girl was naturally not vague and told the whole story in detail. After hearing this, the faces of the men all became embarrassed. After all, suddenly you have a shared son among friends and colleagues, and anyone would feel uncomfortable about it. No, Theoretically speaking, apart from the genes of Li Chengfeng that they obtained by traveling through the universe, the genes of other people are likely obtained from our isotopes. Al, what a pity. Barry Allen shook his head. If we talk about it from a genetic level, allomorphs can basically be considered the same person. But the most strange thing about this matter is that Li Chengfeng doesn't have an isotope, right? Oliver Queen frowned. There shouldn't be exceptions to this kind of thing, right? This is not something you should care about. Bruce Wayne shook his head and looked at Li Chengfeng. Tell me, Li, what exactly do you want to do by calling us here? Needless to say, you are the father of this child at the genetic level, and you still want to deny your responsibility, right? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. I have made a schedule, and you all have to participate in raising the child. No, you called us here and talked about a lot of big things like multi-universe and isotopes. But the result is to take care of the G children. Hal Jordan suddenly didn't feel so enamored with S.H.I.E.L.D. The FBI is full of psychopaths, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was formed under the leadership of the F.B.I. How good can it be? Definitely it's not as simple as just looking after the children. Don't you want to know why the genes of people like you were chosen? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. So when we obtain the means to stably travel to another universe, you have to work with me to figure this out. Okay, Oliver Queen, step out. Li Chengfeng gave an order and then stuffed Li John into Oliver Queen's arms. According to the schedule, you will take care of the child for the next week. The specific precautions have been sent to your personal terminal. Oliver Queen, the richest man in Star City, a level 5 agent of the FBI, is known as the Lindsay Lohan among the rich. Starting today, I will be upgraded to a stay-at-home dad. When Oliver Queen carried Li John home, he was still in a daze. Ollie, are you back? In a huge Quinn manner, a beautiful young girl jumped down from the second floor. Why are you back so early today? Thea, just give me a day off today. Then your superior is quite nice. Thea Quinn looked at Oliver Queen with some curiosity, only to find that there was a baby in her brother's arms. You, have you been exposed? Xia came forward and looked at Li John, who was sleeping soundly in her brother's arms. Although I know that you handed over the Quinn group to Felicity and me so that you could focus on the work of the FBI, but I didn't expect you to still be so romantic. Have you thought about how to explain to Felicity? What are you talking about? Oliver Queen looked at his sister with a wry smile and told her everything he could about Li John's background. In other words, this child is a clone created by integrating the genes of 5 men, Xia said as she silently distanced herself from her brother. With the other 4 men. Brother, you like this? Did you understand or not? Oliver Queen blushed. His sister knew how to irritate him. I told you she was a clone. Okay, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Thea smiled and stretched out her hand, trying to take Li John from Oliver Queen. Anyway, since he has a part of your genes, then I must be his aunt, right? Don't rush to hug him. He seems to have some special powers. Oliver Queen said, taking out his personal terminal and reading the notes sent by Li Chengfeng with Xia. First, he will fall into a deep sleep after leaving the hibernation chamber for 72 hours. His body will rapidly develop to the size of a 3-year-old child, and then his growth rate will return to normal. It has been a full 48 hours since he left. Well, that means in 24 hours, my cheap nephew will super evolve. Xia poked Li John's head curiously. Is this little guy really that amazing? Agent Li can't fool us with this kind of thing. Oliver shook his head and continued reading. The more I watched, the more frightened I became. According to the description of this note, this is simply a replica of a Kryptonian, or the kind that doesn't need sun exposure. This coming week, Queen Manor, it's probably going to be a complete chaos. Do you think Oliver Queen can handle Li John? Hella stood with Li Chengfeng. Although he is an excellent fighter, he is, after all, an ordinary person without any super abilities. Although he looks like a playboy, he is actually second only to Bats in terms of reliability, and much more reliable than Hal and Barry, the red and green idiots. Li Chengfeng shrugged. In fact, I originally wanted Bats to take care of the child first. After all, he has Alfred at home, who is definitely a professional in childcare, but who made him fall in love recently and start a sure scene in Wayne Manor. "What are you two doing standing here?" Ada Wong and Harley Quinn turned back from the front. "Didn't we agree to come and see the construction progress of the mutant country Krakow?" Li Chengfeng looked at Hella and walked forward. "It's a very close watch. Leave no chance. The competition between women is so exciting." Li Chengfeng walked on the Krakow continent, which had not yet fully formed, and keenly noticed that the entire continent was still shaking slightly, as if it were still growing. Li Chengfeng understood. After all, the Magneto in this universe was more like the movie version of Magneto, and its ability development was far inferior to that of the comic version. So the manufacturing speed of Krakow continent is not very fast, but it has already reached a considerable scale. Magneto himself is still continuing to expand the scope of Krakow. After all, it has not yet reached the territory agreed upon with the World Federation. Other mutants have begun to build Krakow, the first city of mutants, with the help of the construction tools provided by the World Federation and their own variant abilities. TSK. I have to say, there are quite a few mutant abilities that are not very useful in combat, but are quite useful in infrastructure. After all, the original mutants have always wanted to integrate into the human group. This part of the mutants can't find a suitable use for their abilities. But now it's different. They can become the new working class of this country. Li Chengfeng nodded. After all, for the original mutant tribe, being unable to fight was equivalent to being useless. But in Krakow, those more functional variant abilities come into play. Looking inside the bustling urban construction site, Li Chengfeng suddenly frowned and rubbed his eyes. "It's like I saw something wrong." A burly bald man about 3 meters tall was moving bricks at the construction site. Although no matter how you look at it, apart from his tall stature, he is just an ordinary Asian man. But for Li Chengfeng, he could tell his identity at a glance. Li Chengfeng quickly stepped forward, grabbed the other person, and whispered, "Damn you, Adam. Why are you here at the construction site, carrying bricks instead of going back to sleep?" "You are." Li Chengfeng. Adam frowned and looked at Li Chengfeng. "Why should I continue to sleep? I slept before because I couldn't digest the chaotic godhood and power. After the battle with you, they were all purified by your so-called white light. Why should I continue to sleep? That's not why you're here, to carry bricks for others. My descendants want to build a new home? What's wrong with me helping them?" Adam's expression became even weirder. "I am one of the ancestors of mankind." Seeing that Adam was so confident, Li Chengfeng felt relieved. All human ancestors have supported mutants, so who can now deny mutants' human identity? But this is too painful. The old gods of the earth are moving bricks or something. "Boss Artem, a new batch of bricks has arrived. I'll go unload the truck now." A big man with an Egyptian accent walked out from the side. He was also bald and strong, but he was much shorter than Adam. It's just that his skin color is a little strange. "Gray. Very good. Thank you for your hard work, and Sabanur." Adam nodded, then said to Li Chengfeng, "I will continue to move bricks." Li Chengfeng looked at the 2 sturdy men who turned and left with a frown on his face. "Nur Sabanur, this name has another title. Apocalypse." "What? You're asking me why I'm working here?" Apocalypse wiped the dust off his hands. "I simply can't beat Boss Adam, so I'll just make the best of it. This is mutants' country anyway." After Li Chengfeng talked to Apocalypse, it was hard to connect this guy with a peaceful face like an old farmer with the most famous villain in mutant history, Apocalypse. But seeing him following behind Adam so eagerly, it was really a bit lackey. "Captain, don't listen to this weird guy's nonsense." At this moment, Wanda appeared in front of Li Chengfeng and others, and looked at Apocalypse, who was walking away with Adam with a suspicious look. When he first appeared a few days ago, he wanted to rule all the mutants and claimed to establish a new world order. All the mutants are no match for him. Fortunately, Adam is here, otherwise Krakow would be enslaved by others before it is completely built. Wanda didn't believe that a guy who was obsessed with turning others into his slaves could become an honest civil engineer on the construction site just by being beaten up. Who can believe this? Apocalypse attacked Krakow. That's right. I don't know how he knew where Krakow was. It said that this mutant existed 3,000 years ago. Why would this old man, who is used to ruling others as slaves, wake up? Wanda's anger obviously hadn't completely subsided. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. He felt something was wrong. Did Wanda have such a strong sense of racial identification with the mutant group? Didn't you come to Krakow with Pietro and Polaris? Where are they? These two unfortunate guys are lying in the temporary medical department like that man. In today's context, unless otherwise specified, that person must be her dead father, Magneto. Although Wanda downplayed the apocalypse attack, in reality, it still caused some damage. Why not ask for support? Li Chengfeng frowned. Wanda, what is the first action guideline of our star team? When in doubt, call for help first. I realized something was wrong and saw that guy being beaten to the ground. I was about to ask for help when Adam showed up. Wanda shrugged. I definitely don't have personal revenge. You're just seeking revenge for personal gain. Li Chengfeng shook his head. To be honest, I have no problem with your little tricks, but it is wrong for you to involve your own brothers and sisters. Oh, Captain, you misunderstood. Wanda waved her hands hastily to deny. Polaris was a temporary replacement for that person to continue to condense the Krakow continent, and finally collapsed from exhaustion. As for that embarrassing thing, Pietro, it's because the newlyweds were too close to each other and hurt their waists. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a look of slight contempt, including the most nonchalant Hela. In the end, Li Chengfeng and everyone else came to the temporary medical department to visit the first president of Krakow and his dear FBI agent. It turned out that the three of them were lying in the same ward. Magneto wanted to talk to Pietro, but didn't know how to say it, and Pietro turned his head away, not even looking at Magneto. Only Polaris was lying on the middle bunk, looking troubled. Harley Quinn held back her laughter and leaned close to Li Chengfeng's ear and said, "Help. I feel so embarrassed when I see this scene. It's really hard for little sister Polaris." Li Chengfeng nodded. Does this require the little lunatic to explain? He saw Polaris's toes were twisted into a knot. However, when he first arrived in Krakow, Li Chengfeng felt that the island was slowly growing, which means that one of Magneto and Polaris must have not cut off the ability. Polaris' face was pale, and he looked weak all over, which showed that he had overused his ability. This means that old guy Magneto boss, in order to get closer to his sons and daughters, he actually pretended to be injured. In other words, he might have some injuries on his body, but for a veteran like Magneto, he would definitely not lie in bed. It's time to play the art of war. Ahem, Pietro, how's your waist? Li Chengfeng coughed twice and forcefully inserted himself into this awkward space. Why don't I see Scylla? The moment Li Chengfeng came in, Polaris's legs, which had been twisted into a knot, instantly straightened out, and the look she gave Li Chengfeng was like the look of the believers in the book of Exodus when they saw Moses parting the sea. Captain, why are you here? Pietro sat up. His waist injury was almost healed under the self-healing ability. Sheila? She has to go back to Atlantis to report the progress of Krakow's construction to the two Aquamen. Li Chengfeng nodded. It seems that Atlantis really cares about Krakow. Although Pietro belongs to the FBI camp, he is more of a mutant, plus Namor's mutant gene. Therefore, Krakow and Atlantis are natural allies. No wonder Li Chengfeng saw so many Atlantis-style construction machines along the way. I think it was specially sponsored by Atlantis. Okay, watch your waist, you are so young. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Pietro, but instead came to Magneto's bedside. Hey, Chief Magneto, I heard that Krakow was beaten up by your charming ancestor mutant before it was even built. How can you call it beating? This is a sparring match. Do you understand? Magneto's mouth curled up into a slightly unnatural smile. In fact, he subconsciously wanted to refute Li Chengfeng, but after careful consideration, Apocalypse, a mutant who had lived for thousands of years, could really be regarded as one of his ancestors. So I could only awkwardly change the subject. Don't be embarrassed. With your current level of mutant ability development, It's normal for you to be beaten by Apocalypse. Li Chengfeng shrugged, not mocking Magneto at all. I just want to tell you that the official founding of Krakow is already known to everyone in the world. So, some ancient beings that have conflict with mutants may have to start taking action. While Li Chengfeng was talking to Magneto, a seductive woman with black hair, black eyes, and a black dress landed on the coast of Krakow. Is this the country founded by mutant? Very good. Your queen is here. If we talk about the most powerful mutant, it is undoubtedly Jasper's, who is so powerful that no one could defeat him. In the end, he chose death out of boredom. That is, it is so powerful that the editor can permanently ban the account. But when it comes to the oldest mutant, there is no specific person. The Celestials conducted experiments on Earth too long ago. But the oldest mutant recorded today is the Black Queen, Selene Gallio. Even compared to Apocalypse, she was old enough. Because it was born in Central Europe more than 17,000 years ago, it is also called the Hail Witch. Not only does he possess a long life and the mutant ability to take away the vitality of others, he is also proficient in black and white magic, and his attainments are unfathomable. Compared with her powerful abilities and nearly infinite life, she is also famous. Beautiful and ruthless, elegant and cruel, charming and cold. She has been harming many lives for 10,000 years. She is a predator of humans and an evil moon priestess. She has only one goal, that is to prepare a grand party for yourself. And the food at the banquet will be tens of millions of lives. Only, what do you mean? Has the current mutant never even heard of my name? We know the legendary Black Queen of Hail. Iceman nodded, then pointed to the Krakow temporary entry registration office on the other side. Please go there to register. Since mutant has established a country, it must look like a country. Although it is simple, the basic steps cannot be missed. The Black Queen's mouth twitched, and she was a little confused for a moment. Are the mutants now so peaceful? If he hadn't been in the Hellfire Club for some time, she would have really believed it. However, the other party's life form made the Black Queen alert. With her age and experience, she could tell at a glance that this seemingly sloppy Iceman was actually an Omega-level mutant. Even she didn't want to come into direct conflict with such a powerful mutant. So he walked towards the Krakow temporary entry registration office, pointed out by Iceman with half belief and half doubt. She wanted to see if this country had the potential to be ruled by her. As I walked into the registration desk, I heard a pleasant voice coming from behind the desk. The one sitting here is Professor X's direct disciple, Jean Grey. Hello, please fill out this mutant information statistics form. What the hell? Black Queen. As soon as she looked up, Jean Grey recognized the woman in front of her. The X-Men had fought many battles with the Hellfire Club and the Mutant Brotherhood in the past. As one of the first few members, it was normal for him to recognize the Black Queen. However, Jean Grey was only surprised for a moment and still handed the mutant information statistics form to the Black Queen. This operation, the Black Queen herself was a little confused. If she remembered correctly, she and the X-Men could be considered enemies, right? That's it. Or do I have to fill out this useless form? Thinking of this, the light of black magic was already rolling around her body, and at the same time, the power of mind control swept towards Jean Grey. Wait, Black Queen. Jean Grey frowned. The power of telepathy instantly penetrated into the Black Queen's mind, but it only made her movements sluggish, and she was completely unable to control her. The Black Queen then revealed a cruel smile and decided to conquer this new mutant kingdom, starting with Jean Grey. In the next moment, the entire temporary registration office was lit up with a strong light, and as the light came on, the Black Queen was shocked to find that her power of mind control was receding like the tide. Jean Grey felt a sense of relief, and then her telepathy ability was activated again. This time, the Black Queen could no longer resist and was temporarily controlled by Jean Grey. If we weren't at the temporary registration office, even if there were two of us, we wouldn't be your match. Jean Grey wiped the sweat from her forehead. Luckily, you're someone who thinks you're smart and suspicious. If you were to fall from the sky like that guy named Apocalypse, it would be really hard to deal with you. What on earth is going on? While the Black Queen was struggling, she used her remaining consciousness to mobilize the power of black magic and white magic, barely regaining control of a duplication. Why did my mutant ability disappear? They didn't disappear, but were suppressed. Jean Grey shrugged. When discussing the detailed plan for founding a nation, we took into account the possibility that there might be mutants who once stood on the opposite side of us. So we set up mutant gene suppression devices in several special locations. As he spoke, he revealed the special watch on his hand and shook it in front of the Black Queen. Only by carrying this watch can the inhibitory effect of this mutant gene be offset. To be honest, if we don't consider our past opposition, I still admire you, Jean Grey said with a smile. After all, your long life has indeed brought you extraordinary leadership skills. The Hellfire Club you lead is much more powerful than when Sebastian Shaw was in power. After saying that, he turned around and turned on the communicator. Hey guys, just a visit to the temporary immigration office, and ran into an old acquaintance. Li Chengfeng did not continue to squeeze Magneto, but instead talked to him a lot about Krako's current progress and ideas. I have to say, if you look at it from the perspective of a national leader, the Magneto head is indeed much more suitable than the Professor X head. Professor X is still somewhat indecisive. At this moment, Li Chengfeng suddenly raised his head. Black magic. Another guy who got the black magic power from him. But it's completely different from the little Kayla Rice before. This is definitely the most powerful magician in the black magic world. And how could such a person land in Krakow? Generally speaking, except for special mutants, such as Wanda, who possesses both origin magic power and mutant powers, people on the magic side rarely have anything to do with mutants. Suddenly, a voice came from the communicator next to Magneto's ear. Magneto's expression changed, and then he rolled over and got off the bed. Jean Grey captured the Black Queen at the temporary registry office. Who? The Black Queen. Li Chengfeng's frown instantly relaxed. That's not surprising. Anyway, even Apocalypse has appeared, so it's not surprising that the Black Queen will show up. The Black Queen, as you can tell from the name, is particularly good at wearing black. This is something you have to watch and learn. Well, I'll go help Magneto. After saying that, Li Chengfeng hooked his arm around Magneto's shoulder and ran out of the medical department. Hella, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn looked at each other. In the end, they all sighed. Amen. After Li Chengfeng and Magneto left the medical department, they took off into the air and flew towards the border of Krakow. According to Magneto's description, Krakow's current area has basically reached the file size of 1/4 of the Republic's Onion Province. Therefore, to get from a hinterland to the border, you really have to fly. Li Chengfeng looked at the mutant country Krakow, which had completely got on the right track, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Hey Magneto, from now on you are the president of a sovereign country, so don't let your mind be filled with only fighting and killing. When did I only think about fighting and killing? Magneto wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have the confidence to refute. Ahem, I just thought more about fighting and killing relatively speaking. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. You're kidding. Based on the living environment of mutants in the past, even a strong mutant like Magneto had to live a life of displacement while being hunted down. This is basically the situation all over the world except in the Republic. It was not until the formal establishment of the World Federation that the situation began to improve to a certain extent. If his mind wasn't filled with thoughts of fighting and killing, he and the mutants who were with him would have been killed by humans long ago. But this kind of thing, there's really no way to tell who's right or wrong. Both sides are actually just fighting for their own survival. Although human civilization has been quite developed, emotions have always remained in the most primitive state. The strong prey on the weak. After Krakow was established, I had a good talk with Nick Fury and Professor X, and asked the X-Men to be transferred to the F.B.I. in Krakow to take charge of the work. Li Chengfeng said with a smile. After all, Krakow suddenly has an apocalypse and a Black Queen. These are both unstable factors in mutant. We have to be on guard. Speaking of apocalypse, I still feel a sense of unreality, Magneto said with a wry smile. Who knows, once the mutant founded the country, Even a super mutant from 3 or 4,000 years ago was brought out. Okay, this can't be seen as a completely bad thing. Li Chengfeng shrugged. As long as Apocalypse completely identifies with this country and lives in this country peacefully, then your mutant group will have an extra pillar to stabilize the sea, right? Li Chengfeng didn't really have much ill feelings toward Apocalypse. Although he once enslaved the entire Egypt, that was a historical limitation. Living in such an environment, it was impossible for him to shout, "Our kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species to liberate slavery." And compared to those human pharaohs, Apocalypse can even be considered merciful. Plus the weather on the construction site. Although he has a kind face and looks a bit honest. But in fact, those two eyes are full of wisdom accumulated over the years. As long as he can dispel the last ambition in his heart, he will definitely be a key figure in Krakow in the future. While Li Chengfeng was talking to Magneto, they had already arrived at the western border of the Krakow continent. Magneto has stopped the continent from expanding in this direction and has reached the boundary of the agreement. At the same time, this is also the only fixed border in the entire Krakow. All official visits now have to enter from this side. Well, I can already feel the taste of black magic. Li Chengfeng's eyes instantly looked towards the temporary entry registration office below. Magneto's head, "Is that right there?" "That's right," Magneto responded, then landed on the ground with Li Chengfeng. When I walked into the temporary entry registration office, I saw a beautiful woman with black hair, black eyes, and a black dress staring at Jean Grey. Although neither of them made any moves, the chaotic energy around them showed that the Black Queen and Jean Grey were competing with each other. Black magic, white magic, and mental energy were almost rolled into a turbulent energy flow that distorted space. It has even been reflected in the visual aspect. The entire temporary entry registration office was caught in waves of fluctuations. Li Chengfeng raised the corner of his mouth and extended his hand to the Black Queen with a kind smile. Then he slapped the other person on the back of the head. Although it was just a simple slap, the moment Li Chengfeng's hand touched the Black Queen, the surging black magic power was instantly annihilated and disappeared completely. The white magic power was also completely suppressed by Li Chengfeng's origin magic power. The Black Queen felt the touch on the back of her head, and before she could get angry, she discovered that most of her power had begun to disobey her command. This caused her to panic briefly. It was this slight panic that allowed Jean Grey to immediately find a loophole in the defense and take advantage of it. The control of her body that she had just barely regained was once again taken away by Jean Grey. The Black Queen is so hateful. Although she possesses a lot of power, this also means that her telepathy power is not fully proficient, at least worse than that of Jean Grey, a specialist. It is actually normal to fail. But what made her feel even more incredible than this was that the power of black magic had completely disappeared. Are you shocked? Li Chengfeng tilted his head and looked at the Black Queen. I just tore up the contract between you and Shi Sun, so the black magic on you is naturally invalid. If you want to regain your power, you have no choice but to sign a new contract with me. The contract between the Black Queen and Sithorn is very similar to the black magic contract between Sithorn and Constantine, and it costs almost nothing. It's just a small price to pay for being infertile. For the Black Queen, that's not even a price to pay. 1. Your Excellency the President, Agent Li. Jean Grey nodded to Li Chengfeng and Magneto and felt relieved. If Li Chengfeng had come a little later, Jean Grey would have really had to use her best skills. Magneto waved his hand at Jean Grey, telling her to calm down. At the same time, he looked at the Black Queen with some surprise. In the Hellfire Club, Magneto also worked with the Black Queen, although he knew that the hail, which was unfathomable. But I didn't expect that her telepathy and controllability alone were already close to Jean Grey's level. You know, Jean Grey's current telepathy ability is not much inferior to Charles's. And this is just one of the Black Queen's abilities. Are you Sithorn? The Black Queen narrowed her eyes and observed Li Chengfeng. No. Although you look alike, you are definitely not him. After all, she is still the witch Hale, much smarter than other young and ignorant black magicians. Li Chengfeng smiled and released the suppression of the Black Queen. I am not Zithorn, but I now control all the power of Zithorn. The Black Queen was in a trance for a moment. Then she smiled a charming smile. Then he extended his hand towards Li Chengfeng. I'm Celine Galio. They call me the Black Queen. Li Chengfeng held it without hesitation. Watching the Black Queen's smile slowly solidify, shatter, and finally turn into disbelief. How's it going? Have you sucked enough, pretty girl? Li Chengfeng squeezed the white and smooth hand. I still have a lot. The Black Queen, in a sense, is a soul vampire who can absorb life force through touch to strengthen herself and maintain eternal youth. But she never dreamed that she would have such a day. My lord, please forgive me for my offense. I will never dare to covet your authority again. The Black Queen discovered at first that the Republicans in front of her had indeed obtained everything that belonged to Sithorn. But she has never had much respect for the illusory gods. After all, during her long life spanning more than 17,000 years, other people also called her goddess for most of the time. She even showed off her charm and wanted to have some physical contact with this seemingly mortal man. By gaining his life force, would it be possible to intercept all of Sithorn's authority? She wants to give it a try, but it is too late to back down. She didn't expect that the vitality in Li Chengfeng's body could only be described as endless. When Li Chengfeng realized that she wanted to absorb the vitality, he not only did not stop her, but instead deliberately poured the almost infinite vitality into the Black Queen's body. A pure white light shone on the hands of the Black Queen and Li Chengfeng. If it was at the beginning, absorbing the vitality would only make the Black Queen feel refreshed. But then, with the influx of a large amount of vitality, it gradually turned into a torture. The Black Queen only felt that every cell in her body was constantly absorbing vitality, bursting, and then healing. In just a few minutes, she seemed to have experienced the horrific 18 levels of hell. At this moment, she completely gave up all her fantasies and dignity, and just humbly prostrated herself at the man's feet, begging, hoping to end this painful cycle. Li Chengfeng subconsciously dodged back, shook off the Black Queen's hand, and then looked around guiltily. Fortunately, the three tigresses did not follow, otherwise it would have been really bad. Then he looked at the Black Queen on the ground with an indescribable look. To be honest, he just wanted to let the Black Queen feel the pain of the backlash of the ability. But he didn't expect that this woman was so greedy. She grabbed his hand and started sucking hard. He just took advantage of the situation. The pain caused by the excess life force is enough to completely cause a 1,000-year-old, which has always been extremely steadfast, to collapse. What happened? Jean Grey looked at the trembling Black Queen with some curiosity. Agent Lee, did you do anything to her? It's just that people are greedy and want to swallow an elephant. It's all their own fault. By the time the Black Queen had completely digested the excessive amount of life force she had absorbed, it was already evening. The place where she was located also moved from the ground of the temporary entry registration office to a long table. The moment she regained her senses, the Black Queen subconsciously took a defensive stance, but found that the mutants around her were too lazy to move. Black Queen, I don't recommend you looking for trouble at this time. The brothers and sisters have been busy on the construction site all day. They don't have time to deal with you. The person she was talking to was an old acquaintance, Cyclops. Although Cyclops at the moment still wore his Cyclops mirror, he was wearing earth-colored overalls and a baggy old man's vest, with much of his muscular body exposed. The Black Queen was stunned, and then she discovered that this group of migrant workers who had just finished work were actually the X-Men who had fought with her several times. Except for the annoying bald guy and the unromantic old wolf, everyone is present. I just saw Jean Grey and wanted to ask, aren't you irreconcilable with Magneto? Oh, times have changed. Cyclops chuckled. X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood have reconciled a long time ago. Oh, and we isolated your Hellfire Club together, so it's normal that you didn't know. Some hermaphrodites are irritating enough even when they are speaking normally. Not to mention, it was clearly meant to mock her. But the Black Queen at the moment had no temper at all. Although the pain caused by excess energy has basically disappeared, the damage caused to one's body cannot be recovered in a short period of time. She is still very self-aware. Although the Black Queen is nearly immortal and, in a sense, a semi-shadow creature. But she didn't think at all that Li Chengfeng couldn't kill her. She could never contend with such a mighty force. So, she chose to give in without any hesitation. I am also a mutant. I also look forward to living in this mutant country. Humph, we don't care whether you're aligned to us or not. Anyway, Li Chengfeng said that you can't use any power in the next few months, and we're not afraid of you. Cyclops shook his head. Then starting tomorrow, you will go to the construction site to help with the work like everyone else. Little brat, did I give you face? The Black Queen's humble disguise was instantly broken. I am more or less the ancestor of you little guys, right? You really don't give me any face at all. There is no file size on the construction site. Cyclops shouted out the very shabby lines in a very majestic voice. Then he no longer paid any attention to the Black Queen, the beautiful vase. He turned around and started a discussion with a group of construction site managers. The Black Queen was about to continue scolding Cyclops, but she subconsciously turned her head and found Li Chengfeng walking in while eating a box lunch. You're awake? Li Chengfeng said with a grin. It must be very uncomfortable to lose your power temporarily, right? It's really uncomfortable. The Black Queen said bitterly, but it's even more uncomfortable to lose face. This little guy actually asked me to help on the construction site. I haven't been to a construction site for decades. Li Chengfeng even stopped eating. What the hell? So this queen in black really went to a construction site decades ago? At this time, all you could hear was this group of mutants, who were usually so powerful that they could defeat everyone, sighing one after another. Hey, we're in need of urban designers in the main city. Iceman scratched his icy head, dropping ice chips. When we asked the World Federation and the F.B.I. for help, we should have asked for more designers and civil engineers. What should we do? Cyclops stood up and looked at Li Chengfeng. Agent Li, how about I go back tomorrow and ask the F.B.I. to contact another group? Before Li Chengfeng could say anything, the Black Queen, who had completely recovered her normal movements, suddenly stood up. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? I can do it. Black Queen, it's not that I look down on you. Cyclops looked at the Black Queen awkwardly. Aside from being a mutant, aren't you just a witch? The Black Queen sneered. I have hundreds of degrees at all levels. The one I just got decades ago is a doctorate in civil engineering. Do you think I have lived these 17,000 years in vain? Li Chengfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this ridiculous speech. Damn, these long-lived people, are they free enough to go to university for further studies? Li Chengfeng never expected that he would come to Krakow only when he had no mission to see how these mutants built their own country. As a result, not only did they discover Apocalypse and the Black Queen, they also became temporary consultants to the Krakow urban construction team. Looking at the Black Queen with a white safety helmet on her head, Li Chengfeng had completely lost hope in this group of hanged men. Definitely, he also has a white safety helmet on his head. Although he knew he didn't need it, the Black Queen said that on the construction site, the color of the hat represented the job level. TM is equivalent to military rank. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Why does it seem like this Black Queen, even though she was temporarily crippled by her own life force, is so happy? I really love what I do. And the Black Queen's leadership. You are really good at it. More than 17,000 years of life have certainly not been lived in vain. It wasn't long before every mutant on the construction site obeyed her orders. This also includes the X-Men. You have to know that they were once irreconcilable with the Black Queen. As a result, under the command of the Black Queen, he was as tired as a big fool. He shook his head and glanced at the Black Queen and the Black Chief Engineer who were commanding the construction site. Li Chengfeng decisively took the personal terminal from Ada Wong and sent a group message to a group of acquaintances. Okay, Krakow is under construction. Even the enemies are on duty, not to mention their allies. The infrastructure of Krakota University is actively recruiting investors. Dear CEOs and contractors, action is worse than thought. Krakow is in its infancy. Why don't the CEOs try to be a follower of the dragon? After Li Chengfeng sent out the message, within a few minutes, these presidents who were usually almost bored to death finally took action. What the hell? Krakow is looking for investment. Pepper Potts looked at the message sent by Li Chengfeng and pushed her unemployed boyfriend who was sleeping like a pool of stagnant water beside her. Wake up, get up, come with me to Krakow now. No, and let all the construction teams under Stark Industries come with us. Her boyfriend with a mustache sat up on the bed with a confused look on his face. What is Krakow? Isn't that a mutant country? What does it have to do with us? Go invest. That's a mutant country. It's destined to become a new emerging power in the world. The sooner you invest, the more benefits you will get. Then go ahead. I was so tired last night. Tony Stark rubbed his sleepy eyes and lay back down again. You have the command code of my Intelligent Armor Corps. Take them with you. They're also good at infrastructure construction. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You only know how to sleep. Little Pepper looked at her boyfriend who had no motivation and only wanted to live off her. She rolled her eyes and started to take off the clothes she had just put on. Forget it. Since you're not going, I will sleep with you for a while. Oh my, it's such a beautiful noon. Jarvis, open all the lights and curtains. Are you sure? Talia looked at Bruce Wayne who had just put down the phone. Do you want us to go to Krakow together with the members of the League of Assassins? Well, the construction team under the Wayne Group is enough to build a city, but it is still a bit lacking in strength to build an entire country, so we want to ask the Assassins League to fill in the gaps. After all, apart from anything else, the people in the Assassins League are good at doing manual labor. Is that what I mean? Talia slapped the desk. You're just going to command me and the Assassins League so naturally. How long has it been since you, the Assassins League, took any orders? The last big order you took was for the shooting competition at the Olympics, right? Bruce Wayne said faintly, and this sentence made Talia's tone stagnate. That's true, especially since my father was going to the Republic to develop the market. All the elite among the elite ended up in jail. The current Assassins League, except for a few cadres who follow orders but not propaganda. The rest are all truly old, weak, sick, and disabled. Besides, it's not every day that they are commissioned to attend the Olympics on their behalf. The reason he came to Gotham was not only because he wanted to renew his relationship with Bruce Wayne through the existence of his son, but also because he wanted to provide a livelihood for the remaining members of the Assassins League. Now, it seems like an opportunity. Under the leadership of Bruce Wayne, as long as I follow this guy in investing, can he really let his mother lose money? I have to say, that makes sense. Talia nodded and turned away without any hesitation. I'll go gather some people now. Watching Talia leave in a hurry, Bruce Wayne shook his head. Damian's occasional recklessness is exactly like his mother. Thinking of this, I picked up the phone again. But the call was not made to Wayne Group's construction team. Hey, Sheriff Gordon, I'm going to take people away from Gotham for a while. During this time, have your trusted people keep a close eye on the guys in Gotham City who are damaging the Foundation. When I come back, it will be time to wipe them out. Hey, Oliver, Thea, I finished my work ahead of schedule today, so I came back. Where are you? As soon as Felicity returned to Queen Manor, she found that no one was at home. Neither her boyfriend nor her sister-in-law was here. Just as Felicity was wondering, he went up to the second floor and found it in a mess. Oh my goodness, was this a robbery? Who is brave enough to rob the homes of two elite FBI agents? Felicity muttered, but she had already pulled out the pistol from her waist. This pistol is no cheap item. Instead, with Li Chengfeng providing the raw materials, the FBI's major scientific research departments jointly researched and successfully developed a secondary URU metal pistol. It will never heat up, never jam, and there is no need to reload bullets. The magic circle automatically stores energy when it runs, and the power can be adjusted. At maximum power, it can directly penetrate 10-centimeter thick carbon steel. At full energy and maximum power, it can fire 65 bullets in a row. This first batch of secondary URU metal weapons was first supplied to important talents within the FBI. For example, Dr. Liang Liang. Even if Dr. Liang Liang is followed by 343, who is even more incompetent than him, 343 probably won't bother to take action unless there is a major crisis. Further down, it's Felicity and the others. After thinking about how reliable the thing in her hand was, Felicity swallowed and moved forward with standard tactical marching movements. But unexpectedly, a child who looked about 3 years old came out from the corner. Blonde hair and blue eyes, but he spoke in the language of the Republic. "Well, Auntie, have you seen my fourth dad? He said he would buy me 2 oranges and asked me not to move around." Kid, who are you?" Felicity could understand the Republic language. After all, the highest force in the American General Administration was the Republic people, so it would be a good idea to learn it. "As for your fourth father, you're not talking about this guy Oliver Queen, are you?" Felicity didn't even care why the kid called Oliver fourth dad. After all, his appearance was so weird. Looking at the hole in the corridor with blue smoke coming out of it, I could smell the burnt smell even from such a long distance away. Felicity swallowed hard. Although she had never seen Superman use thermal vision on the spot, but she had seen Li Chengfeng use it. This is simply exactly the same. "My name is Li John. I have 5 dads." Li John came closer to Felicity and looked at the gun in Felicity's hand curiously. "This looks like a weapon." No. It's just a temperature gun." Felicity immediately put away her gun. If this kid really had thermal vision, then he was most likely a Kryptonian. Even the inferior URU metal pistol is just a larger toy in front of the Kryptonians. At this moment, her personal terminal also vibrated. Felicity saw that Li John didn't have any extreme reaction. He just stayed close to her and tilted his head to observe her. So he calmed himself down and took out his personal terminal. It was Oliver's video call. Felicity didn't answer the call directly, but clicked on the communicator to transfer the voice before answering it. "Ollie, what on earth happened to home? And who is this little guy? What the hell?" "Felicity, why did you go home so early today?" Oliver's face showed a pained expression. "Well, it's like this." Seeing that his girlfriend had already met Li John, Oliver could only sigh and tell her the whole story. "Huh? A clone with 5 people's genes? You contributed 10% of them." Felicity's mouth twitched slightly. This explanation sounded like an excuse a playboy boyfriend made to justify his illegitimate child, but in the chaotic FBI, quite believable. Definitely the biggest reason is that Oliver said that 51% of this child's genes come from Li Chengfeng. From this point alone, Felicity believed it. After all, apart from some insignificant gossip, it is impossible to joke about Li Chengfeng with such a relatively serious matter. "So, why did you and Thea run away?" Felicity looked at Oliver with an indescribable expression. "This kid," Oliver said with tears in his eyes, "he's such a F***G idiot. In just one night, our house was completely torn apart, and most importantly, I can't beat him." When this was mentioned, Oliver beat his chest and stamped his feet. Damn it. This little guy not only possesses the almost Kryptonian abilities granted by Compound Number 5, but also seems to have inherited the combat ability of Bats and the willpower of Hal Jordan. If the little guy hadn't inexplicably tripped over his right foot with his left foot, he and Thea would still have to continue to battle wits with him. Felicity looked at Li John, who was well-behaved and cute, and did not have the slightest bit of a naughty temperament. I thought, aren't these 2 people a bit too exaggerated? Okay, let's not talk about this little guy for now. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Oh, that's right. Oliver Queen nodded and said seriously, Agent Li Chengfeng just sent a group message about Krako's investment promotion. This is a good opportunity for the Quinn group to move to the next level. Although Oliver is not good at this, but Felicity is good at it. Especially after learning from Tony Stark, he directly handed over all the company's shares and the position of president to Felicity. In other words, Felicity can handle the work of the Quinn group remotely. Otherwise, she will definitely twist Oliver's head off. It's indeed a good opportunity. So shall we set off for Krakow now? Thea and I have already driven the Quinn jet to pick you up. What? Starting this afternoon, the FBI Academy will temporarily suspend classes. All classes will be changed to social practice classes. Peter Parker looked at his personal terminal in confusion and then whispered to Jessica Jones beside him. Jessica, could it be that our dean took the wrong medicine? We are a bunch of prospective agents. Why we need to do social practice? We might as well spend our time on missions. Recently, various regions of the world are not as peaceful as we imagined. Okay, if the sky falls, there are those tall people to hold it up. Jessica Jones rolled her eyes and pulled Peter Parker's collar and walked towards the dormitory. We'd better prepare. My intuition tells me that it might be some B********** D teacher who is going to cause trouble. Peter Parker nodded, then looked around. It was obvious that many students had the same idea as Jessica Jones. They had long given up hope in the FBI's integrity and style. Once you join the FBI, moral integrity will become a thing of the past. Li Chengfeng knew that after sending a message to those big dogs, they would soon bring people to Krakow. This matter is actually to get a group of laborers for Krakow. After all, it is not advisable to extend the timeline of the founding of Krakow for too long. Everyone understands that the longer the night, the more dreams you will have. Krakow's current international status is actually quite high. Not only did the World Federation attach great importance to it, but Atlantis also directly and openly made friends with Krakow. According to other information obtained by Li Chengfeng, Wakanda also seems to be actively contacting Krakow. It is actually foreseeable that the minority will stick together. This will not have any impact on the world situation. At most, those politicians who never use their brains in the right place will think this is a very bad thing. Honestly, Lee, I never thought that the Black Queen could have this side. Magneto walked into the temporary lounge of the construction site and said to Li Chengfeng, "She is so professional that I almost forgot she is the Hail Witch. For these immortals, violence and wealth are the easiest to bring pleasure, but they're also the easiest to get bored with. So I gradually understand why they study when they have nothing to do. Studying is not a burden to them, but a form of entertainment." Li Chengfeng shrugged and answered Magneto while continuing to write quickly in his hand. Magneto moved forward curiously. I only saw what Li Chengfeng wrote. Focus on project construction and win the battle against Krakow. The next day, at the construction site in the capital of Krakow, those who received Li Chengfeng's investment information all brought their subordinates and rushed to Krakow overnight. For this opportunity, all of them wanted to do a favor for Krakow. After all, how much money can you make by attracting investment? The debt of favor is the most expensive. Although everyone is a familiar face in the superhero world, when it comes to making money, friendship, you can put that aside for now. Definitely, not everyone thinks this way. For example, the students at the FBI Academy. They never thought that Li Chengfeng would be so shameless as to drag them to the construction site for team building. However, the students did not have many complaints. Not to mention that the proportion of mutants in the FBI Academy is quite high. The students all have some sense of fellowship with each other, so they just treat it as building a hometown for their friends. And social practice courses all have credits. And according to Li Chengfeng's promise, students can also earn extra credits based on how much work they do. As we all know, the teenage superheroes in the FBI Academy can't be mobilized no matter how much money they are given. But the credits, they can instantly transform into loyal and fierce dogs. They will never run west if pointed east, and will never chase chickens if asked to beat dogs. But there are quite a lot of people coming to Krakow. Peter Parker looked around. In addition to Stark Industries, Wayne Group, and Quinn Group, there are also many well-known large groups in the local area. It is said that these people are from America and are here to have a taste of the soup. Jessica Jones shrugged, but they can only have a taste of the soup if they come early. I heard that the Republic has already negotiated with Krakow, and the Republic's outbound infrastructure team is already gathering. Peter Parker heard this and nodded. They're not those rednecks in America whose brains seem to be not normal. If they just use the internet more, they will definitely know. The Republic's infrastructure is as exaggerated as MC's creative mode. Therefore, Li Chengfeng has done his best by letting his friends have a taste of the soup first. If the students at the FBI Academy can get this information, then these CEOs can definitely get it as well. Therefore, they looked at Li Chengfeng with more eager eyes. Brother Li, my dear brother, TMD, a lifelong good brother. Li Chengfeng, who was standing on the temporary podium, had a strong sense of ability and naturally felt these gazes. But he is quite weird inside. Damn, it seems like there's something wrong with the way these CEOs look at me. I heard that rich people are popular with both men and women. Could it be that they are finally starting to covet my handsome face? He used his left hand to cover his buttocks subtly. He then turned on the microphone and coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention to him. Ahem. I am very happy that you can come to Krakow, which is under construction, on this sunny morning. This country, which belongs to mutants, will be the fruit of your hard work. It is the flower of friendship between ordinary people and mutants, and the first step towards world peace. As soon as Li Chengfeng opened his mouth, everyone stared at him closely. After all, Li Chengfeng's current identity is different. The fact that he can take the lead in speaking on such occasions actually shows, in a sense, that he has taken over the construction work of Krakow. As the chief engineer, what he is doing now is no different from drawing a circle in the South Chassis. Although the first words he said were nice, they made everyone feel more at ease. At least this sentence shows that if Li Chengfeng encounters good things in the future, he will probably not forget them. I have summarized the following points in this battle to build Krakow. Grasp the grassroots, lay the foundation, strengthen implementation, and achieve real results. Improve capabilities and work harder, and implement them vigorously. Make every effort to ensure the efficient progress of project construction. As the chairman of the Krakow National Construction Interim Committee, I believe that we should focus on the difficulties, pain points, and bottlenecks in the project construction process. Improve ability, grasp planning, and strive for it. Provide sustainable momentum for the high-quality construction and development of Krakow. At the beginning, everyone looked at Li Chengfeng with burning eyes. But as time went on, they gradually felt that something was wrong. This familiar feeling, this inexplicable sense of déjà vu. What the hell? Is this really Li Chengfeng, not Bayadan, Professor X? No matter who you are, get off Li Chengfeng quickly. Seize projects, have more active ideas, work harder, take more practical measures. Numbness. Endless numbness. Except for a few presidents who wanted to go into politics and listen with great interest and even started taking notes, everyone else was numb. F***K it. Why is Li Chengfeng talking so aggressively? Even Bruce Wayne couldn't help but use some swear words. To be honest, if he had known that he would be tortured like this by Li Chengfeng, he would not have come. However, Li Chengfeng never had Bayadan's ability to divide one aspect into 28 small points for detailed analysis. So his speech finally ended with the words, "Mountains and rivers are different, but the sun and moon are the same." After a short silence, there was thunderous applause and cheers. It's not a wonderful story. I finally finished talking about it. Only Bayadan sat beside Magneto, smacking his lips a few times with unsatisfied expression. Li Chengfeng's speech this time was very wonderful, but it was not enough. If he comes, it can still be further refined. He has been studying the policies and essays of the Republic a lot recently, and he is fascinated by them. If it weren't for the construction issues in Krakow, he would have wanted to go to the Republic to experience the difficulty of the civil service exam. In this case, we can totally learn from the civil service system of the Republic. Thinking of this, Bayadan suddenly felt itchy. I can't help it. I can't help it at all. He will improve this charter now. Hey, Charles, what are you going to do? Magneto looked at Professor X, who was about to push the wheelchair out of Mars, and reached out to stop him, but failed. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ever since his old friend became the dean of the FBI Academy, he has become completely different from the original Professor X. Is this the final destination of all educators? All right, why are you still smiling bitterly here? Li Chengfeng came to Magneto's side after speaking. Hurry up and finish your work. This is your country. As the first president of Krakow, you should first expand the territory of Krakow to the file size that you have agreed with the World Federation. After all, only then can the chief engineer start preparing a complete plan. Hearing this, Magneto nodded without hesitation and took Polaris out of the medical department to start the expansion work. Li Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to give the Black Queen some more instructions, he heard a childish voice behind him shouting in standard Republic language. "Dad, I finally found you." Li Chengfeng turned around subconsciously and was about to say, "Little brat, don't recognize your dad," casually. But he saw a child who looked about 3 or 4 years old. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, but between his features and eyebrows, he looks almost like a little Li Chengfeng. Even Li Chengfeng couldn't help but be stunned. It was during this moment of distraction that the child leaped forward and headbutted Li Chengfeng in the chest with a rocket-like header. Even with his physical condition, he felt a momentary tightness in his chest. "Ahem, are you Li John?" This suddenly reminded him of his adopted son, whom he picked up from the space shuttle. By the way, the instructions said that after 72 hours, the baby will grow rapidly to the size of a 3-year-old, and then the growth rate will return to normal. It seems that when Water Company was carrying out the genetic plan through compound number 5, it also thought of shortening the time of the infant form. At least this way, no extra staff would be needed to look after him. "Dad, it's me." Li John raised his head, his face full of excitement. "Fourth Dad brought me here. He told me I could see you here, but unexpectedly, Second Dad is here too." Li Chengfeng curled the corners of his mouth. Hearing the word Second Dad, Li Chengfeng subconsciously glanced at the crowd and almost instantly locked on a Bruce Wayne's position. Li John also followed Li Chengfeng's gaze and saw his second father almost at the same time. "Wait, didn't your fourth father bring you back to Quinn Manor? Why did he bring you to Krakow?" "Oh, Fourth Dad's house is a bit fragile. I didn't dare to have fun. Then Fourth Dad said he would buy me an orange. Then I met Fourth Mom, and then Fourth Dad brought all of us here. But I haven't eaten the orange yet." Although he speaks fluently, it is obvious that his vocabulary is not large and his speech is a bit disorganized. But his mind is full of food, which is actually a good thing. Li Chengfeng's expression gradually softened. "At least, I didn't develop an Oedipus complex. You just said that your fourth father and fourth mother are here." Li Chengfeng asked Li John in his arms, "Call your fourth mother over. I have something to tell you." Li John's little head nodded quickly. Then he looked left and right and flew out. Li Chengfeng didn't bother to care. If this happened in an ordinary country, Li Chengfeng would definitely grab the little b asterisk 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 d by the collar, tell him never to show his ability, and then introduce Clark Kent to Li John as a role model. But in Krakow, whatever. At least 1/3 of the mutants here don't even look like human beings. The flying ability is not eye-catching either. "Oh, Pudding, if I'm not mistaken, that little guy just now is our Li John?" Honestly, if I hadn't known that Li John would grow rapidly for a period of time after 72 hours, I wouldn't have dared to recognize him. He looks 3 or 4 years old, but he's still a baby, just a smarter one. Harley Quinn, Ada Wong, and Hela came to Li Chengfeng one after another. As elite agents of the FBI, the 3 of them naturally don't need to go to the construction site in Krakow to help in person. Harley Quinn is in charge of the medical department, and Ada Wong is leading people to build a local area network in Krakow to improve communication efficiency. As for Hela, she summoned the Orange Lantern Ghost, the Asgard army that once roamed the universe, and contracted an area to build the FBI base in Krakow. Using a bunch of God's army to build infrastructure is a bit of a waste. Wasteful, before they became warriors, they were farmers, craftsmen, and architects. Asgard's army, without weapons, is a nearly complete, small-scale agricultural society. Hela curled her lips. Although Li Chengfeng knew something about the former Asgard army, his understanding was still not deep enough. Back then, they were a proper colonial army. "I see." Li Chengfeng nodded. "But I still have a question. Can they build infrastructure in the style of Earth?" Li Chengfeng's question made Hela stunned. It seems not." "Okay." Li Chengfeng spread his hands. If nothing unexpected happens, the FBI base in Krakow will be turned into a small Asgard. That's not bad, is it? Felicity's voice sounded, and John landed on the ground with his mother on his back. Thank you, John. I hope you can fly a little slower next time. Oh, I'm sorry, fourth mother. John raised his head and looked at Felicity's messy hair that was almost like the golden Lion King's Sun, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his little face. Felicity didn't care and patted John's little head. Seeing this, Hela stretched out her hand, and Yemengard came out of Hela's orange lantern ring. As soon as Yemengard showed his head, his attention was attracted by John. Mommy, I can feel Daddy's taste inside him. Well, my daughter, he is your brother. Brother? Brother. Yemengard circled in the air, its cute little snake head swaying back and forth excitedly. I'm your big sister. After saying that, it swooped down and coiled over John's head, then hung upside down in front of John. Hello, brother. I am Dad and Mom's first child. Huh? A snake? A transparent snake? And it can talk. A lot of basic common sense was instilled into John's brain from the very beginning. So the appearance of Yemengard temporarily caused his brain to short-circuit. Mom, this little brother doesn't look very smart. He seems to be even worse than Kidney Deficiency Shark and Clipbull. You'll get used to it. Hela reached out and touched the heads of John Lee and Yemengard. Okay, go play. The man and the lamp beast nodded and looked at each other with curiosity. But there is one good thing about being a kid. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. So a few seconds later, John ran out happily with the Yemengard wrapped around his head. There were exclamations along the way. What the hell? Whose naughty kid is that? Why is he cosplaying as Lazy Sheep? Seeing John gradually running away, Chengfeng looked at Felicity. Sir, what do you want from me? Ada has already established a temporary land in Krakow. For now on, I'll leave this to you. I don't care about the specific design, but just make sure to increase the communication efficiency as much as possible. You have a whole day to complete it. All day. Felicity rolled up her sleeves and combed her messy hair, finally tying it into a ponytail. You can't look down on me. Chengfeng patted Felicity on the shoulder and said earnestly, Ingrid is often ill, and Sky is not very smart. You should encourage them. Brother, fly faster. Fly faster. Yemengard coiled around John's head, swinging left and right like a spring, and encouraged John. Honestly, do you treat me as your brother or as your mount? John shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. I have already carried you on my back for several rounds, and you can obviously fly yourself. You don't know this. Yemengard was hanging upside down in front of John, with a smug expression on his humanized little snake face. How can flying by yourself be as fun as being carried by others? If you hadn't told me there was a treasure here, I would never have continued flying with you on my back. Although John complained, he did not relax at all. It's almost there, right in front. Yemengard said with a smile. The old man named Magneto built this continent by collecting various materials from the nearby sea, and he also inadvertently collected a lot of strange things. Huh? Collecting weird things? Doesn't he know that? He definitely doesn't know. In his perception, it's just a huge amount of rock. But who am I? Yemengard, the orange light beast. My dad loves to use me for treasure hunting. Speaking of this, Yemengard couldn't help but hold his head high, feeling very proud. Hearing this, John also flew hard until he arrived at an empty valley. This place has not been included in the Black Queen's construction design scope, so no one is building here. But at the same time, there is no vegetation here, and you can see the bottom at a glance. Stop! Right here! Yemengard's voice sounded at the right time, and John slammed on the brakes in midair. Under inertia, Yemengard was thrown out for a distance. You kid, you should tell your sister before you brake suddenly. I just heard the word stop. Okay, none of this matters. Yemengard said this and flew into the valley below, with John following closely behind. Children are always curious about unknown things. Yemengard flew straight to the rock wall. Then his body became slightly ethereal, and he dived into it. No, you still have this skill? Wait for me outside for a while. I'll go check what's in there first. Yemengard's voice came through the rock wall. There really is something else in here. Wait, can Magneto really pull anything back? And how did such a big guy get stuck in a rock wall? Lee John listened to Yemengard's voice getting farther and farther away, and deeper and deeper. Then, a sound suddenly exploded in his ears with super hearing. Gudong! The sound was heavy, like an extremely huge amount of heart beating slowly. And this was clearly not the sound coming from Yemengard. If it wasn't Yemengard, then it could only be the person she found. Sister, come back soon. That thing you saw is still alive. Lee John shouted, then rushed to the rock wall where Yemengard disappeared, stretched out his little hand, and inserted it fiercely. To the rock, Lee John's hands were like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. He moved his hands together and quickly dug a distance deeper. But it was still some distance away from Yemengard's location, and at this moment, a stronger heartbeat sound appeared again in Lee John's ears. Gudong! The fighting instinct engraved in Lee John's genes told him that this was definitely not a simple thing. A layer of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Even though he has the genes of 5 superheroes and the power of Compound 5, he is still essentially a child who has just been born. A sense of inexplicable fear surged in my heart, which was a subconscious reaction to the unknown. However, not long after digging, Yemengard suddenly came back, but its body was much larger than before. Lee John was stunned and was grabbed by his sister's mouth and flew out desperately. Oh my God, I must instigate Wanda and Pietro to beat up that old immortal Magneto. Does he know what he brought into Krakow? Lee John was somewhat confused by Yemengard's actions, but besides Yemengard's voice, the heavy heartbeat seemed to have completely revived, getting faster and faster. Roar! A dull roar spread along the rocks, and then a creature covered in rock-like spikes broke through the rocks at a faster speed and rushed towards him and Yemengard. What the hell is this? You ask me. Who should I ask? Yemengard's voice was filled with anxiety. Oh no. I'm in trouble now. My mom will definitely beat me up. Lee John looked at the terrifying humanoid monster, with heat accumulating in his eyes. Then the heat vision burst out, directly the maximum power. But even so, when it landed on the monster, it only caused its body to pause for a moment. But this was enough for Yemengard to escape. While Lee John was releasing his heat vision, his super strength instantly captured the other party, and there seemed to be a hint of yellow light. That feeling seems to be similar to the orange light on Yemengard. Sister, what is that yellow light on him? Yellow light? A yellow light just appeared on his body. Yemengard turned his head sharply. What the hell? This guy has a fear yellow light? What is the fear of yellow light? Before Lee John finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy. Then he and Yemengard were picked up by 2 men in each hand. Looking up, it was Hela. Aren't you 2 little guys a little too good at getting into trouble? Why do I have to poke some weird stuff wherever I go? Hela's eyes were filled with coldness and worry at the same time. However, all of them were suppressed by anger. But the target of his anger was not the 2 of them, but the monster that was chasing them from behind. He seemed to have just gotten used to flight, so he didn't have the same speed as when he crashed out of the rock wall. Li Chengfeng also stepped out of the portal from Hela's side. I can explain the fear of yellow light you just mentioned, but we have to wait until we deal with this big guy. Li Chengfeng looked at the monster and made a decision in his heart. Gotta tell Magneto not to bring everything home. How do they get Doomsday to Krakow? My queen, this big guy, why does he give me the feeling of Clark Kent? Hela frowned and looked at Doomsday, who was suspended in midair, staring at this side. But would a Kryptonian have such an appearance? To be precise, it should be a biological weapon created by the Kryptonians. It has power far beyond that of ordinary Kryptonians. It can be regarded as an evil Superman who never stops killing without distinguishing between friend and foe. Li Chengfeng shrugged. He had no interest in Doomsday. What he was more interested in was actually the fear of yellow light. There is not even a trace of yellow light on Doomsday now. But Li John also has supervision after all, so he will never be wrong about such things. So, as long as I take you apart, I can always find the source of the yellow light, right? After Li Chengfeng muttered something and was about to move forward, a little guy was thrown into his arms. Li Jian looked at Hella's murderous aura and death power. Although there was a little fear in his eyes, there was more admiration. I have a natural admiration for strength. Watch out, kid. I'm really angry right now. After Hella finished speaking, Yemengard had already gone back into Hella's lantern ring. Suddenly, the orange light became bright. Hella released all the energy of the orange lantern ring in an instant. The powerful power of death combined with the greedy orange light, and countless orange runes lit up on the dark green cloak. Wow, your mother is really angry. Li Chengfeng looked at Hella with a smile, but this is also the strongest enemy Hella has faced since she obtained the orange lantern ring. Doomsday plus a suspected yellow light of fear. It is indeed enough for Hella to give it her all now. After all, Doomsday is not Clark Kent, and he doesn't know what enough is enough means. In his consciousness, there's only killing and destruction. There's nothing much to say. Just let him fall into eternal death. My dear God King, I have to remind you, if nothing unexpected happens, this thing has completely overcome death. Every time it dies, it will become stronger. Li Chengfeng shrugged at Hella. His genes are always on a road of evolution. Death will allow him to gain corresponding resistance and constantly overcome his weaknesses. So, I just need to keep him in a state of death forever. And that's all. Hella turned around and gave Li Chengfeng a thrilling smile. Li Chengfeng knew that the Lord God King was going to get serious about it. Roar! As if feeling the terrifying pressure of Hella's death power. Although Doomsday had no emotions or intelligence, his biological instinct drove him to roar at Hella in a threatening manner. The next moment, he pounced towards Hella. TSK, what a noisy thing. Hella's face was full of disdain, but her hands were not vague at all, and she directly grasped the night sky, sword in her hands. She could feel the other party's powerful body, and the copy of Night Sky, sword could not cause any damage to this monster. What followed was an ultimate battle of power. Among the 7 regular lanterns, the Orange Lantern Ring can almost be said to be the ring with the strongest individual combat power. As the goddess of death, Hella, with the blessing of the Orange Lantern Ring, is not inferior in strength even when facing the crazy Doomsday, and is even gradually suppressing him. Li Chengfeng nodded. This was why, after Hella obtained the authority of Midgard and the Orange Lantern Ring, Li Chengfeng believed that Hella would be able to defeat the big guy in Kansas even if she faced him now. But soon, Hella realized that this opponent was different from every opponent she had faced in thousands of years. He would get injured, but every time he got injured, the torn cell tissues would regenerate at an extremely fast speed and become tougher and stronger than before. And, just as Li Chengfeng said, he seemed to be gradually gaining resistance. The power of death had just been able to leave deep wounds on his body that could be seen to the bone, but now it could only tear his skin and flesh. It's really a big trouble. Hella uttered these words calmly during another collision of forces. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at Hella a few more times. To receive such an evaluation from Hella, it is truly unprecedented. However, Hella's power is still like a mountain suppressing Doomsday. Even though she has resistance to the power of death, she still has no room for counterattack. Li Jian looked at the fighting skills that Hella had accumulated over thousands of years without blinking. He is learning subconsciously. If this continues, Doomsday will be hammered out of the atmosphere by Hella before he becomes completely immune to the power of death. At this time, Doomsday finally made a new move. This time, Hella's Night Sky sword pierced directly into Doomsday's jaw. It pierced through Doomsday's head with unstoppable force. Roar! After this devastating blow, Doomsday opened its bloody mouth again, and its roar shook the sky. And in that mouth, a faint stream of yellow light can be seen. Hella frowned, then looked at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng was also staring at the yellow light coming out of Doomsday's mouth. After all this fuss, it turns out you were hiding inside. Li Chengfeng nodded as if he had suddenly realized something, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I caught you. After these 4 words came out of Li Chengfeng's mouth, Hela observed that the yellow light in Doomsday's mouth trembled noticeably. She raised an eyebrow and became somewhat interested. With a swish, he drew out the night sky sword and retreated rapidly. Yemengard, did you feel it just now? Mom, I can see it clearly. It's the yellow light of fear, but it's more than just the yellow light of fear. Yemengard emerged from Hela's shoulder and whispered in Hela's ear. Inside that monster's body, there's a lantern beast hiding. Light beast. Even Hela frowned slightly after hearing what Yemengard said. Li Chengfeng knew that the next step would be his professional field. Dear God King, let me do it. I am very interested in this sudden appearance of the lamp beast. After saying that, Li Chengfeng stuffed the naughty kid into Hela's arms. The next moment, the white light came on. Doomsday. No, the one controlling this body now should be you, right? Yellow Lantern Beast, Inspection Monster. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Doomsday, who had just been roaring, instantly became quiet and slowly lowered his head. When he looked up again, his eyes, which were originally filled with disorder and madness, were now filled with dazzling yellow light. The originally extremely ugly face revealed an exaggerated smile and a mouthful of sharp teeth. It's really abominable that you found out. You lamp beast hunter, I will not surrender to you. I am Parallax Demon. No, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that the other person was looking at him. It seems a little too sinister. It was like some little kid seeing a human trafficker. What else do you have to say? You hunted and imprisoned 4 lantern beasts. 4 in total. The Parallax Demon grinned, his words filled with indignation. If you don't know, you might think he is a green lantern. Why are you still so righteous? Aren't you a yellow lantern beast? No, why am I in prison? I can feel the breath of the lantern beasts. And you even let the orange lantern beast look after your child. Parallax Demon forced a sad and angry expression on Doomsday's ugly and stiff face. That's the legendary naughty child. You are not a human. Not only Li Chengfeng felt numb, but Hela and Li John in the sky also felt numb. My goodness, doesn't the yellow light represent fear? The style of this thing doesn't seem to have anything to do with fear at all, right? Stop. Let's not talk about the naughty kid first. How did you come to the conclusion that I was hunting the light beasts? Li Chengfeng sighed, completely losing hope in the intelligence of the light beasts. Isn't it possible that I subdue the light beasts and lead them to live a good life? As Li Chengfeng spoke, the white light went out and the other 4 lights lit up. The power of this moment was so great that the day of destruction that dominated the body of the Parallax Demon was paused. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wait, aren't you the White Lantern? How come you have another lantern ring? Theoretically, can't everyone only have 1 lantern ring at a time? Your theory should be the innate knowledge from the beginning, right? Unfortunately, you are behind. As he spoke, the 4-color light around Li Chengfeng suddenly expanded, and the shadow of the great sage reappeared. Do you understand the principle that if you fall behind, you'll be beaten? As he spoke, a sharp stick came flying through the air. Before the Parallax Demon could even utter a word, the golden hoop formed by 4 colors of light had already arrived with the power of heaven and earth. In the air above Krakow, a great show was staged where Li Chengfeng beat Doomsday with a stick. The noise of Li Chengfeng's battle with Doomsday had already affected the entire Krakow. The naughty kids from the FBI Academy were like crazy. They dropped the work in their hands and rushed out of the construction site to watch the fun. This made the Black Queen, the chief engineer, very angry. A small meeting was immediately held with the accompanying teachers from the FBI Academy, and all the credits they earned today were deducted. Then, without even looking at the astonishing power erupting in the sky, he turned around and walked into the construction site again. Once a civil engineer, always a civil engineer. Li Chengfeng fights Doomsday. Even if the universe is destroyed, we have to wait until the work on the construction site is completed before destroying it. Metropolis, Daily Planet. Clark Kent, who was sitting at his workstation, frowned slightly and looked out the window. His super hearing and supervision told him that there was a monster flashing yellow light on the high seas, fighting with Li Chengfeng to the death. Wrong. It should be a one-sided beating by Li Chengfeng. At first, the monster with yellow light could still resist. But he was completely turned into a gyroscope by Li Chengfeng's terrifying stick power and the powerful energy of the four-lamp ring. Wow, that looks pretty miserable. Sometimes I have to say that Li Chengfeng is scarier than those villains. Clark Kent couldn't help but let out a low cry. Then he raised his head with a guilty conscience, looked around, and sighed. By the way, Jimmy went to Catco to help his cousin. Louise is also out on a business trip today. His workstation was rather deserted at the moment. Just as he calmed down and wanted to continue to complete his press release, the monster that was beaten by Li Chengfeng suddenly said, "Even if you possess such a powerful strength, so what? This body of mine can be resurrected again and again, constantly adapting to your attacks, constantly evolving, and eventually completely surpassing you. Ha ha! This body I picked up from the North Pole is really useful." As a reporter, Clark Kent is always good at capturing keywords. Arctic, that's where the Fortress of Solitude is located. In other words, this thing most likely came out of the Fortress of Solitude. Thinking of this, Clark Kent's mouth twitched, and then he sighed. I thought that this time, Li Chengfeng would come forward to solve the problem. I didn't expect that I still have to take care of my own things. After looking around again and realizing that his colleagues were too lazy to pay attention to him, he immediately disappeared like a streak of light. After Clark Kent left, a beautiful woman with a cold and fierce look on her face raised her head silently. Then he tapped the oracle. "General Zod, this is Ursa. Clark Kent takes action. The target is undoubtedly Doomsday." After the low report, a low and calm voice came from the other side of the communicator. "Follow him, my wife. He is our hope for remaking Krypton on Earth. I will now lead our fleet and begin entering the Earth's atmosphere." After saying this, without waiting for Ursa's reply, General Zod ended the communication. Ursa took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He then left the Daily Planet. She had had enough of sitting in her office and spying on other people's shenanigans. Today is the day of Krypton's rebirth. But who is the Li Chengfeng that Clark Kent just mentioned? They know very little about the Earth, but no matter what, on this weak planet, the Kryptonians are the most powerful beings. No matter how powerful Kal-El is, he is just an ordinary Kryptonian who has never taken the Kryptonian warrior course. Facing the real Kryptonian army, he can only end up in regret. Director Nick Fury, something terrible has happened. No. Phil Coulson, how did you master these cannon fodder lines? It's really a big deal. I'm not kidding you. Phil Coulson didn't even care about the issue of superiors and subordinates at this time, and directly pressed the emergency brake button on Nick Fury's desk. The next moment, walls made of lead and various precious metals were completely sealed from all sides. F***K. What happened? Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, and Phil Coulson immediately stuffed a personal terminal into his hand. On the personal terminal were the images transmitted back by the satellites of Stark Industries and Wayne Group. Dozens of spacecraft are approaching the Earth's atmosphere. But that's not the most important thing, although they look a little different. But the symbols on these ships. Why does the style look so much like the logo on Superman's chest? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other. For a moment, everyone was a little dumbfounded. They had learned about the past of this son of Krypton from Li Chengfeng and also asked a lot of questions about Krypton. So I have some idea of the general situation of Krypton. The main goal of this planet is to achieve sustainable development by exhausting all resources. So they destroyed the shit. But now, these troops who survived the destruction of Krypton, it seems like they want to invade the Earth. Shit, dozens of small spaceships and one large spaceship. Shouldn't there be at least dozens of people? If every one of them is as good as Superman. It shouldn't be that serious. I heard from Li Chengfeng that Kryptonians are ordinary people like us on their planet. The reason they get Superman's power is that in addition to the small gravity of the Earth, their bodies can absorb yellow sunlight. The latter is the real source of their power. You mean, It's obvious that this group of Kryptonian fleets has just entered the solar system. Otherwise, we should have detected them long ago. Phil Coulson touched his bald forehead and analyzed calmly. So they haven't been exposed to the yellow sunlight for long enough. It must be a pipe dream to want to have the power of Superman. You mean to say that the upper limit is far from being reached, but the lower limit is definitely guaranteed? Nick Fury nodded. Understood. Even if they are a group of Kryptonians who have just been exposed to the yellow sunlight, the FBI has to mobilize its entire force. Nick Fury said this without any ambiguity. He turned on his communicator and said, "Execution key, Marvel. Now send a full-band mandatory broadcast, repeating continuously until received. Everyone prepare for battle. The Kryptonians are invading in force. Go to the nearest FBI base and prepare for the next order. Superheroes, gather at Krakow." After Nick Fury finished speaking, he changed the channel and continued. "Carol, it's time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to mobilize as a whole. General Zod, entry into the Earth's atmosphere has begun." In front of the porthole of the flagship, General Zod stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the sun that seemed very close but was actually very far away. After feeling the power given by the yellow sunlight, Zod's expression gradually relaxed. In his mind, he was already imagining that after reviving Krypton, countless Kryptonians who had absorbed the yellow sunlight would conquer all of the observable universe. Well, after entering the atmosphere and landing, the first goal is to capture Kryptonian traitor Kal-El. His damn father actually injected something as important as the code of life into his son's body. General Zod felt his teeth itching when he mentioned the members of the El family. This family has some serious illnesses. Wouldn't it be better to stay with the code of life by yourself and find a new planet to start over? He had to send his son away. He admitted that Jor-El's son was indeed somewhat of a legend. The only Kryptonian born naturally after Krypton mastered the code of life. But to General Zod, that was no excuse. Instead, it is guilt. Capture Kal-El. The soldier was stunned for a moment, then continued to ask, "Then, do we need to execute him? First, find the code of life through him, and then sacrifice him to our great home planet." There was a blazing light in General Zod's eyes. I don't know if it's the reflection of the yellow sunlight in the distance, or something else. Kayla Danvers had finally gotten a few days off from Catco, but she had to end her vacation immediately because her immediate boss was going to Krakow in person to conduct an exclusive interview with Krakow's first president. Although she had many dissatisfactions in her heart, she changed her mind and realized that it was an exclusive interview with the president of a new country, which made the Supergirl, who always had the dream of becoming a reporter, disappear all her resentment. At least her boss is optimistic about her, otherwise why would he ask her to go to Krakow with him? Right? So, Kate Grant traveled light, took Kayla Danvers and Jimmy Olsen on a special plane approved by the American government, and sent them directly to Krakow. To be honest, I was a little dizzy at first. Kayla rubbed her head and said, "This is my first time boarding a plane in a military-restricted area. All this was done with the help of my old classmate. We were close friends who lived in the same dormitory." Best friend. Kayla suddenly became interested. Is your best friend a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Or a powerful figure in the military? Oh, Kayla, your ignorant look is so cute and hateful. Kate Grant smiled and shook her head. She is the President of America, the Iron Lady who just took office. My name is Kayla. Kayla weakly defended herself before giving up. Wait, you said the president. Yes, president. Kate Grant shrugged. Even though she became the president, I still can't forget her and I killing people in the sisterhood. Hearing this, Kayla exchanged glances with Jimmy Olsen, who remained silent. What else can they say? The people above are awesome. After chatting, Kate Grant asked the security personnel on the special plane, "How long will it take to get to Krakow?" "It's about 20 minutes away from Krakow." 20 minutes. Kate Grant nodded and headed to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Perfect makeup is a woman's magic weapon for success. At this moment, the communicator beside Kayla's ear rang. This was given to her by her mother. after knowing that Agent Li Chengfeng had recruited her into S.H.I.E.L.D. several times. Her mother gave her the internal S.H.I.E.L.D. communicator. She wanted to refuse and thought that her mother might reveal the secret if she did so. But her fearless mother rolled her eyes and said, "Leaking secrets? Fine, let that Nick Fury guy come and catch me." After that, it was left unresolved. And now, the communicator, which had been in silent mode, suddenly rang. "Hey, my dear daughter, did you sleep well today?" "Mom." Kayla glanced at the security guard who was walking away, gave Jimmy a look, and immediately shrank back in her seat. "My vacation is over for now. I'm on a government plane now." "Government plane? Where to?" "Krakow. My immediate boss is going to do an interview." "That's just right." Carol's voice at the moment was quite serious. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the F.B.I. will also be heading to Krakow. See you then." "Huh? What happened?" "Nothing much. Just someone from your hometown came to your house and acted like a scoundrel." Li Chengfeng had appraised Doomsday's physical strength. Under the state of the Parallax Demon, even if Li Chengfeng did it himself, he couldn't kill him instantly. Definitely an extremely tough opponent. And now, this opponent obviously does not want to surrender. Under Li Chengfeng's attack, he not only did not fall completely, but became more and more resistant. Originally, it would take a long time for the blow to heal. Now, the same injury can be recovered in half the time. It can be seen that Doomsday's body is indeed adapting to Li Chengfeng's attack. But this doesn't matter to Li Chengfeng. It's not like it can't cause harm. Just to increase the damage, he also used his other abilities and mixed them with the energy of the four lamps. It was later discovered that it was still possible to cause full damage to Doomsday. Doomsday's cell adaptation ability is directional after all, so any difference from before will not trigger resistance. This leads to a question. Although Doomsday could not be completely defeated by Li Chengfeng in a short time, he could not escape from Li Chengfeng's control. It completely became a wooden stake for Li Chengfeng to test his skills. Even the yellow light that represented fear was dimmed by Li Chengfeng. "Parallax Demon, how about you just tell me how you picked up this body? Although you're a bit of a novice, this body is still pretty awesome. But you said you picked it up from a North Pole?" As Li Chengfeng spoke, he suddenly increased the strength of his hands by 3 points. Suddenly, the Parallax Demon howled violently. So what if I do? No one wants it in the sea anyway. If I find it, it's mine." Although the Parallax Demon's face was full of pain, his mouth was still hard. "Besides, what use is this body to a human like you? No matter if it's useful or not, I can't give it to a thief like you." Li Chengfeng said with a smile. "Besides, this thing was lost from my brother's house, so it has to be returned to its original owner. And you should be able to feel that your control over this body is not as high as you imagined, right?" As soon as Li Chengfeng said this, the Parallax Demon's heart began to beat fast, because these words touched my heart deeply. Just as Li Chengfeng said, although the Parallax monster picked up the yet-to-awaken Doomsday in the Arctic Ocean, he took advantage of the opportunity and controlled Doomsday's body, becoming the Parallax Demon. However, the level of control over the body has always been low. The moment he possessed Doomsday and became the Parallax Demon, the soul that originally belonged to Doomsday also awakened. Even the light beasts like the Inspector Monster have never seen such a brutality, with a soul of pure destruction. In order to suppress this soul and truly control this powerful body, the Parallax Demon, who had initially taken control of the body, blocked all external perceptions of the body and sank into the deep sea. During this time, he planned to weave a web of fear inside this body and completely imprison the original soul of Doomsday. But during this process, Doomsday's body was swept away by the ocean current from the Arctic to the Pacific Ocean. Then, when Magneto and Polaris were creating the Krakow continent, they were accidentally caught in a new continental shelf. That's why he was dug out by Yemengard and Legion. Being dug out like this, Doomsday's consciousness soul was activated in advance, and the inspection monster only wove half of the net before all the efforts were wasted. Hence the pursuit of John Lee and Yemengard. One half was the original tyranny of Doomsday, and the other half was the anger of the inspection monster. Suddenly, a rare consensus and balance was reached between the two. So what? So I'm helping you. Li Chengfeng's tone was sincere and earnest. For the healthy growth of a lamp beast like you, I'm willing to fight such a monster. Aren't you touched? What the hell are you talking about? Seeing that the parallax demon didn't appreciate it at all, Li Chengfeng didn't care. The Rui Jingu Bang in his hand instantly turned into a huge hammer, shining brightly, and continued to beat Doomsday's body. Suddenly, more and more people gathered around watching. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn came here after arranging their work long ago. To be honest, I'm used to Li Chengfeng causing trouble wherever he goes. King Ada shrugged, his lamp furnace armor flashing a rich purple light. But this time, it seems like things are a bit serious. Who said it wasn't? Harley Quinn nodded continuously, and Venom transformed into a pair of huge amounts of wings behind her, flapping them continuously so that she could stay in the air. This time it's a group of Kryptonians invading. Naturally, the two people also received Nick Fury's full band broadcast. Perhaps the only ones who are unaware of this matter now are Li Chengfeng, the one who beat people, and Doomsday, the one who was beaten. Li Chengfeng's communicator was destroyed by the energy aftermath the first moment it came into contact with Doomsday. Communicators that can remain functional after high-energy fights like that only exist in movies. Ada, Harley, have you noticed that Li Chengfeng is more like forging than attacking? Hela suddenly frowned, especially after the stick turned into a hammer. It's even more like that. Is there? Harley Quinn squinted and looked into the distance. To be honest, this is a bit beyond the scope for an uneducated guy like me. I can see that, but why? King Ada muttered, and in an instant his eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Wait, Li Chengfeng is not planning to turn Doomsday directly into a yellow lantern furnace? After King Ada finished speaking, everyone around him looked at him. Even Hela and Yemengard looked at her with disgust for the pervert. What are you guys looking at? King Ada was furious. I'm just guessing. Who told you to say this was forging? I was just letting my imagination run wild. To be honest, it feels like the most perverted way you can think of. Harley Quinn patted Ada Wong's shoulder with regret. Biotechnology, if you ignore the weird ethical aspects, it's still quite exciting. The corners of Ada Wong's mouth twitched. If this continues, her image will completely collapse. So she chose to change the subject. Wait, look up in the sky. Those points of light, could they be Kryptonian spacecraft entering the atmosphere? Following Ada Wong's finger, Hela and Harley Quinn looked up. Indeed, dozens of blurry spots of light were gradually growing larger and clearer. Hela nodded. Then he turned on the communicator. All units report their positions. The enemy is about to arrive. Hela, we've reached the outskirts of Krakow and are landing at the moment. An ordinary-looking Quinn jet hovered outside Krakow for a while before finally landing. The blonde beauty sitting in the Quinn jet just responded to Hela. Hey, I wish you good luck next time, Sister Elsa. A head popped out from the driver's seat. It was Little Red Riding Hood. I heard that this time it's the Kryptonians who are invading. I still have self-awareness, so I won't go up to deliver food with my little arms and legs. On the one hand, she said she would not go up to deliver the food, but on the other hand, she happily and fearlessly came to the front line to watch the fun. Elsa looked helplessly at Little Red Riding Hood, who was even more noisy than her sister. You are really something, Ruby. Hee, it's totally foreseeable that many people in Krakow will not participate in this battle to defend the Earth, so one more person come and watch the fun won't make a difference. Little Red Riding Hood pressed a button, and the hatch of the Quinn jet opened instantly. As for fear, I believe Sister Elsa can resolve this battle. After all, if you lose, it doesn't matter where I am on Earth. I will be enslaved by the Kryptonians anyway. You're really open-minded. Elsa stood up and adjusted her white women's suit. She looked more like a beautiful CEO than a princess or an ice goddess. Let's go without further ado. Little Red Riding Hood nodded and followed Elsa down the Quinjet. But at this moment, a shadowless soul appeared beside Elsa. The battle not far away. Li Chengfeng's strength is really becoming more and more incomprehensible. The one who spoke was Agatha Harkness, who was seduced by the Darkhold during the Storybrooke incident, and whose body was eventually destroyed, leaving only her immortal soul. After the events of Storybrooke ended, Agatha came into contact with Wanda and taught her for a while, then returned to Storybrooke, where it all began. Perhaps because her physical body perished here, Agatha has an extraordinary sense of belonging to Storybrooke. This is also the reason why she finally chose to stay in Fairy Tale Town. The people in Fairy Tale Town were not surprised at all about the spirits. So soon, they accepted the fact that the owner of Agatha Hotel had turned into a spirit, and Agatha also discovered the importance of Fairy Tale Town to her. In Fairy Tale Town, her spirit can interact with the material world. Although the essence is still a spirit, it is no different from having a physical body. But this only happens in Storybrooke. Even one of the most knowledgeable witches could not explain this phenomenon and ultimately attributed it to the connection between her soul and her body. After letting go of her burden, Agatha completely became a member of Fairy Tale Town and even returned to her old job as a teacher. In addition to teaching the underage ghosts in Fairy Tale Town, he also serves as an advisor to the ice and snow goddess Elsa. And this time, Agatha naturally followed Elsa to Krakow. I have always believed that Li Chengfeng is powerful, and there is no doubt about it. Elsa walked briskly in her 8-centimeter high heels. After all, he is the hero who saved Fairy Tale Town and the patron saint of us from other worlds. Agatha grinned, but said nothing. Li Chengfeng calls you God on Earth, and you call Li Chengfeng Guardian God. You guys are quite good at flattering each other. Excuse me, please go to the temporary entry registration office to register. Suddenly, a mutant wearing a red armband with the word on duty written on it appeared in front of them. Otherwise, you will be regarded as an illegal intruder. Elsa did not respond immediately, but instead reached out her hand to Little Red Riding Hood. Sister Aisha, what are you doing? Identification. Aya. Little Red Riding Hood Ruby was stunned at first, then nodded and took out 2 certificates from her pocket. We are here on business. Mutant took the documents, checked them, and let them go immediately. FBI Consultant Aisha, FBI Consultant Ruby, identification confirmed, release immediately. After saying this, he turned his eyes to Agatha at the side. I'm a spirit, Agatha said, and then she showed off her identity a little. Spires also need to register. Mutant shuddered immediately, shook his head, saluted Aisha and Ruby, and left. While walking, he said to others through the intercom, "Today I encountered a real spirit. I knew that the story of the soul binding and general sending in the Republic novels was true." Kate Grant took Kayla and Jimmy back and forth through the construction site in Krakow. After all, this area is full of construction sites. It took some time to find the first Grand President of Krakow, Magneto Eric Lenscher. At this moment, Magneto was discussing something with Professor X, frowning. The appearance of Kate Grant immediately attracted the attention of the people present. After all, this is Krakow's headquarters, and everyone here is our own people. The sudden appearance of a strange, beautiful woman at this time always attracts everyone's attention. Professor X just glanced at Kate Grant, nodded to Magneto, and pushed the wheelchair away. Magneto sighed, then immediately adjusted himself. Now he has finally begun to get used to his identity as the president. Even when facing an invasion by hordes of Kryptonians, he was able to put on a standard and polite smile in an instant. "Hello, I'm the Grand President of Krakow, Eric Lenscher. Beautiful ladies, who are you? Your Excellency the President, it is a great honor to meet you. I am Kate Grant, the owner and editor-in-chief of Katiko Media. You should have received my interview request." Although Kate Grant is usually arrogant and eccentric, as a reporter, she is absolutely perfect, and the smile on her face makes people feel like spring breeze. It was as if she wasn't the one who bought Kayla 2 front-row tickets to the witches while she was at work. What's important is that it's not her who sees it, but her mother. And it's the second time. In Kayla's mind, Kate Grant is this which who makes her want to complain, but also admire her. After all, in the journalistic industry. Even her cousin Lois is not as good as this moody woman who often points her in the direction of life. Oh yes, an interview. There is indeed such a thing. Magneto nodded, and with a casual flick of his finger, 2 sofas moved behind him and Kate Grant. If you don't mind, can we do it here? No problem at all. Kate Grant, always picky, sat down without hesitation and began getting Jimmy Olsen ready for the shoot. Just then, Kayla's ears moved. Her super hearing, which was the same as Superman's, picked up the strange sound. That was the sound of the atmosphere being torn apart and burning. Jimmy, I have to go out for a minute. Kayla stuffed the prepared materials and notebook into Jimmy Olsen's arms. Jimmy nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead, Supergirl." Magneto's mouth twitched as he looked at the 2 people who thought no one would notice if they spoke in a low voice. "Oh, what's going on?" Kate Grant glanced back and turned back. "Oh, nothing. Just a silly kid who thinks, I don't know, she's a super ability person." The mentality of inspecting monsters is a bit explosive. To be honest, he wanted to run away from the very beginning. But he didn't expect that the body he occupied actually contained such an unstoppable fighting gene. It seems that once entering the battle, they will definitely fight to the death. Even the soul that was blocked by himself was restless. Madman, both this body and the man who is beating this body with a smile on his face are lunatics. He's just a lamp beast. Why do I have to be involved in this group of lunatics? And the same goes for that brat and the Orange Lantern beast. He had to dig him out, and this happened when his control over this body was the weakest. Li Chengfeng, you're my uncle, okay? If you don't get tired if we keep fighting like this, I will be tired too. The Parallax Demon had a sad face, even though Doomsday's face did not allow him to make too many expressions. Are you scared already? Then there are more interesting things coming up. Li Chengfeng shook his head, and the origin magic power instantly fixed Doomsday's body in midair. Low toughness seems to be a common problem among Kryptonian creatures. Li Chengfeng's origin magic power achieved the expected result without even exerting much effort. Then he hooked his fingers, and turbulent lightning instantly condensed in the sky, carrying colored lights representing various emotions and striking down. The colorful lightning made the sky exceptionally brilliant. And because it was wrapped in the power of the emotional spectrum, the lightning did not cause much damage when it struck Doomsday, but the Parallax Demon inside was howling desperately. And this is also Li Chengfeng's purpose. For the lamp beasts, the corresponding emotional spectrum is their source of energy, and the power of other emotional spectra can also more easily cause harm to them. Just when Li Chengfeng was preparing to hold back another big one and give his brothers a good time like the coming of Thor, his ears suddenly moved and he looked up into the air. Even though his hearing wasn't at Superman's level, it was already at a non-human level. Then we saw those small Kryptonian ships guarding a huge amounts of Kryptonian flagship coming from the distant sky. Li Chengfeng frowned and slowed down the punishment on the Parallax Demon slightly. The flight speeds of those spaceships were extremely fast. After all, they were capable of interplanetary travel. They arrived over Krakow in almost the blink of an eye. After hovering, Li Chengfeng sighed. It's G huge. Even those small spacecraft operated by one person have half the file size of a Quinjet. And that flagship is more than twice as large as the FBI's flying aircraft carrier. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished sighing, he saw those family crests that looked familiar to him, but none of them he recognized. Even though his communication device had been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, it was easy to infer from its shape that it was the Kryptonian family emblem. In other words, this fleet from Krypton. When Krypton was destroyed, these Kryptonian soldiers were not on Krypton. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Krypton has always been of this tone. What happened to Superman being the last son of Krypton? It would be fine if a Supergirl came out. There are quite a lot of Kryptonian villains later on. Li Chengfeng sometimes thinks, you bunch of Kryptonian old folks, why don't you just find a planet to start developing again? Anyway, the population of Krypton does not rely on natural reproduction. After providing genes, the population can explode directly on the spot as long as there are sufficient resources. They didn't want to do anything with such a bug, so they had to target the code of life on Superman. Although the life code is the genetic coding database of the entire Krypton and was placed in his son's body by Jor-El, it cannot be obtained without killing Superman. But these are all stupid thoughts after the superbrain is dominated by super strength. Superman's genes have been completely perfected under the influence of the Codex of Life, which is also the fundamental reason why he can become Superman. In other words, Superman's genes are no different from the Code of Life. Then why don't we discuss it nicely, get some blood carrying the gene from Superman, then go back and increase the military power and technology to directly reshape Krypton? Things that can be discussed must be fought to the death, right? So Superbrain is just a decoration. While Li Chengfeng was daydreaming and complaining in his head, all the Kryptonian spaceships, including the huge amounts of flagships, had opened their hatches. Then, dozens of Kryptonians slowly flew out. Judging from their crooked postures, they haven't fully adapted to flight's ability yet. But even so, Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched speechlessly. He is truly a Kryptonian who was born to be a warrior. His control over his body is much stronger than that of the big guy from Kansas who had just arrived on Earth and had not yet been completely affected by the Codex of Life. After a careful count, there were 63 Kryptonians in total. As for the man in the lead, Li Chengfeng could guess who he was just by using his toe hairs. General Zod. Why is Doomsday here? Has he been kept in a fortress of solitude? General Zod frowned and looked at Doomsday, who was suspended in midair. No, Doomsday has no emotions or wisdom, but now his eyes clearly show retreat and regret. I'm sorry. Although I know that people will always be a little excited when they first learn to fly. Li Chengfeng waved at General Zod. But did anyone tell you that you have to report before entering the Earth? If you don't report, you will be beaten. Humph, the Earthlings are really arrogant. How dare a civilization that can't even really break out of the atmosphere speak rudely to the noble Kryptonian warriors? Li Chengfeng shut up instantly. Definitely not afraid. But he was ready to beat his uncle up. At this moment, several streams of light gathered from all directions. How come there are suddenly so many flying creatures? I'm a little uncomfortable with this for a while. Come on, Thor, is it that difficult to fly? If Stark builds more mechas, the sky will be filled with flying people. Thor and Loki stopped steadily beside Li Chengfeng. Hey, sorry I'm late. I just had a little trouble on the road. I should have been able to get here as soon as possible. Clark Kent appeared in an instant, holding an unconscious woman in his hands, who was Ursa, who had been tracking him before. And the last one to arrive here was Captain Marvel. She looked up at the Kryptonian fleet. As if he suddenly remembered something, he pointed at General Zod and said, "You look familiar. Didn't I dismantle your flagship last time?" Captain Marvel can be said to have shocked everyone. General Zod's face turned dark in an instant. They actually know Captain Marvel. When the Kryptonians were active in other galaxies, even though they had never been exposed to yellow sunlight, they were still able to run rampant thanks to their powerful technology. There will be no problem as long as we don't provoke the most powerful interstellar empires in the universe. They had long set their sights on Earth, but as an exile fleet, accumulating resources and maintaining interstellar relations were very important matters. So he did not come to Earth immediately, but they have been buying intelligence about Earth for decades. The first time he encountered Captain Marvel was a few years ago when he was purchasing intelligence about Earth from the Kree Empire. After the Jing team learned that they had been purchasing intelligence from Earth, they unreasonably dismantled their largest flagship. He left behind a few words, "Stay away from the Earth," and disappeared into the universe. General Zod couldn't stop feeling heartbroken when he thought about it. These small Kryptonian spaceships were reassembled using the flagship that was dismantled by Captain Marvel. But they are not really stubborn. It was because of this warning that they did not invade the Earth at that time. As Superman's fame spread throughout the universe by aliens coming in and out of Earth, General Zod and his companions learned that yellow sunlight could give Kryptonians unrivaled power. So, they no longer cared about the threat from Team Jing and came to Earth. Full of anger towards Kal-El and Captain Marvel, He prepared to make Earth the seedbed of a new Krypton. Li Chengfeng looked at General Zod, whose expression kept changing and finally fixed on him, who was arrogant. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then he whispered to Captain Jing. "So you did this kind of thing in the universe before?" "Nonsense. They were notorious exiles at the time. I recognized them as Kryptonians the first time I saw them, so I warned them to stay away from Earth." Captain Marvel shrugged. After all, not every Kryptonian is as kind as Clark and Kayla. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. To be precise, in his eyes, most people on Krypton are not good people, including Clark's biological father. After all, a race that exhausts the sustainability of its home planet cannot really be called a good person. Krypton was destroyed, and the Kryptonians were indeed pitiful. But there is one saying that has been true since ancient times. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. You did the right thing, but you were a little too merciful. Li Chengfeng smiled. If it were me, I would choose to kill them directly instead of just destroying their boat. Hey, that's because she just finished another thing and her anger has been mostly consumed, so she's acting more gently. Captain Jing didn't think Li Chengfeng was bullying her. After all, I'm Kayla's mother, and I can't just kill the survivors of her planet. That's understandable. But why did you go to the Kree Empire? Didn't you cut ties with them a long time ago? Oh, every few years I will go to the Kree Empire to beat up Commander Ronan and mess with the Supreme Wisdom, so that they can behave themselves. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. It is said that women are the ones who hold grudges the most. The Kree Empire, which had deceived her for so many years, had finally gotten in trouble with Big Daddy. While Li Chengfeng was talking to Captain Jing, more elite agents and superheroes gathered from all directions. While Team Star was talking, all members had already assembled. Phil Coulson's team was on the ground ready to provide support. In Krakow, the home of the mutants, a large number of mutants in ragged clothes but with murderous eyes emerged from the busy construction site, especially the Black Queen. Although her power had been temporarily suppressed by Li Chengfeng, the murderous intent in her eyes frightened the surrounding mutants. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. That murderous aura is almost condensed into a physical entity. Even if we can't fight, we have to be on the front line and watch these people who are hindering the progress of the project being torn to pieces. General Zod in midair looked at the other side's continuous gathering of manpower. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you kidding me? How can these people on Earth understand how powerful the Kryptonians are? From the beginning to the end, the only opponents he saw were Captain Marvel and Kal-El. As for Li Chengfeng, who was confronting Doomsday, Doomsday didn't even have a wound on his body. Why be afraid of him? If this is the strongest fighting force you can muster, then you should surrender to the Kryptonians. I will consider giving you Earthlings a small amount of living space. General Zod's words were filled with arrogance. Li Chengfeng shook his head. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. This bunch of grandsons were probably exposed to yellow sunlight for the first time. As the power in their bodies continued to expand, their mentality became completely blown away. He sighed and looked at his comrades around him. Get started. Hurry up. You can still catch up with the lunch at the construction site. Elsa's temper was getting more and more outrageous, but she still subconsciously restricted her own strength after making a move. He is a fairy tale character after all. Even though he possesses great powers and a temper that gets increasingly hotter after becoming the mayor of Storybrooke, that ice is not deadly enough. Although the Kryptonians were shocked by the sudden attack, they quickly broke free from the ice. But without exception, they were all shaking. There are reasons for the coldness, and there are reasons for the rising anger. Seeing the Kryptonians breaking free, Aisha curled her lips and muttered, "So strong? The strength of my attack just now was much higher than when I was fighting against the Dark Elves. But being strong also has its advantages. I can finally attack without any scruples." Little Red Riding Hood watched Elsa mutter to herself, and then smile like the evil queen, and she couldn't help but shudder. It seems that Sister Elsa has accumulated a lot of pressure recently. TSK. She is almost exhausted. He looked at the Kryptonians in the air with gloating. I hope they can cheer up and hold on for a while longer under Sister Elsa's command. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Elsa raise her hand again, but this time, a towering ice queen instantly appeared in front of everyone. Holding huge amounts of ice and snow scepter, he swept towards the Kryptonians. Even though the Kryptonians hid instantly, more than a dozen people were still hit by Elsa. In General Zod's eyes, this scene was already outrageous. But at this moment, he could only glance in this direction, but could not provide support. After all, the person standing before him was Clark Kent, whose Kryptonian genes were almost perfect and who had been exposed to the yellow sunlight for decades. Although I don't know who gave you the courage to invade the Earth, but I really have to tell you that you chose the wrong place. Clark Kent shook his head. If it were just me, maybe you would run away with your tail between your legs after failure, but you happened to run into Chengfeng and his colleagues. As an Earthling with Kryptonian blood flowing in my veins, I can only wish you good luck. Clark Kent said, and with a flash, he appeared in front of General Zod. General Zod frowned, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. He could feel that this boy from the L family had almost endless power flowing through him. But he won't back down, and his mission to reshape Krypton puts him firmly on the opposite side of Clark Kent. The 13 cities at both poles of Krypton are on my shoulders. With a roar, General Zod finally fought with Clark Kent. It has to be said that as a man whose genes determine that he is a Kryptonian general, his ability in combat is indeed superior to others. He was even able to suppress him at one point, before Clark Kent used his full strength. But this is already the limit of what General Zod can achieve. Fierce battles always progress quickly, and a few minutes later, Clark Kent's full-strength heat vision suddenly hit General Zod, forcing him to retreat. Zod, you lose. Clark Kent shook his head. I'm not interested in killing you. If you're willing to surrender, I'm willing to plead for you in front of Chengfeng. After all, he's an official agent, and the final decision on how to deal with the intruders still depends on him. Cough. Zod spat out a mouthful of blood, which floated in the sky. Kal-El, do you look down on me too much? Or do you look down on the generals of Krypton? Surrender? I would rather choose defeat. At this moment, his peripheral vision had already scanned the entire battlefield. However, he found that his Kryptonian warriors, even with the power of yellow sunlight, were still pinned to the ground by a group of monsters he had never seen before and even could not understand. He saw a bald civil engineering worker in work clothes and a towel around his neck, who hit a Kryptonian soldier who had rushed into the construction site back with a brick. There was also a shorter bald guy next to them clapping and cheering. And 3 beautiful women with different looks were moving back and forth among the group of Kryptonian warriors. And their expressions were so horrifying, with a fighting spirit that was enough to destroy a galaxy, smiles that were calm as water but extremely cold, and seemingly normal but actually disordered madness. They glow with orange or purple light, and have symbiotes that look like black mud. That exquisite skill is enough to make even a mortal enemy sigh in admiration. They are the most efficient group in the entire battlefield. Don't look at it. My patience has been worn out. Clark Kent shook his head. I want to ask you a question. Why did you come to Earth? Perhaps because he sees that the situation is hopeless, General Zod has become a bit outspoken now. Krypton can actually be resurrected on any planet. It just requires the Codex of Life, which is the gene editing library of the Kryptonians. Then, through gene cultivation, Kryptonians of various professions can be resurrected in a short period of time. And Jor-El, your biological father, sealed the Code of Life in your body. If you're not killed, there is no way to obtain the Code of Life. General Zod shook his head and smiled sarcastically. Definitely, your biological father is not a good man. He hopes that the Code of Life can change and sublimate your genes, so that you can become a god who rules the earth under the yellow sunlight. Clark Kent listened to General Zod's story very carefully, and then asked, Sublimation of my genes? In other words, my genes, under the gradual changes of the so-called life code, are equivalent to possessing all the genes of Kryptonians, instead of being fixed to a certain profession or class at birth. In theory, yes. Combined with what you just said, Krypton can directly give birth to Kryptonians through genetic cultivation. Then why don't you come to me for some blood with the so-called perfect Kryptonian genes? Although I don't like the way Kryptonians are born, if you really come to me for help, I will definitely help. One sentence instantly made the atmosphere awkward. General Zod was even more stunned. There is such a solution? TSK. This is the disadvantage of having a fixed occupation and class from birth. Clark Kent shook his head. For the general, a peaceful solution? There is no such thing. And at this moment, a voice suddenly pierced the sky. Damn you, Li Chengfeng. I'm going to fight you. Clark Kent turned around subconsciously and saw Doomsday suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth wide. Then endless yellow light poured out of his mouth and then divided into dozens of rays, crashing into the bodies of all Kryptonians. Clark Kent turned around and looked at General Zod, whose eyes were flashing with yellow light of fear, and curled his lips. TSK, the persuasion dice just now were a big success. You have to force the second stage, right? Li Chengfeng didn't expect that this guy would be so angry. He just saw that the Kryptonian warriors were beaten up by the team members and other superheroes, so he wanted to deal with him in Doomsday. But what I didn't expect was that after feeding him a few more dragon fruits, the inspection monster went completely crazy. With Doomsday as the center, the inspector monster actually temporarily gave the power of the yellow light of fear to all Kryptonian warriors. Although the situation of the war would not be completely reversed, it would no longer be the situation of being unilaterally beaten by the Earthlings as before. Even Hulk got hurt when he wasn't paying attention. Two Kryptonian warriors who had been enhanced by the yellow light of fear used a series of small combos to push them directly into the Pacific Ocean. However, this also made Red Light Hulk's anger reach a new peak. Li Chengfeng felt that at the moment Hulk would have no problem fighting with the real big guy. Unlimited rage increase. It's really outrageous. TSK, you really can cause trouble for me. Li Chengfeng shook his head and stretched out his hand to grab Doomsday's neck. What I mean is it so difficult to be obedient? As a lamp beast, how good is it to be with me? You can eat delicious food and drink spicy food every day. As he spoke, the kidney deficiency shark and the little calf crawled out of Li Chengfeng's body and looked at the inspection monster in front of them. Nyonyo hates ugly things the most. It's fine if you say you are a bug, and it's not unacceptable if you are as beautiful as Big Sister Mothra. But you, hey, Li Chengfeng, why don't you just kill this guy? It's really hard for me to work with ugly people. The kidney deficiency shark covered his belly with his fins and laughed wildly. Ha! Inspection monster. So you have come to this day. It must be hard to feel beaten, right? Quick, Li Chengfeng, fan him. Give him CPR. I've told you to watch less videos in the park. Li Chengfeng poked the kidney deficiency shark unhappily. Didn't he just get so angry that he gave his power to other Kryptonian warriors? Hey, it's just disordered yellow light. Kidney deficient shark said disdainfully, if he can send out dozens of ancestral yellow lantern rings, it might be a little troublesome, but now, at most it can just make those killer embryos under your command work harder. But now that I've found the inspection monster, can I start forging the yellow lantern furnace? Have you decided what material to use? Isn't this ready-made? Li Chengfeng pointed at Doomsday. It's strong, has a high affinity for the yellow light of fear, and it's also a waste product. After being knocked unconscious and thrown aside by Clark Kent, Ursa barely woke up after a while. And the moment he woke up, he felt an unprecedented power surging into his body. The yellow light of fear increased her power, but it also began to affect his thoughts. At the moment, USA was lying not far from the coast, far away from the battlefield where the demons were dancing wildly in the sky. Create fear, spread fear. She muttered a few words and gradually understood what the power of the additional yellow light of fear in her body was. Then, a cruel smile appeared on her lips. Ursa did not rush into the battlefield and fight alongside his comrades, but instead turned his attention to those who were watching the battle on the ground. Like Little Red Riding Hood, like the Black Queen, like Kate Grant who brought Jimmy Olsen out to shoot the headlines after doing an interview. As an agent of Krypton, Ursa has been good at targeting the weaknesses of his enemies since birth. And now, when we fail in direct confrontation with the enemy, we will have to face some unexpected attacks. These ordinary people, who obviously do not have much power, are excellent hostages and are the breakthrough and turning point of this battle. There are actually some problems with Ursa's judgment. For example, she doesn't know that the little bottom standing next to Savitar's armor is actually the only speedster on the entire Earth. The couple next to him, with pink bubbles coming out of their faces and acting affectionate without considering the occasion, are elite Agent Quicksilver and Atlantis Princess Sheila. But it doesn't matter, because just when USA was about to rush in, a blonde girl dressed exactly like Clark Kent came out from the side, took the initiative and punched USA in the face. Wusa, who flew backwards several meters, suddenly raised his head. Who was I talking about? It turned out to be Kayla Zor-El. I saw you before, little guy. Ursa raised the corner of his lips slightly. I remember your vocation was a warrior or a guard. It doesn't matter. You can't be my opponent. USA, it doesn't matter whether I'm your opponent or not. Kayla shook her head and stood firmly in front of the crowd. You just need to know that I will never give in. Really, you should call me Andy. Wusa smiled. The murderous intent between his brows became stronger, and he said no more and rushed directly towards Kayla. In her eyes, even if Kayla's mission is to be a warrior, she is just a little girl. But in reality, after all, Kayla has been exposed to the yellow sun for more than 10 years. Even though Ursa had the blessing of the yellow light of fear, Kayla was still able to catch up. Bang! A punch hit USA directly in the face. While being surprised at Kayla's strength and speed, USA showed a disdainful look. Too naive. It seems that although Earth allows Kryptonians to gain super abilities, it also wears down the fighting spirit of a natural warrior. Has he never practiced the art of fighting? As he spoke, USA took advantage of the force of Kayla's punch, leaned back, and kicked Kayla directly into the air. Then, after crouching down to accumulate some strength, he flew into the sky and continued to attack Kayla. Every punch and kick passed through Kayla's block at a tricky angle. Kayla, after all, is not Clark Kent, and the strength in her body is not enough to crush USA, who is blessed by the yellow light. Should we go and help? Barry Allen looked at Kayla in midair with some concern. Her condition doesn't look good. Shut up, you handsome boy. Cat Grant turned around and glanced at Barry Allen up and down with an aggressive look, then said, Help? No, Supergirl can handle this situation. But she is now completely at a disadvantage. Disadvantage? How can this little setback be a disadvantage? Kate Grant raised her head and looked at the determined blonde girl in the air with burning eyes. She is my assistant who has worked for me the longest. He's also the one who's most like me. So, handsome, never underestimate Kayla Danvers. Give up, little girl. Although you have some advantages in strength, you have been wasting too long on a peaceful planet and don't even know what fighting is. USA's fierce offensive surged towards Kayla like a tide, and he did not forget to intersperse a few taunts to hit Kayla's mentality. That's what a good warrior always does, attacking both the body and the mind. But to her surprise, Kayla did not reveal more flaws as she imagined due to her unbalanced mentality. Instead, she kept observing and learning her every move. You were thinking of fighting me by imitating me on the spot? Isn't that too self-righteous? I have an advantage that you never have. That is, I understand Kryptonians who have been exposed to the yellow sun better. Kayla smiled, and the next second, she suddenly blocked USA's attack, using both hands to parry USA's heavy downward strike as fast as lightning. Then he opened his rosy little mouth, and his super breath immediately blew towards USA at its current maximum power. Instantly, Ursa's waist and abdomen were frozen by solid ice, and even with the strength of a Kryptonian, he couldn't break free immediately. The waist and abdomen are where the force and twisting are exerted. It was this flaw that allowed Kayla to directly turn the opponent's skill advantage into nothingness. You traitor. Kal-El was a baby when Krypton was destroyed, so it's okay. But you were already 11 or 12 years old. So what? I'm more my home planet, but that's no reason to sacrifice other planets to revive Krypton. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy punch had already landed on USA's face. He was knocked directly to the ground from midair. However, Kayla did not underestimate the enemy, but instead followed the teachings of the amazing team over the years and pursued the victory. Buzz! A blazing line of heat shot down from the sky, like a punishment from heaven. When the dust settled, USA had completely lost consciousness under Kayla's strong attack. Huh, see, I said you don't need to help, right? Kate Grant breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Her clenched hands slowly relaxed, then turned back to look at Barry Allen. Never underestimate a woman. Barry Allen pouted. Look down on women? Is he too greedy to look down on women? Even a strong man like Lee Chengfeng was bullied by 3 women every day, let alone a weakling like him. However, although he did not go up to help in a battle, he could still do the cleanup work. He immediately took a pair of handcuffs from the Savitar armor nearby. This is real URU metal. Even for a Kryptonian, it is difficult to break free. The next second, he transformed into a blue and yellow lightning and came to USA. This vicious woman who had just been full of vigor and vitality had now fainted and could no longer fight. But Barry Allen keenly observed that the scars on her body caused by Kayla were now slowly healing. Tisk, creatures like Kryptonians are really a bit too buggy, aren't they? Barry Allen muttered as he put the URU metal handcuffs on Ursa's hands. Hey, hello. Are you an FBI agent? Kayla dropped from the sky and greeted Barry subconsciously when she saw him. I'm Supergirl, a part-time agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are there part-time agents? Barry was also stunned for a moment. I know you, Kayla Danvers. So you really don't consider working full-time at S.H.I.E.L.D.? The salary is much higher than your assistant at Catco. The treatment is indeed very good. But as a person, you always have to have some dreams, right? Kayla gave a beautiful smile and then turned her attention to the battlefield. Well, it seems she is not needed. Then he accelerated and left directly. She also had to change her clothes quickly before coming to see Kate Grant and Jimmy Olsen. You have to make up a reliable reason to get away with it. Watching Kayla leave, Kate Grant gave a helpless smile and then looked at Jimmy Olsen. What kind of excuse will she come up with this time to cover up her identity as a Supergirl? Theoretically speaking, the Yellow Lantern Corps should be on par with the Green Lantern Corps. The Inspector Monster and the Ionic Shark are also at the same level, and they're the 2 most powerful among the 7 Lantern Beasts. Even when they are enemies, the yellow light still has a certain inhibitory effect on the green light. Because the green light has the so-called yellow defect, it is not effective for yellow objects. This also basically establishes the basic positioning of the yellow light as neutral and evil. However, after obtaining the yellow light of fear, the Kryptonian Legion has unexpectedly adapted to this power. Even in Lee Chengfeng's opinion, Kryptonians are born yellow light owners. After all, apart from Superman, what they have always done is to confiscate homes and exterminate families, or even cleanse the entire planet. I don't have any hobbies in my life, but I'm good at making trouble. Then his own planet was destroyed. So, do you think these Kryptonians can defeat the monsters they face with the blessing of your yellow light of fear? Lee Chengfeng shook his head, and the power of the 4 lamps spread out, tightly grasping Doomsday's body. The next moment, the white light flashed again. This is also the first time that Lee Chengfeng used the white light when turning on the other 4 lights. He could clearly feel the flow of every bit of energy in the air. What are you doing? The Parallax demon struggled, but unfortunately, the power of the 4 lamps restrained him. Even if Adam came, he would have to struggle for a while, not to mention this Parallax demon formed by the inspection monster. When a lamp beast is the dominant one, it is often difficult for it to exert its true power. In theory, Parallax is at least on the same level as Ion. This is all because the host, that is, Doomsday, is born to create fear, but he has no emotions or intelligence after all. Whether the special abilities can be brought into play when possessed by the lamp beast depends entirely on the host level. Therefore, apart from being able to exert the powerful power of the Parallax demon, The special abilities that can influence the universe are completely unusable. This is also the positioning of the lamp beast all along. It's dangerous, but a single lantern beast can't accomplish anything. A natural super assistant. What should I do? Li Chengfeng shook his head. White light followed his body and materialized into a huge forging hammer in his hand. Don't you like staying in this body? Then I will fulfill your wish and make it your only home. As he said that, he swung his hammer at Doomsday. But this hammer was not a harm, but reshape. The power of the white light has actually always been a rather strange existence. As one of the most powerful energies in the universe, it goes without saying that it is powerful in combat. But the greatest feature of the white light is that it theoretically possesses the authority to resurrect all life. However, the resurrected person must completely obey the will of the spirit of existence. In a sense, people who are resurrected by the white light can also be called prisoners of life. But that's not all. If it were just to resurrect life, then the spirit of existence would be just that impressive. But the White Lantern has another great power. That's reinvention, because white light at its root is the power of life and the power of creation. As an absolutely neutral color, white light can overwhelm other colors of light as long as it wants. Therefore, Bidang is more or less related to the cause and effect of I'm thinking. This is why Li Chengfeng now visualizes the white lamp and pulls out a huge amount of forging hammer. He wanted to completely purify and reshape the biological weapon Doomsday, stripping away all impurities such as flesh, blood, genes, etc., and transforming his most essential things into material for forging the lamp furnace. And with the first blow of the hammer, purification and reshaping began. Although the Parallax Demon didn't know what Li Chengfeng was going to do, he immediately felt that this body was not injured after being hit by the hammer. On the contrary, the damage originally caused by Li Chengfeng to him was mostly healed by this hammer. This situation actually made the Parallax Demon begin to feel confused. No matter how you look at it, the look on Li Chengfeng's face as he gave him the dragon fruit just now didn't seem like someone who would be kind enough to give him treatment. And this happened during a battle. No matter how naive the opponent was, he would not do this. That means Li Chengfeng still has a big job waiting for him. Li Chengfeng, what on earth do you want to do? What? You'll know what I want to do in a moment. After saying that, he struck the Parallax Demon with another hammer from bottom to top. This hammer not only did not make the Parallax Demon feel any pain, but instead caused a numbing feeling to spread throughout the body. This is it purifying and reshaping this body. No matter how stupid the Parallax Demon was, he had discovered something at this moment. You've mastered the power of the white light to such perfection. Why? Isn't it good to reshape it? Li Chengfeng laughed, and then constantly swung the white light hammer towards the Parallax Demon. With each blow, the body of Doomsday that was possessed by the Inspectorate would shrink a little. This is not harm, but a complete transformation of Doomsday's cells into energy through purification and reshaping. Creating a lamp furnace out of pure energy may sound far-fetched, but it is possible. For example, the Red Lantern furnace in the original work is actually a condensation of blood magic and the life energy of several people. Li Chengfeng is now preparing to completely reshape every inch of Doomsday's cells and transform them into pure energy. It was then transformed into a yellow light stove. This is not a big deal originally, but the problem is that the inspection monster is still possessed by Doomsday. Apart from the numbness at the beginning, every subsequent hammer will be torture for the inspection monster. As a lamp beast without flesh and blood, he truly felt the pain and pleasure of his cells being reshaped. Even the lamp beast could not bear this double extreme experience. Li Chengfeng, please stop. Even if you want to reshape the energy and forge the lamp furnace, can you let me come out first? Please. I won't run away. I will never possess another life form. Li Chengfeng listened to the wailing of the Parallax monster, and also discovered that the inspection monster had been freed from the possession and was constantly trying to climb out of the bloody mouth of Doomsday. But unfortunately, with the next blow, Li Chengfeng hit the parallax monster back again. You started to breastfeed when your child died. You bought stocks when the stock price went up. You turned the car when it hit the wall. You shook it off when snot ran down your mouth. What were you doing before? TNND, the most infuriating thing is that you dare to hunt down my kid? You really think good people don't have temper, right? What the hell? The parallax monster wailed again, but this time he cursed out loud. Do you have any shame? If you're a good person, then I'm the Green Lantern monster. Li Chengfeng. He slandered me. He slandered me. Kidney-deficient shark jumped up and down. I've never been scolded so harshly. It's okay. He won't be able to curse anymore in a while. Li Chengfeng shrugged and continued to swing the sledgehammer. 80, 80, 80. Under Li Chengfeng's constant destruction, the originally huge and terrifying body of Doomsday became smaller and more transparent, and finally turned into a large ball of terrifying energy with colorful light. And the parallax monster is wrapped in it. To be honest, this looks a bit strange. Li Chengfeng shook his head subconsciously, just like a baby in the womb. Then can you please read less weird books recently? Whose uterus would give birth to a big yellow transparent bug? Kidney-deficient shark complained mercilessly. And you, Nyo, keep your questions to yourself. I'm just curious. Clamp Nyo curled his lips. TSK, what I hate most is the deputy leader style of kidney deficiency shark. I don't know who he learned it from. How dare you? Call me by my job title when you're working. Call me Green Lantern Beast, Ion Shark. Li Chengfeng didn't bother to care about the quarrel between the elementary school students of Kidney Deficiency Shark and Klon Nyo. He looked at the parallax monster wrapped in energy and smiled. How is it? Are you still alive? Li Chengfeng, your uncle. You seem quite energetic. That's good. Next, I will officially start shaping the lamp furnace. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng reached out to the parallax monster. Don't be afraid. I will use the power of white light to help you shape it. Gah, don't touch him. Where the hell did I touch you? Li Chengfeng held up Doomsday's life energy, and then the white light completely enveloped it. I really don't know where these lamp beasts learned these dirty words from. When it originally had a living entity, Doomsday's cells kept regenerating, making it impossible to forge the lamp. But now, pure energy is like a piece of clay in Li Chengfeng's hands. You can pinch it however you want. Although the parallax monster screamed, it seemed to have accepted its fate in the end. After all, he really couldn't think of any way to escape from the hands of a person who had 5 ancestral lamp rings and lamp beasts. If he had that ability, he wouldn't have had to endure the ultimate insult just now. This is fate. As the parallax monster sighed, the power of the yellow light of fear quietly merged into the energy of Doomsday. The original yellow lantern furnace began to take shape. Is Pudding starting to forge the lamp furnace? But why is he using the white lamp this time? Doesn't he usually forge it in Ion Man form? Don't you know who Li Chengfeng is? In a sense, he is definitely a fundamentalist. Unless he is completely clueless, he will not use things like Ion Man form or ether. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn stood back to back, staring at the Kryptonian warriors being chased by various superheroes. Just now, when they were suddenly blessed by the yellow light of fear, they did launch a counterattack. But soon, they were suppressed by those even more perverted guys. There's no way. Who made Li Chengfeng work so hard before and accumulate such a huge fortune and network? For example, Sentry. In the beginning, he just helped out and took over 2 Kryptonian warriors. But maybe it was the yellow light of fear on them that made Sentry a little unhappy. So he just opened fire and chased several of them and beat them up. King Ada looked at the current battlefield, shook his head, and turned on the communicator. Call black braised egg, call black braised egg. I received the black marinated egg. Please speak, which? The battle has entered its final stages. Please send people to intervene in the battlefield in an orderly manner and begin preparations to receive prisoners and spoils of war. Received. Recovery personnel have been dispatched. Please put an end to this extraterrestrial invasion as quickly as possible. Which understands. After hanging up, King Ada stretched lazily, revealing her graceful curves under the lamp furnace armor. Unfortunately, Li Chengfeng was busy forging in the moment and could not see this scene. Definitely, even if I see this scene, I won't be too excited, but I will subconsciously feel pain in my waist. I wonder if I will get the lantern ring this time. Harley Quinn looked towards Li Chengfeng with great interest. I have wanted to get a lantern ring to play with for a long time. This is really difficult, right? Don't forget that a few days ago, Li Chengfeng placed all the original lamp furnaces, including the white lamp furnace, in front of you, but you didn't react at all. Maybe you were not born with these glowing things. King Ada shrugged. Rather than looking forward to the lamp ring, I think that looking for the planets where the so-called symbionts live in the universe is the way you should go. Harley Quinn, even though I'm yours, I seriously agree with what this black-haired chick said. Let me eat more, and I'll become stronger. Venom's little head popped out from Harley Quinn's shoulder, let alone a lantern ring. After I return to my hometown and devour all the symbiotes, even Li Chengfeng himself will be pinned to the ground and beaten by you. Press Li Chengfeng to the ground and beat him? TSK, that's really unattractive. As long as I expose my shoulders on purpose, this guy will be willing to let me press him to the ground. Well, as a symbiote, I actually have no interest in the host's private interests. Venom showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. And don't you think it's a bit uncomfortable to talk about this kind of thing in public? Huh? There's a saying in the Republic language that Pudding taught me. Food and S*X are human nature. Isn't this human nature? Harley Quinn, this is human nature, but you should at least consider the audience's ears. Is it possible that others don't really want to hear your feelings? Ada Wong rolled her eyes. You don't understand things as well as a symbiote. Venom is very smart, and he's black. Don't discriminate against them. So this is your main point? If we were to say who the yellow light brought the greatest benefit to, it would definitely be General Zod. As a Kryptonian born as a general, General Zod's fighting power is actually comparable to that of a young Clark Kent even after he has just been exposed to yellow sunlight. At the same time, the natural general is destined to kill for Krypton. So spreading fear and creating terror suits him perfectly. So in the sudden outburst, General Zod and Clark Kent actually tied in a short period of time. After the gap in absolute power was narrowed, General Zod's superb skills began to show more effects. After knocking Clark Kent away with one punch, General Zod gasped and laughed. It seems that the god of Krypton is on my side. What the hell is this god of Krypton? Clark Kent curled his lips. You don't think this battle is a battle between Kryptonians, do you? Isn't it? Since I met Li Chengfeng, I have developed a great interest in the Republic language. I recently learned an idiom, and I'll give it to you. Clark Kent's eyes condensed, and his hot gaze suddenly shot out. Frog in the well. General Zod didn't have time to think about what frog in the well meant, so he used the same action and fired the same thermal vision. But at this moment, he was somewhat surprised to find that Superman's thermal vision still suppressed his thermal vision. Although thermal vision is only one of the basic abilities of Kryptonians, it is also an important indicator of energy level. This situation shows that the power within Clark Kent is still greater than that within General Zod. The reason for the tie is that Clark Kent still didn't use his full strength. Thinking of this, General Zod's face suddenly showed a look of resentment. As a warrior, he could accept failure, and even death was out of his mind. But the dignity of a soldier cannot be trampled upon. Kal-El, I have to say, you're just like your father, just as arrogant. Well, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say anything. Clark Kent shrugged, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. My father is just an old farm man who likes to smoke secretly. As he said this, he looked around and saw that the superheroes had already started to finish off their battles, and the Kryptonian warriors they were fighting against were basically at the end of their strength. Then he also needs to speed up. Okay, General Zod, since you think I'm arrogant, then I'll let you know what true arrogance is. Clark Kent turned around, his red cape fluttering, and the S on his chest became more and more brilliant under the sunlight. I declare that your invasion plan has failed. As soon as Clark Kent finished speaking, Captain Marvel passed by him. hammering two Kryptonian warriors. Okay, Clark, I told you when you were little that you should watch less cartoons. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Cough, cough, cough. Clark Kent coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. The next moment, his fist was already imprinted on General Zod's face. The strength and speed are completely different from before. Just one punch was enough to make General Zod's soul astral. At first, when the parallax monster saw Li Chengfeng's outstretched hand, it let out a sharp explosion. But now, feeling the comfort of being in the energy body of Doomsday, I couldn't help but hum softly. Oh, yes, this is the first time I feel such full energy. No, weren't you just crying and making some weird remarks like don't touch it? The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you had told me earlier that life inside the lamp furnace would be so comfortable, any resistance on my part would be disrespectful to my body as a lamp beast. Okay, you're better at changing faces than Kidney Deficiency Shark and Clip Nyo. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but give him a middle finger, but don't worry, it's not fully formed yet. What the hell? It's not even fully formed yet. The parallax monster, who had been lying down and enjoying the energy of Doomsday, flipped over and said, after the lamp furnace is completely forged, it will take off. No, buddy, do you have a name, Xiao Shan? Joe what? It's okay, just stay still, you headlight beast. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, and the white light forging hammer in his hand fell on the energy of Doomsday again. The constant beatings before had completely purified all the impurities, including those negative emotions, making the energy of Doomsday reach an unprecedented level of purity. Next, we are ready to shape it. It was from this hammer that the Doomsday energy was gradually hammered from a ball of ruleless energy into a square lamp shape. The energy that was originally almost transparent was now gradually stained with the purest yellow light of fear flowing from the parallax monster and turned into a golden entity. Definitely, it is essentially still a collection of energy, but it is too condensed and becomes a tangible entity. Although the parallax monster is a light beast that knows everything, it has never seen such a scene. He was very excited and wandered back and forth inside the lamp that was gradually taking shape. From time to time, he would stretch out his front legs to touch the main body of the lamp. In an instant, an energy that originated from the same source as him immediately responded to him with a very positive signal. Cool. I originally thought that locking the lamp beast in such a small lamp furnace would be a torture to squeeze out its energy. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the lantern stove was this kind of thing? If you had told me earlier, I would have directly fallen under your genes and willingly served you as a dog. The Kidney Deficiency Shark and the Clam Bull looked at the shameless face of the parallax monster and suddenly felt ashamed to be associated with it. There's nothing wrong with Dangshuo hanging out with Li Chengfeng, but the problem is that you can't do it so without dignity. You have to fight Li Chengfeng. You have to fight him to death, and then be beaten to a state of paralysis and put into the furnace. Although none of the lamp beasts around Li Chengfeng have experienced such a thing, everything has to have a beginning. It's decided. From now on, I'll call you the head bug. The Clamp Nyo and the Kidney Deficiency Shark finally looked at each other and inexplicably came to a conclusion. What does it mean? It means the number one lantern beast in the world. Yes, that's what it means. Hee hee. Ion Shark, Blood Bull, it seems that you still have some self-awareness. Looking at the smug look on the parallax monster's face, Kidney Deficiency Shark sighed and whispered to Clan Nyo. He actually called us by our real names. How long has it been since Li Chengfeng called us like that? It always feels like we're teasing a fool. Isn't that immoral? Kidney Deficiency Shark, have you eaten too much? What species are we? Jiazi Nyo looked at the Kidney Deficiency Shark with the same eyes as he looked at a mentally retarded person. We are lamp beasts. You still know that we are lamp beasts. Morality is the shackles that humans use to restrict themselves, and as cute lamp beasts, we have no morality, and we don't need morality. Immoral hail. Hail. Li Chengfeng sighed as he looked at the shark with kidney deficiency that was instantly led astray by the clamp. It's time to put the ideological and political classes for the lamp beasts on the agenda. Starting tomorrow, all the lamp beasts will go to class with Lee John. Thinking of this, the final hammer fell heavily. The original yellow lantern furnace. Forging completed. That ball of violent energy had long since disappeared from the spot, leaving only a golden lamp floating in front of Li Chengfeng. At this moment, Li Chengfeng turned off all the light rings and floated in the air with the origin magic power. He stretched out his hand and picked the golden lamp down from midair. In an instant, the terrifying yellow light from the lamp burst out, illuminating the entire sky. In the next moment, the terrifying yellow light that filled the entire sky instantly converged. A yellow lamp ring with exquisite and intricate patterns slowly emerged from a lamp. The long-lost voice rang out from the lantern ring. Intelligent life has been targeted. Li Chengfeng from Earth. You have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to the Legion of Doom. The Legion of Doom? Could it be that the energy for the lamp furnace is provided by Doomsday? This was not the first time that Li Chengfeng had to deal with a Legion name change. Normal. He stretched out his hand and put on the first yellow lantern ring in the world on his left hand. The next moment, Li Chengfeng was instantly surrounded by a terrifying yellow light, and he recited the Legion oath that made everyone feel terrified. The day is dark and the night is bright. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light. Fear of fire and burial. Those who go against me will perish. Fear is the source, the authority of the wind. Wow, is this the yellow lantern ring? Clark Kent flew over, holding General Zod, whose appearance he had been hammered so hard that he couldn't see clearly. You know what? He really looks like a violent dictator. Okay, stop teasing me. Li Chengfeng shook his head. After Li Chengfeng and Clark Kent solved the biggest problem on the entire battlefield, the other heroes also dealt with everything. Li Chengfeng was not surprised. After all, he has won over several godlike beings. Even if he's not there today, he can still solve the problem. It just takes more time. What are you going to do about these Kryptonians? Me? Clark Kent pointed at his own face and then shook his head. Although it didn't cause much impact, it still can't change the fact that they are invaders. It's just that I really can't kill them, so I can only leave it to you to decide. Leave it to me? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Originally, he wanted to increase the labor force of Krakow, but after all, they were a group of Kryptonians who could absorb yellow sunlight to continue to grow stronger, so they were somewhat unstable. After all, Li Chengfeng cannot stay in Krakow forever, and Adam cannot get rid of dozens of Kryptonians in an instant. How about using the same old trick on them and letting the big guy stuff them into the Phantom Zone? What's wrong? Do you think it's hard to deal with them? Captain Jing clapped his hands and came to Li Chengfeng's side. I have a suggestion. How about confiscating their spaceship and then teleporting them to a place without yellow sunlight? At the same time as Captain Marvel made this proposal, on the deserted colony of the Kree Empire, a disheveled old man climbed up from the weird-looking beast. Gideon Malik survived. F***K. I feel so incredibly strong right now. So you're actually going to let us go? Instead of executing us. After General Zod heard the conversation between Li Chengfeng and Captain Jing, his eyes were filled with relief and, don't understand. After all, for these Kryptonian warriors, the way they deal with the enemy is always to destroy the whole nation and the whole race. As long as they win, they will definitely leave no room for others. What's wrong? Do you find it incredible? Li Chengfeng glanced at General Zod. After all, you are Clark Kent's fellow countrymen, and I am not a murderer. Besides, you are wiping out the roots because you are afraid of retaliation. Do you think you have the possibility of successfully taking revenge on me? Is there a possibility that I don't care about your life or death, but you can only create some value for me if you are alive? He certainly doesn't feel any psychological pressure to kill these Kryptonians. But after all, he is Clark Kent's good friend, so it's no big deal to save their lives. Besides, living on a Kree colony where there is no yellow sunlight and no ships to leave is even safer than the Phantom Zone. At least there is basically no way to get to Earth from the Kree colony. Moreover, they can ask Captain Marvel to take care of them from time to time and bring back the Kryptonian technology they have restored. There is no need for a large number of people to guard. Why not? Not everyone likes to kill an F***K over something they don't agree with. To be honest, although you are a Republican, I always think you have the potential to become a capitalist. Clark Kent shuddered. No matter who it is, as long as they don't completely touch your bottom line, you can keep them alive and squeeze out some oil from their bones. It's their honor, isn't it? Li Chengfeng laughed and patted Clark Kent on the shoulder. I've given them a chance to live, so why shouldn't they be grateful to me? But don't worry, those guys who fear power but not virtue, like Malekith, will have grass several feet high on their graves. Okay, you're an official, so you have the final say. Clark Kent didn't continue chatting with Li Chengfeng. He took General Zod to meet up with other superheroes. Team Jing looked at Li Chengfeng. To be honest, I wanted to kill him at first, but I thought that you, as the commander, did not make a decision, so I held back. But I'm very happy that you can choose my plan. After all, there are indeed many good things in the Kryptonian technology, and Clark Kent can't understand these things, so he has to rely on these Kryptonians. TSK, your proposal was Nick Fury's idea, right? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. It's just that he and I are in sync. Otherwise, if someone else had a bad temper, he would definitely kill all of these people. That's why you two are true soulmates. F***K it. When I think about my soul mate being a black salted egg, I feel like destroying the world. The capture of the Kryptonians was quickly completed with the assistance of major superheroes. Batman, who came from afar to watch the show, even contributed his long-treasured kryptonite, used to suppress and eliminate the many abilities that this group of Kryptonians have just obtained by being exposed to yellow sunlight. Clark Kent looked at the bat in surprise, because this green kryptonite was taken out by Bat from his belt. In other words, he has been carrying this thing with him using materials that can block radiation. How much do you distrust me? Clark Kent complained and elbowed the bat. Do I look like a guy who could meet Blacken at any time? It's because I trust you that I was just on guard and didn't kill you the moment I got this thing. Bat covered his ribs, rolled his eyes, and said in a low voice, "It's just that there's no need to keep this thing now." What do you mean? Have you completely let down your guard against me? Elsa, Sentry, Hela, Adam, these people are enough to deal with you when Blacken goes crazy. Bat shrugged, with a hint of teasing in his words. And even if they're not there, don't we still have Li Chengfeng? So there are newer and better ways to deal with it. So the old ones can be scrapped or used elsewhere, right? Clark Kent said, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Alfred still called me Master Clark, I would definitely beat you up. It's up to you, but I need your help with something. Batman didn't pay any attention to the big guy's non-threatening complaint and continued. There may be more and more incidents like this in the future. We can't just rely on the FBI for notifications, right? So I plan to let these heroes outside the FBI system form an alliance. Clark Kent instantly became interested. I think this is a good ideology. How about calling it the Justice League? Aren't so-called superheroes supposed to fight for justice in their hearts? Your naming skills are still so poor. Bat shook his head and continued. I have discussed this matter with Tony Stark and Oliver Queen. The final name is Justice Avengers. Huh, your naming skills are not much better than mine, and you even repeated a word. We will fight for justice for all, but if we fail and survive, we will be the last vengeful spirits, fighting our enemies to the death. Well, this is a cool way of saying it, but it's just not very auspicious. Bats and Clark Kent walked away while talking. The next thing they have is a more important task, which is to gather superheroes outside the FBI system to jointly discuss the organizational structure. As for the Kryptonians, let the FBI take over. They are professional. After the mutants that rushed over from the construction site stretched their muscles for a while, except for Cyclops, who was unlucky enough to sprain his ankle, all the others returned to the construction site in a large number. I thought it would be a huge battle, but it turned out to be not as thrilling as the battle. No wonder Boss Adam didn't bother to give chase other than beating up the Kryptonians who broke into the construction site. So does ash beating really make them so immersed in it? Professor X pushed the wheelchair, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The Black Queen beside him patted his bald forehead in disdain, and Professor X could only endure it. It was normal to fight to the death with the Black Queen when they were enemies, but now that they were in the same camp, the Black Queen's status as the oldest mutant put her over Deadman. Aren't you an expert in telepathy, little guy? Can't you see that what they are passionate about is not plastering on the construction site, but build your own home with your own hands? The Kryptonians on the front battlefield, plus the stalker caught by Clark Kent, a total of 64 Kryptonians. 46 men and 18 women. Looking at the Kryptonians who became painful and weak under the green kryptonite radiation, Ada Wong reported with a cold expression. Li Chengfeng nodded. Among Kryptonians, the proportion of female warriors is quite high. This is the inevitable situation that will occur in a social environment where natural reproduction is completely cut off and class occupations are completely solidified. In fact, for Kryptonians, gender doesn't really make much of a difference. Whether you are strong or not depends entirely on whether your genetic sequence is a soldier or a general. Whether you are smart or not depends on whether you are a scientist or a scholar. It is in such a society that Clark Kent, the last son of Krypton, becomes more valuable. Natural reproduction is an ancient legend for Kryptonians. Therefore, Li Chengfeng was not afraid that these Kryptonians would fight each other after being exiled because of reasons like there were more men than women and they were fighting over women. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng cleared his throat and said, "You all should know your fate, right? I don't know if exile is a better outcome for you than death. But you don't have a choice." General Zod slowly raised his head, the green kryptonite making him unable to speak. However, once the power of the yellow sunlight is completely eliminated, the negative effects of kryptonite will no longer have any effect on them. Why is it that Earth's technology is so backward, yet it has so many powerful beings protecting it? If Krypton were in a galaxy illuminated by yellow sunlight, then it would be able to conquer the entire universe. Li Chengfeng sighed. General Zod's words and actions are typical of a man who lost his country. Although Krypton's destruction seems to be man-made, it is actually natural selection. And he is going against history and trying to build a new Krypton. How can he have a good ending? To the gods formed by the will of the universe, various abstract concepts, and existences like the Celestials, a civilization like Krypton is a mere termite to the entire cosmic environment, the kind that can only take in but not leave. Infinite colonization, at its peak it colonized and dominated 28 galaxies. To this day, the deeds of Krypton's dominance at its peak are still recorded throughout the universe. But later, the Kryptonian decision-makers believed that this model of civilization development had completely reached its limit, and for them, exploring the universe had basically lost its meaning. That is why the colonies will gradually be reduced and eventually return to the mother planet completely. It is hard to say that there are no other interstellar empires or higher-level entities interfering. After all, when large-scale colonization was carried out in the past, people definitely went to galaxies with yellow suns. Otherwise, why would the whole universe be so afraid of Krypton? Before coming to the solar system, the Kryptonian warriors led by General Zod and others did not know that yellow sunlight could strengthen Kryptonians. It is probably the product of the whole universe working together to castrate Krypton. This is what is called, there must be something pathetic about a hateful person. It's meaningless to discuss this topic now. Li Chengfeng shook his head. The Kryptonian civilization has been completely destroyed. A race with only a few dozen people left can forget about restoring their homeland. After saying that, he took off the URU metal handcuffs on USA's hands. Then the portal opened directly beneath them, and the destination was the Kree colony that Li Chengfeng had arrived at before. However, Li Chengfeng did not confiscate their battle suits and weapons. There should be many industrial relics left by the Kree Empire on this planet. Maybe you can return to the universe in your lifetime? If you succeed, I will just consider your exile as over. How about that? It seemed that Li Chengfeng had drawn a big pie, but General Zod and others did not eat it all. They just raised their heads and glared at Li Chengfeng. They're a group of warriors, agents, and a general, all of whom are warrior-class combat professions. They have no problem protecting themselves, but isn't it nonsense to build a spaceship from scratch? But before they could curse, Li Chengfeng had already closed the portal quickly. Looking at this desolate planet that was almost an eternal night, General Zod breathed a sigh of relief. Although the power they had just gained through the yellow sunlight had been cleared by the kryptonite. But the gravity here is even weaker than that on Earth. Although these Kryptonian warriors cannot fly and hide like they do on Earth, it is still easy for them to jump more than 10 meters with a big jump. Not to mention, there is no kryptonite or red sunlight here. If you just look at it from a survival perspective, it's actually not that difficult. General, listen. A Kryptonian warrior suddenly stood up and moved his ears. There's a sound over there. General Zod and the other Kryptonian warriors looked in the direction he pointed. I saw a ragged and extremely miserable old man dragging a dead beast with difficulty through the barren desert. This planet actually still has humans? It may not be a human. It may be some kind of humanoid creature. General Zod frowned, but did not act rashly. But the old man seemed to see them and moved in front of them with difficulty. This took quite some time. Are you humans? I am Gideon Malik of Earth. Come with me. I know a place that will take us back to Earth. General Zod stood up suddenly, walked forward, and easily picked up Gideon Malik with one hand. What did you say? Back to Earth. Yes, that's right. There is something called the Cream Monument, which connects this planet to the Earth. Gideon Malik was not panicked at all, and there was a calm madness in his eyes. It's just that the thing exists on the other side of this planet. I don't know the exact coordinates, but it definitely exists. After thinking for a moment, General Zod let Gideon Malik go. Very good from now on. You are the chief think tank of New Krypton. We will definitely return to Earth, and then we will take revenge. This day was recorded on the first page of the history book of Wasted Star. Our beloved tribal chief and chief wise man met on that day. From then on, we embarked on the journey of building a new home. However, the legendary Carey Monument has never been found. F***K. This thing isn't even that solid. Dr. Liang looked at the Cream Monument that was easily decomposed into atoms by 343, curled his lips in disgust, and continued to walk deeper into the FBI warehouse. Nick Fury said there was something good here. How disappointing. 343, wearing an old man's vest and flowery shorts, holding a bottle of Kong Shui, Fu iced black tea, walked in, mumbling. It seems like a branch timeline that was about to form was just extinguished. It doesn't matter. It didn't happen anyway. After seeing off the group of Kryptonian warriors, Li Chengfeng stayed in Krakow for another 2 days. It's not about helping Krakow build homes faster and better, but the Republic's infrastructure team is in place. In addition to entertaining his own people, Li Chengfeng also wanted to get 2 days of meals. The food that this chef, who used to be a master chef in a government canteen, cooks is F***G amazing. After the Republic's infrastructure team arrived, the first thing Li Chengfeng did was to build several canteens on the vacant land at several construction sites. After reading this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. My own aesthetic taste is truly timeless. It doesn't seem to be much different from an ordinary university cafeteria. After all, I only eat in the cafeteria when I am in school, except that they're all 5 stories high. At first, everyone in Krakow didn't know what these suddenly appeared tall buildings were used for. But later it was discovered that when it was time for dinner, Li Chengfeng would bring his men into the cafeteria with the Republic infrastructure team on time. Out of curiosity, they followed, and I couldn't help myself from then on. Wow, I'm so scared that I'll never be able to eat such good food again. Several mutants shed helpless tears after eating the free food in the construction site cafeteria. I feel like I'll be miserable if I don't eat for a day. I'll itch all over and my nose will run. F***K. Your reaction? Did the chefs in the cafeteria mix ice into the food? Mutant, who hadn't eaten yet, questioned. Don't you dare slander the cafeteria chef. What's so cold about it? I'm telling you, I've been at Mutant Brotherhood for 3 years, earning a meager salary, and not only did I not get a house, I couldn't even eat a good meal. Now we finally have a free cafeteria on the construction site, and you insist that it's mixed with ice. Don't we know whether the cafeteria is mixed with ice or not? Those meals are free, and the chefs don't make any money at all. Who doesn't have a hungry ghost? Can you guarantee that you won't eat for the rest of your life? If you question the chef, we can't agree. I don't want to eat white food anymore. I want to eat good food. It was in this context that the several cafeterias that Li Chengfeng temporarily set up using his ability became the most crowded places in Krakow. The big pot dishes prepared by the chefs in the office canteen are mind-blowing. Li Chengfeng was also extremely satisfied. At this moment, he was sitting on the top floor of the cafeteria at the construction site in the capital of Krakow, and the area around him was filled with members, mainly from the Star Team. Across the long table in the cafeteria were a group of superheroes who were not included in the FBI's organization. To be precise, there are people who are not officially on the FBI staff. Several of them even hold the title of FBI consultant. So you decided to form a superhero team? Li Chengfeng even slowed down his eating speed. What's the name? Justice Avengers. Bruce Wayne, dressed in a suit, sat directly opposite Li Chengfeng. But don't worry, we will report all members who join the Justice Avengers to the FBI. Bruce Wayne explained first. He didn't want the FBI headed by Li Chengfeng to misunderstand and suspect their purpose. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we report it or not. Captain Jing folded his hands and said calmly, "The point is that your team is competing with the FBI for work. We'd be crazy not to agree to free help. That's the truth." Li Chengfeng nodded. Seeing this, Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark looked at each other and then breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, since the FBI has no objections, I will start building the base for the Justice Avengers. Bruce Wayne said, handing Li Chengfeng a tablet. Here is the preliminary list of personnel for the Justice Avengers. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and took it. Read from front to back. Batman, Iron Man, Superman, Sentry, Princess Elsa, Magneto, Aquaman Arthur, Queen Mara, Namor, Fantastic Four, Dr. Doom. After reading it, Li Chengfeng raised his head in surprise. Since the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom were all there, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Aquaman Arthur, who was feasting on his meal across from him, and said, "Is Atlantis involved?" Arthur nodded, but pointed to his stuffed mouth, and then the Queen of the Sea Mara spoke on his behalf. Not only is Atlantis involved, but when the base is built, there will also be an Atlantis base. At that time, the Undersea Rangers will also share this Atlantis base. After all, if we leave Atlantis, it is basically impossible to build a base on the seabed. Li Chengfeng nodded. It's not that I have any objection. If Atlantis wants to get involved in this kind of thing, it's their freedom. He just didn't expect that Atlantis would be so proactive. But think about it. As the actual controllers of the Earth's deep-sea resources, Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark probably wanted to drag them on board a pirate ship a long time ago. Atlantis is really rich. Even compared with Wakanda, the home of vibranium that has not yet been born, it is not inferior in the slightest. Yes, just like Ms. Mara said. Bruce Wayne continued, "We will rebuild an Avengers building in New York using the Stark building as the original site, and then send a space station base into space." Li Chengfeng listened and looked at Bruce Wayne again. Damn it, if you say to launch a space station, then launch a space station. So F************ G rich. This dog is rich. Okay, I know you have money, but your bases must be able to communicate with each other, right? How do you solve this problem? I'll take care of this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened beside everyone, and Dr. Doom stepped out, then sat down on the Green Lantern chair he had materialized. After completing several bases, I will use Green Lantern energy and magic circles to build several permanent trigger portals. They will be closed at ordinary times and can be activated by pressing a button when in use. To be honest, I want to know more about how they convinced you than the portal issue. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. I remember that you had a feud with Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four. It was precisely because I had a grudge against that hypocritical B** D. Reed that I joined the Avengers. Dr. Doom turned his head and looked at the Fantastic Four, who were having a happy meal with their family of four not far away. I will keep an eye on this troublemaker anytime, anywhere. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips and continued eating. I don't understand the love-hate relationship among the middle-aged group. The righteous Avengers were initially established in this ordinary construction site canteen. After finalizing all the details in the construction site canteen, the heroes also began their enjoyable meal journey. Even Bruce Wayne, who tried his best to control his desires, ate the third meal slowly. Li Chengfeng even saw the chefs in the cafeteria gathered together for a small meeting, their faces full of determination. Oh my God, I don't know where these gluttons came from. How can they eat so much? Everyone, don't let these foreigners look down on us. Cheer up. We must win this battle against hunger. Even if you are a glutton, you have to eat until you are full before you leave. He shook his head and looked at Clark Kent, Hulk, and Barry Allen, who were swept away by the wind. These canteen chefs have found their enemy. Delicious, so delicious. Barry Allen's movements seemed slow, but he was actually using his super speed to eat. I feel like I can keep eating in the cafeteria until I die. Nonsense. You're eating with your speed force on, consuming and replenishing at the same time. Are you planning to tire all the chefs in the cafeteria to death? After listening to Li Chengfeng's words, Barry Allen stopped subconsciously. Ahem, this is so delicious that I subconsciously want to eat more. Li Chengfeng could understand it. After all, Barry Allen was a child who lost his mother when he was young, and his father was framed and imprisoned. What good food could he have eaten over the years? But no matter how greedy you are, you still have to consider the physical fitness of the chefs. Damn it. This is just a meal, right? Li Chengfeng had already foreseen it. These canteen chefs who came out with the infrastructure team will probably have to report work-related injuries when they return. Just as everyone was busy eating, a woman's voice suddenly came from the side. Oh my God, Clark Kent, you're coming to Krakow too? You didn't tell me this in advance. Li Chengfeng looked up and saw that Clark Kent, who was usually calm, suddenly froze in the face when the voice sounded, and he obviously swallowed saliva in his throat. It was as if this woman with an elegant and slightly excited voice was some kind of monster. But as the sound of high heels getting closer, everyone put down their plates tacitly. Even Bruce Wayne is like this. Everyone's eyes were filled with the word gossip. Clark Kent sighed. If you stick your head out, you will be killed. If you hide your head, you will also be killed. Why not just go for it? You could die more comfortably. Hey, Kate Grant, it's been a while. It hasn't been that long, has it? Didn't we meet at the Atlantis princess wedding? Kate Grant looked at Clark Kent with interest, then glanced around. Huh? Isn't this His Majesty Aquaman from Atlantis? And Bruce Wayne from Gotham and Tony Stark from New York City? Could it be that you are quite familiar with them? Ahem, it's okay. You'll get used to it after doing more interviews. I see. But how are you and Lois doing lately? We haven't seen each other very often since I quit the Daily Planet and started my own business. Well, it's true, Louise, and I missed you very much. Clark Kent wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He would rather fight 100 General Zods than Cat Grant. Li Chengfeng and the others all stared at Clark Kent with gossipy eyes, and everyone was obviously suppressing the corners of their mouths, not letting them rise. Kayla and Jimmy Olsen, who were following Kate Grant, went around Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng saw the two people coming over and immediately started to ask, Hey, what's going on with these two? I've never seen Clark Kent so embarrassed. Did they have a relationship before? That's not the case. Jimmy Olsen lowered his voice and gossiped in Li Chengfeng's ear, but all the old employees of the Daily Planet know that Kate Grant is madly infatuated with Clark Kent, a big boy from a Kansas farm. Although his voice was indeed very low, was there anyone among the people around him who was easy to get along with? Whispering to Li Chengfeng was no different from whispering in everyone else's ears. Then I have to ask a very fatal question. Does Lois know about this? I definitely know, but Kate Grant didn't do anything out of the ordinary. She was just unusually gentle when she met Clark Kent. She was completely different from her usual mean and arrogant self. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng looked up at Kate Grant. As the boss of Supergirl Kayla, this editor-in-chief, who was a professional journalist, was actually a very beautiful woman. TSK, Clark Kent is really prone to romantic relationships. But Kayla beside him didn't make any sound. If a child is quiet, he must be up to something. Li Chengfeng turned around subconsciously and saw Kayla's face, which looked like a typical good girl, with an innocent but evil smile. She was currently leaning over Harley Quinn. The two of them were clicking back and forth on their personal terminals, and then they stood up. Everyone looked over and found that the two of them had started a video call. The other party is Lois. At this moment, the camera is facing the big guy who is dealing with Kate Grant. Puff! Li Chengfeng finally couldn't help laughing out loud. His voice was like opening a valve, and the sound of puff puff continued. Superman Clark Kent, one of Earth's mightiest heroes. This is probably the most terrifying Shura field in my life. While the group of superhero Krakow who were watching the fun were eating melons in the construction site cafeteria, Nick Fury was sitting in his office, stroking his bald head with a confused look on his face. My God, all of a sudden these people all ran to Krakow. It's at this moment that problems begin to arise. There was a report on the table in front of him. The report first shows a screenshot of a post. In the tourist resort town of Silent Hill, tourists have been disappearing frequently recently. This is suspected to be a new generation of haunted marketing. The above describes in detail that over the past half-month, more than 300 tourists have disappeared in Silent Hill. But the situation is even more popular than before. If the incident ended here, that would be it. However, the local branch of the FBI sent people to investigate one after another, but in the end, all of them never returned and disappeared in this small town with a developed tourism industry. Otherwise, it would not have been reported up the chain of command and eventually landed on Nick Fury's desk. It's just that Nick Fury didn't take it too seriously, otherwise he would have called Li Chengfeng long ago. After all, no matter how you look at it, this isn't an event like the one in Fairy Tale Town. He doesn't want to use a cannon to kill a mosquito. Moreover, Li Chengfeng is the big boss of the entire FBI. People go to him for everything. So what are the other FBI agents for? So after a little thought, he pressed the communication device. Communications, have Chris Redfield bring the BSAA special team to my office. There is life. When Li Chengfeng led his men back to the Washington base, he looked radiant. After all, after showing off my meals for a few days, I feel much better. It's just that all the members of the STAR team stayed in Krakow, under the pretext of helping the folks of Krakow build their homes. But those who understand will understand. For a bite of delicious food, they can really say such things. But Li Chengfeng didn't care about them. After all, they really knew how to work. So he brought back Clark Kent and other superheroes outside the FBI system. The CEOs still have to go to work. After sending them all back, Li Chengfeng returned to the base. The base, which was originally bustling and noisy, became silent at that moment. And then the sound of a dead branch being stepped on was particularly clear in this silent space. Crack! Li Chengfeng immediately looked up and saw a beautiful, tall, red-haired woman walking out of the base. She was still wearing the same female armor that looked very defensive when we first met, with a long sword slung at her waist. Angela, why are you here? This person is Angela, the daughter brought back by Odin from the 10th heaven dimension, and now the leader of the Asgard feathered people. I thought you were going to call me Audraphus Odinstodia. That name is too long, and you obviously prefer the original name, don't you? Sure enough, you see too clearly into people's hearts. Okay, Angela, as a god of Asgard, why did you suddenly come to Midgard? You can't be here to reminisce about the past with me, your brother-in-law, right? I can't let your eldest sister see this, or I'll be torn into chicken strips. Although Li Chengfeng was a playboy, he never approached Angela. After all, he didn't like Angela's temperament very much, like an emotionally indifferent cold-blooded killer. Although Hela always looks murderous, she is fundamentally different from him. It's like the difference between a ruler and a tool. Although Hela was sealed away back then, Odin always regarded her as the heir who was most like him. Angela was trained by Queen Angel as a killing tool. Even though Angela has been brought back to Asgard by Odin, she still seems a little out of tune with the Asgard gods. I came to Midgard for some business, but I found that you were not here, so I waited for you here. Angela's face remained indifferent. By the way, there was another couple who came here before. A couple. Yes, a couple who should have turned into some kind of monsters, but strangely remained in human form. Li Chengfeng was stunned. This description, why does it sound so much like Ethan and Mia? It was only then that he saw that the heavenly rune that usually surrounded Angela was now forming a cradle, floating behind Angela and rocking slowly. I couldn't help but walk forward and saw Rosemary sleeping soundly in the cradle. Did this couple really leave his goddaughter in the base? What a big F**************** G heart. He probably met Angela in the base and thought she was a new member of Team Star, so he entrusted Rosemary to her. But now it seems that Rosemary is not shy. On the contrary, she sleeps very peacefully in the area covered by her scent. After all, Rosemary is not an ordinary human being. As the perfect body of mold, she is different from ordinary human babies and was officially given the name of God of Asgard by Hela. Both the perception and cognition have been elevated. He was able to fall asleep next to Angela, apparently because he could feel Angela's blood, which was of the same origin as Hela. When did they arrive? Did they say when they would be back? They sent the child here 3 days ago. As for when they will be back, they didn't say. They just said they had a mission to perform. So they sent the child here temporarily. As expected, whether in Dacia or abroad, once a child has a godfather or godmother, he or she will no longer have to go to any baby care. But carrying out the mission? Although we know that the protagonists of the Resident Evil who broke into Raccoon City have been recruited by the F.B.I. and become a team specializing in handling suspected bioterrorism incidents. But Li Chengfeng didn't pay much attention to them. After all, biological terrorism incidents are relatively simple in the FBI's mission list. At first, King Ada was the core and a temporary team was formed to handle the situation. With them, some manpower can be freed up to do other things. Let professionals do professional things. As Rosemary spoke, she seemed to sense Li Chengfeng's breath and suddenly open her eyes, coming out of the almost endless sleep of an infant. Dad. While speaking unclearly, he stretched out his chubby little hand towards Li Chengfeng. Well, my dear little princess, you have gained a lot of weight recently. Li Chengfeng walked forward and took his goddaughter out of the cradle. In addition to breast milk, Ethan and his wife also give you weight-enhancing supplements every day. Dad. Yes, godfather. If you call me Dad directly, Ethan will really cry in front of me. Li Chengfeng held the baby skillfully and rocked him gently in his arms. However, this trick didn't work on Helistodia, the first person between heaven and earth. Instead, he kept making protesting noises towards Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng felt that it was probably because he said she was fat that the little girl understood. This is not surprising at all. After all, Rosemary is essentially an Asgard god without divine power. Precocity is very normal. I can't speak a complete sentence. It's just because I haven't developed well yet. I guess he has complained about himself 100 times in his little head. Putting aside the matter of my goddaughter, shouldn't you explain yourself? Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at Angela. Although the relationship between Asgard and Midgard can be said to be very close now, any Asgardian who plans to come to Midgard will now say hello to him or Hela. The sister-in-law in front of me was definitely here uninvited. Or do you want to hide this matter you are doing from even Odin? Angela tilted her head and thought for a moment. Just as she was about to reply, she suddenly looked behind Li Chengfeng. At the same time, a figure in a suit and tie rushed in hurriedly. Li Chengfeng, give my detective lady back to me. I'm so bored these days. No, buddy, what are you doing wrong? Li Chengfeng looked at Lucifer, who was emitting resentment from head to toe. He rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and at the same time reached out to cover Rosemary's eyes. My dear, we don't want to look at dirty things. Who is the dirty thing? Your whole family is dirty. You are the Lord of Hell, in charge of dirty things, so you are the biggest dirt. It seems to make sense. No, I was led astray by you. Lucifer's resentment stagnated. What mission did Miss Detective go on? Why hasn't she come back yet? Is it possible that Agent Chloe is from the Los Angeles branch and is not under my jurisdiction? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at Lucifer. If God suddenly came to ask you for an unknown soul in hell, would you know who it is? I definitely know. F***K. Can I just admit my fault? Li Chengfeng has been with this guy for a long time, and he always forgets that this is the Lord of Hell who possesses half of the omniscience and omnipotence. Definitely, before the title of Lord of Hell completely disappears, he will not be able to regain his power as an angel. After all, he even gave up his wings voluntarily. Under Lucifer's extremely resentful eyes, Li Chengfeng still chose to contact the Los Angeles branch. But in the end, the answer was Agent Chloe went missing during the mission and an active search and rescue operation is currently underway. This answer not only confused Lucifer, but even Li Chengfeng. An agent is missing? And he's the one he sponsored and recruited into the FBI? Why didn't anyone tell him? If something really happened to Chloe, wouldn't Lucifer go crazy? By then, it won't be a problem that can be solved by simply finding him a pretty girl. So Li Chengfeng opened a portal and walked in without hesitation, and Lucifer and Angela followed in without hesitation. F***K. Nick Fury, have you been having too much fun lately? Are you ready to do something? Agent Chloe disappeared during a mission, and you didn't even tell me? The destination was Nick Fury's office, and Li Chengfeng didn't waste a second and started cursing. Nick Fury was a little confused for a moment. What did he do? Why did he just pull the portal and scold himself? When Li Chengfeng turned around, he saw a group of high-level agents led by Maria Hill standing aside, seemingly preparing to report on their work. But at this moment, they all looked like they were watching the fun and said nothing. Ahem, you guys go first. I'll report the work tomorrow. You guys can calm down a bit. Nick Fury made up a high-sounding excuse to deal with the high-level agents. Then he turned and looked at Li Chengfeng. No, did I provoke you? You came up and scolded me? Are you going to give me an electric shock next time? Your little northeastern vocabulary is pretty solid. Li Chengfeng's tone softened a little. Tell me how you manage the FBI? An agent from the branch is missing. His family has come to the door, and you're still holding a meeting here. After saying that, Li Chengfeng pointed at Lucifer behind him. Family members? Missing agents. Nick Fury was also stunned. Oh, you mean the missing persons case in Silent Hill? I know. Didn't I send out my elite team immediately? But no information has been sent back yet. After all, it's a whole town, and there are tourist areas around it. There are too many people, so it's not easy to carry out the work. Listening to Nick Fury's explanation, Li Chengfeng suddenly caught a word. Silent Hill Town? What the hell is that place? Can you repeat it again? Silent Hill Town. Nick Fury was also a little confused. What's the problem? Problem? No problem at all. But I just want to take off your black salted egg and cleanse my brain. Li Chengfeng looked at this old beat ***ch and became more and more angry. If it was just an ordinary Silent Hill, Li Chengfeng wouldn't care. These protagonists of Resident Evil can probably stab Silent Hill back and forth. But there is definitely something wrong with this world. It will be 100% the same as Storybrooke and will be changed beyond all recognition. Lee, what does this mean? Lucifer asked with a frown. Is the detective in danger? It shouldn't be that serious. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Although Chloe is an ordinary human being, she is blessed by God and is the child sent by the great angel Amenadiel to her mother. Not to mention that he later developed an almost soulmate-like connection with Lucifer. If Chloe died, both Amenadiel and Lucifer would definitely be able to sense it. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng looked at Nick Fury, whose expression was becoming increasingly serious. Did you send out a special BSAA team? That's right. You were all in Krakow at the time, and this incident didn't show anything too outrageous from beginning to end. We temporarily considered it a man-made incident, so we sent them there. Nick Fury spread his hands helplessly. After all, we can't pile all the tasks on you, right? It's okay to use a cannon to kill a mosquito once, but you have to do it every time? If you take on all the tasks, then I might as well fire all the other agents. Is that possible? Li Chengfeng nodded. There is indeed nothing wrong with what Nick Fury said. According to his judgment, even if there is something wrong here, it is probably not a big deal. Otherwise, Silent Hill wouldn't be so popular until now. When did you send them out? 3 days ago. Nick Fury shrugged. Although there is no feedback on the progress of the mission, considering that they are not you and there are too many mobile populations in Silent Hill, this is actually normal. No matter how normal it is, I have to go there. Li Chengfeng shook his head. If nothing else, at least we have to appease this guy Lucifer. If Lucifer really lost Chloe as a human restriction valve, there's no telling what kind of shitty things this cynical lunatic would do. Ding! The mission's silent regeneration has been released. Mission Introduction. The powerful Lord of White Lights, the spokesperson of the spirit of existence. Hundreds of people disappeared in Silent Hill, and there was no news after the FBI's special team intervened. The weird town, the surface world, and the inner world once again broke the balance and barriers of this world. Now, only you can save them. But please be careful. Those beings from the unknown are waiting for your arrival. Silent Hill is not too far from Washington, so Lucifer drove his flashy sports car and reached the vicinity of Silent Hill in just 3 hours. I don't understand, Lee. Why did you drive here? Don't you have teleportation magic? Lucifer frowned, holding his hands on the steering wheel, his brows full of anxiety. We just got the coordinates of Silent Hill Town. Why don't we teleport here directly? Teleport here? We know nothing about this place right now. What if we teleport here directly and trigger something weird? Li Chengfeng sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at the increasingly prosperous road. What we need to do most is to figure out the basic rules here first. Li Chengfeng's understanding of Silent Hill was not that thorough. He only knew that there was an other world here, which was manifested in 2 aspects, the surface world and the inner world. Under certain circumstances, the inner and outer worlds suddenly switch. However, almost everyone triggers the transition between the inner and outer worlds differently. The reason why Li Chengfeng chose to let Lucifer drive over was to conduct the investigation without causing any impact on the place. You should know that this place is not only a tourist attraction, but also a cult holy place. All the cultists who believe in the church are entrenched here, and are even divided into 3 factions, the Saint Girl faction, the Virgin Mary faction, and the Messenger of God faction. The developed tourism industry here also provides this group of cultists with ample sacrifices to choose from. During the initial investigation, Chloe and other agents from the FBI branch entered here, but soon lost contact. The BSAA special team composed of the protagonists of Resident Evil lost contact after 3 days. From this point of view, this place is the same as Li Chengfeng's initial judgment. Disorder, chaos, randomness. But there won't be any accidents in the short term. After all, Chloe is originally a woman with a causal relationship with God, Lucifer, and Amenadiel. In a sense, she is also one of the protagonists of this world. As for the biochemical protagonists, even if they can't break through the entanglement of the other world, they certainly can't send it out. After all, no matter what, the rules within Silent Hill will not change. In other words, the more scared, the more terrifying, and the more deadly it is. And that group of people, are they afraid? Okay, everything is up to you. As long as I can find the detective, I don't mind doing anything. Lucifer slapped the steering wheel, and the car horn suddenly sounded, making other pedestrians on the road look at him with disgust. However, Lucifer didn't even bother to spit at them other than giving them a middle finger. Your Midgard is really interesting. There's never been such a strange place in Asgard. There are also cults. What exactly is that? Angela, who had been sitting in the back seat, leaned over and asked curiously, "To be honest, I have never seen these things in books about Midgard. It feels weird." Okay, never mind whether it's weird or not. The weirdest thing is that you are in this car. Lucifer continued to be in a red fever state, and he seemed to want to scold everyone he saw. Isn't he just an Asgard god with the aura of the heaven dimension? Why do you have to get involved? I'm here to help. Helping you. Maybe I'm helping myself. Angela smiled, but the deep look in her eyes when she looked at Lucifer revealed scrutiny and doubt. But you look like just a mortal. Why do you know me so well? Normally, he would be happy if you called him a mortal. Li Chengfeng pointed at Lucifer and smiled. But now, he is not in the mood to joke with you. Angela was stunned, and when she looked at Lucifer again, she felt a red devil shadow flash by. In the end, only Lucifer's red eyes remained. The powerful force in an instant made this woman known as the most deadly warrior stunned in place. Is this really not an illusion? Angela muttered, then watched Lucifer and Li Chengfeng continue talking as they drove forward. Not far away, there stands a sign with huge amounts of, "Welcome to Silent Hill." Ahem, where on earth is this place? Chloe held her service pistol in her hand, wandering aimlessly in this gray world. Since I joined the FBI, I've seen a lot of weird supernatural events, but this is the first time I've encountered a place as depressing as this one. Chloe constantly talked to herself. She had been in this gray and seemingly endless cycle for a long time. She had to talk to herself like this, otherwise she felt she would go crazy. In this unchanging space, time seems to have lost its meaning and everything seems to be stagnant. Chloe doesn't even feel hungry or thirsty. There was nothing but depression. The only things that kept her moving forward were her daughter and Lucifer. If I don't go back, I don't know how many outrageous things that poor guy will do. Chloe stood up and continued walking down this endlessly looping street. Her spirit has gone from being extremely nervous at the beginning to being extremely numb now. She even thought, even if it was like in a video game, would it be okay if a few monsters appeared? But the moment this thought appeared, the world quietly changed slightly. Chloe vaguely saw a figure from the gray mist in front of her. This made her excited, finally seeing something different. She walked quickly forward, getting closer and closer to the figure, but she slowly raised the pistol in her hand. It was a creature in human form, but its skin was gray and covered with rotten wounds. T-virus zombies? How could there be such a thing here? Hasn't the T-virus basically disappeared like the smallpox virus? As an FBI agent, she knew some inside information, but before she could figure it out, the zombie turned around, gave a classic look, and then pounced towards Chloe. Tisk! At the moment, a muscular figure rushed out from the side. Holding a piece of rusty water pipe in his hand, he made a swift move and smashed the zombie's head into pieces. As the zombie staggered to the ground, the man turned around and looked at Chloe. "Are you Chloe D*****E? An agent from the FBI Los Angeles branch?" Chloe did not look relieved when she heard this. Instead, she raised her gun and pointed it at the man with a suspicious look. The man immediately raised his hands to show that he did not want to attack her. Hey, don't be so nervous. I'm the captain of the FBI BSAA special team. You can call me Chris. I'm here to save people." BSAA special team? Isn't that a special response team for biological and chemical incidents? Chloe asked with a frown. "Well, that's true, but we will also take on ordinary missions." Chris shrugged. "For example, we went out to deal with a missing persons case this time. After all, before we came, no one knew it was related to supernatural powers. But why are there zombies here?" Chloe asked, putting the pistol away. "Why did zombies appear? Don't zombies always appear in this endless gray world?" Chris breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chloe put away her gun, and then asked in confusion, "Could it be that you have never encountered zombies?" "No. Before this, I had been moving forward in this world with nothing but myself." Chloe's words made Chris frown as well. Could it be that everyone's gray world is independent? No wonder I only saw zombies during this period of time, but not my teammates. So what's going on now? We met, and I also saw the zombies from your side. Chloe walked forward, looked at the zombies on the ground, and asked, "Does this mean that the two originally parallel worlds are now completely connected? If that's the case, did we trigger something in some way to successfully connect? Then what other ways are there to connect with my teammates?" Damn it, here we go again. Just as Chris finished speaking, several zombies slowly walked out of the buildings in all directions, howling unconsciously. As soon as Chloe raised the gun, Chris held her down. Then a steel pipe was handed over. Use this. The situation is unclear. It's best to save the bullets. After saying that, he rushed towards the side where there were more zombies. Chloe weighed the heavy steel pipe in her hand and tilted her head. It's time to start fighting monsters. In just a short while, 3 zombies came to Chloe one after another. Chloe swung the steel pipe in her hand rapidly, and several zombies soon fell at her feet. 4 FBI agents who have undergone extensive training and are qualified. Dealing with these most common zombies has always been easy. What should we do next? Chris came over with a bloody pipe in his hand. Should we keep going? It seems there is no other way. Going forward may not work, but staying where you are certainly not going to work. Chloe took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The moment she saw Chris, her numbness completely disappeared and her fighting spirit was revived. I have to go home. Someone is waiting for me. Chris nodded. This woman reminded him of Jill and Rebecca. They are all equally powerful. After the two reached a consensus, they walked together onto the broad and endless main road in this gray world. I have to take Miss Detective home. I don't have time to eat snacks here. Lucifer looked at Li Chengfeng and Angela, who were squeezed in the crowd speechlessly, holding the kebabs that Li Chengfeng had just handed over to him. Aren't you looking for it? Li Chengfeng was not impatient at all. Instead, he observed the crowded crowd on the road with interest. I really didn't expect that in a small town in America, I would find the feeling of the peak tourist season in the Republic's scenic spots. The history of this town can be traced back to the early 17th century, when it was originally inhabited by colonists. In the 18th century, the town experienced an unprecedented plague, people fled, and the original name of the town was lost. In the 19th century, it was even used as an overseas exile place. During the Civil War, it was transformed into a prisoner of war camp, where large-scale massacres of prisoners of war occurred. And such a place that seems unlucky in every way actually became a tourist destination in the end. All I can say is that there's a reason why there are so few foreigners. As a being who possesses multiple magical powers and even the status of an old god, Li Chengfeng naturally keenly captured the elusive supernatural power in this small town. This is the power of the elves in Indian legends. Silent Hill was once a religious holy place for Indians. However, after the changes of history and countless hardships and tortures, this power was gradually distorted under the guidance of cultists. But Li Chengfeng didn't know what stage Silent Hill had reached now. Is it necessary to perform a cult ritual to enter the otherworld? Or has the otherworld begun to be able to drag real-world characters into it autonomously? To the northeast, there are evil eyes staring at us. Angela, who replaced her high-defense armor with a set of casual clothes, raised her head suddenly, and the heaven rune disguised as a necklace flashed a faint golden light. As the former executioner of the Paradise Dimension, Angela has an extraordinary perception of murderous intent and malice. Li Chengfeng nodded. He also sensed the twisted and ominous energy in the northeast. But the one who reacted the most was Lucifer. What the hell? Sin. Lucifer's attention was instantly drawn. That's my job. You better not snatch it from me. I need to vent. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Then he and Angela followed Lucifer and squeezed to the northeast. After the distance between Chloe and Lucifer exceeds a certain limit, Lucifer is no longer a mortal, but immortal. So Li Chengfeng doesn't have to worry about her safety. After squeezing out of the crowded crowd, the three of them came to a residential building that looked normal. But all the abnormalities sensed by the three people were concentrated here. My advice is, wait a minute. After Lucifer finished speaking to Li Chengfeng and Angela, he opened the door and walked in. Li Chengfeng definitely didn't care. He took out his personal terminal and checked the time. They had been in Silent Hill for an hour and finally had some gains. Is it okay for him to be alone? Angela still asked subconsciously. Li Chengfeng nodded, and then the sound of fierce fighting and the subsequent screams were heard from the houses. A few minutes later, Lucifer, with blood on his face but refreshed, opened the door again. As the Lord of Hell, why are you so keen on physical combat? Lee, that's how it's played out in the movies. After saying that, the three of them walked into the house. Walking past the black-robed cultist lying on the ground and moaning faintly, Li Chengfeng went straight upstairs. This costume is really classic. Did they learn this look after watching a movie? Lucifer complained as he followed along. This residence has 3 floors. The first floor is filled with cultists, the second floor stores some books, and the third floor is blocked by a stone door covered with ancient and grotesque reliefs. Li Chengfeng flicked the heavy stone door with his hand, and it was torn into pieces by the dark magic and origin magic power. Walking into the third floor, 2 altars come into view. A man and a woman were being restrained on it by solid steel and leather belts. When he got closer and took a look, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. With a flick of his finger, all restraints were broken. Ethan, Mia, why are you two either being arrested or on your way to being arrested?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.